Oh, righty. We've hit the go live button. That bitch. I got slow-moded. Posting too much excellent content. I need to come do a voice check in a second, so hang on. I'm just posting the link around for people to see. And there. Jeremy, don't call me a liar. I'm a charlatan at best. Okay. Live now. The Tome of Fates! Yes, we know. Shut up, old man. And... Alright, Mike sounds good. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? I'm sorry you have to endure the ads, Mr. Teufel. I'm sorry. We're using the Total Tavern site today. It is a new player tournament. A lot of new players have been playing Domination on Turn's site. So to try and reach them... we are hosting on Total Taverns. We've generated a bracket. Oh god, okay. How did this go? That seems fine. This all seems fine. Ruckfang versus Martin. Martin did check in. Ruckfang needs a second, but there's only one buy round, so I'm not going to fiddle with it and try to figure out how to get him up there. I'm also not just going to hit shuffle a bunch of times. So this is just the bracket we are going to use, and I will tell good Sir Martin that Ruckfang will be back soon. I don't need to set maps or anything. They are preset. We are good to go. Everything's best of 3 today, all the way through the final. And if you are out there listening to this, don't wait for me at all. I'll pop in on games throughout. It's fine. Uh-oh. Turin himself has messaged me. Oh, no. At Martin. Okay, Martin isn't in my server, so I'll deal with that in a second. Yes, we are live. If you're watching this, we are live. Let's watch Bowman versus his Dudeness. I've seen his Dudeness playing a decent amount on the Vermin League, so I kind of want to see that game, and Bowman's been crushing it recently. So I also enjoy spectating him. Why don't we do that? I'll message Bowman, and then I need to find something. I spectate. Okay. Anyway, I know Martin's over on Turin's server, so I gotta go poke him and just make sure he knows his opponent. At Martin. Oh, there's 2 Martins. Uh-oh. Is in the tournament. Your opponent, Ruckfang, needs a couple minutes before start. All right. So that's taken care of. Me versus Matthew? Oh shit, Spartan, is that true? Ha! Ha ha! 2 of my mods are fighting each other right away. Well, well, them's the breaks. Sorry, Spartan. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Okay. So we did some admin stuff. I gotta go find Bowman Beastslayer. And his Dudeness. Have a fun stream today. I'll try to keep YouTube chat and not spam you here. I did have a question though. If you could explain how to join one of these tournaments, have you never used Challenge or Total Tavern? Yeah. Alright, Sorry, I have a bunch of messages. I will say, Turin, thank you. Uh-oh. Almost used hearts incorrectly. Who is Kitty? Who is Guillaume? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Guillaume Count League. There you go. And then who else are they looking for? I found Acre. I know that's Maestro from before. Kitty. Chasing Rainbows Kitty? Who's Kitty? Oh, it just is Kitty. Okay, you were being serious. Kitten Hugger. Night Terror. Kit J. Kitten Man. I don't know who Kitty is. Kitty? Who be you? I don't know. Hopefully they figure that one out. Okay. We figured all this stuff out. I need to go find Bowman. GIF of sad cat. You can't say no to that. Come on. Come on. This is a sad cat. Come on. You gotta let me in. No, nope, not the laughing face. It's not always time for laughing face. Okay, chat, I'm coming back. How you doing? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've been distracted. I'm trying to find us a lobby. Is Void Laws? Void Laws? What are you doing here? Howdy, Austin. Hubby is just awkward to say. Also, you've seen me play a few times. You think I'm good enough to join one of these new player tournaments? Yes, you do. You are good enough to play one of these new player tournaments. There's a million chats to catch up with, and I also know you asked me on how to sign up at all. So if you go to Challenge or Total Tavern, either one, okay. Ignoring this new tab. If you go to Total Tavern, you can go to Turn Sunday Rumble or something. You just hit this little sign up for tournament button, and it'll throw you down there with everybody else. And then the tournament host will usually ping you and tell you to ready up about an hour before the tournament. That just confirms you are actually good to play today. If you signed up a week ahead of time, and you know, then on the day you feel sick or you slept in or something, if you don't check in, the tournament kicks you out, so there's a lot less people just sitting around. If there's a challenge link, like this tournament, Forbidden League Season 2, the bracket will come with challenge links. You just go there, and then again, you can hit this go to registration button. If you do go to registration, it'll ask you register for free if you want to sign up, or you can change your name if you want to, like Human Boy Yes Yes, Big Dumb Doofus, or something like that. But I'm not actually going to sign up for that tournament because I will not be here. Otherwise, I would be hosting it. Right? Right. So that's how you sign up for things. 99.99102% of them are free. I don't know of a single tournament where you have to pay to get in, but I don't want to promise that. All right, we have a game. Boop. His Dudeness, who I have seen around, but I haven't actually seen in game, versus Bowman Beastslayer, who I have seen once or twice, and was very impressive. His Dudeness. Today's tournament is not on fruit rules. It is just using unit caps, like a quick battle, and we have some tiny rules. I know for a lot of players it is oppressive to try to get into land battles because of all the rules, the big rules document. So, the thing you can see underneath me, new players only, just because the more experienced players are the reason the rules are how they are. So it's like if I didn't use the rules but then allowed more experienced players to play, you would get a lot of like abuse and stuff that new players just generally aren't aware of or good enough to exploit. Like, even I'm not good enough to exploit some of these things, but like Inticities, the Void Lulls, the Even Stars, the Falcons are the ones that are really good at dealing with like, oh, just single entities cycle charging in the late game, that kind of thing. And then the three main rules are just always be attacking in some form, just attempting to deal damage, not immediately dealing damage, but like if you have a cannon firing, your whole army can sit around, do nothing, as long as your cannon's shooting. Or if you have cavalry moving up to try and shoot, or you're surrounding a flank, it's just like, be doing something, right? Just do something so the stream moves forward, because otherwise I'm going to have to sit here and cast a game where nothing's happening. Same thing with don't sit near a white line, and don't camp the forest. Now, if someone's within 200 meters of the white line, like the fruit rule says, that's not what this is about. This is like, all right, deploy wherever. It's kind of a casual tournament, but don't just sit there. If you deploy on the white line and just sit there, I'm going to get mad at you. But if it's like, there's 100 meters instead of 200 meters between you and the white line, this tournament, we're just going to let that go. It's not about that. We're just trying to get people to give land battles a shot. And if they like them, they can invest in the tournaments that have more rules. And if they don't like them at all, then they can stick to domination mode. But this is kind of like, it's a sampler. It's like, hey, come check this out. And then don't camp in a forest. You can walk up through a forest, but don't just fucking sit in here all your units in the forest, because again, it's just not. That's an equally bad experience for new players that are like, I want to give land battles a shot. Ah, this fucker just sat in a forest on the white line and never attacked me. Very cool game mode, dude. I'm gonna go back to domination. So this is like, it's a compromise between as little rules as possible, but also the big important ones that make sure land battles don't just turn to quick battles. Because everybody's had that shitty quick battle where you got draw kited or something. It's just fucking dumb. I will catch up with chat in a second. Okay, cool. Everybody looks to be finding their opponents okay. What are we doing? Chat. Killer Lion, hello. Count Leak, top 3 meme lords in IE. Probably Greasus Goldtooth is the one I can think of offhand. Greasus Goldtooth, yeah, pretty big meme. Alfarian's still not great. And is Rakarth any good yet, or is he still pretty bad? Nakai is always silly. You seem a bit quiet. Oh. I'll try to turn that up. Sorry. Pulled out that notepad. What up, Guy Ladouche? How you doing? Like to call me random names. Let's go Ever Chicken, the only baguette. Hey, Pantalonade, how you doing? Rubbed all 3 brain cells together to come up with it. What up, Amenephis? Void Lulls? How you doing, Void? You gonna play Vermin League on Sunday? On Dav Plays stream, because I won't be around to host it. Legion's here. I'll join the next one whenever it is, yeah. There is one tomorrow night. Though you're in Japan, that actually might work for you. There's one tomorrow night, so it'd be like... It'd be starting 6 hours from right now, tomorrow. Ayano, if that helps at all. When is the final of your league, Human Boy? First or second week of November, Void Lulls. First or second week of November. And I'm thinking the Gracier prize pool is probably going to be 250. Probably. Yeah. Because I want to get the whole Vermin League done before Christmas. Because then everybody's gone. You know what I mean? So we're going to hopefully finish the Vermin League entirely before the end of November. And then people can fuck off through December and do all their vacations and nonsense. We'll pick back up in January. Sorry about the delayed answer on that. Like I said, I was doing a bunch of stuff. Luck is a Factor 2. I've gotten in 3 lobbies. One was Hadries and another was Anticity. Aiden, yeah, which is what this entire tournament is about, is not allowing the Hadries or Anticities to to play. Is like, we want to give this as fair of a shot as possible for people who've never tried land battle tournaments. And it's like, hey, just give it a shot. Hopefully you won't get wrecked in one round. You can decide whether or not you like it. And still, there are people who have tried my tournaments and didn't like land battles. That's fine. But there have been plenty that gave it a shot and stuck around and joined the community, so that's what we're doing about. Yeah. Compromise sounds like a weakness. Oh, shit. I lost the thing. Hold on. Where was that? There you are, Vertical Cliff. Compromise sounds like a weakness. Hit him with the full 22-page rulebook post etiquette. I had a quick battle where some guy was running around with like fat lard at 1k health and you had full health kept guard. A lot of time wasted. Yeah, we're avoiding that. So we're not going to be super strict on attacking rules. Like, oh, there was 5 seconds where you weren't attacking, but if someone is just being an asshole, we can kick them. Like, that's all the rules are here for, is it's lenient, but don't fucking push it, all right? It's not that hard to follow these rules. Got him, Trigger. Trigger, how you doing? Without watching 1-hour videos, DJ Arthritis? I don't know. I did release a video series starting today where I think the longest one is 10 minutes long, but the Beastman one from today is 5 minutes. It's called the quick overview. And essentially what it talks about is, here's Beastman's strengths, here's Beastman's weaknesses. If you're playing as Beastman, you want to do this to win the game generally. And it's not talking about like, take 4 Centaurs, take 5 Ungors, take 3 Ungor Raiders. Because the meta is going to shift and there's going to be buffs and nerfs. But the Beastman identity as a faction is always going to be the same. So the guides I started posting, one posted today, the rest are scheduled to post every day. Is like, if you're the Beastman, you need to dominate the flanks. Like, you need to win the mobile game, and you need to focus on your speed. You need to focus on taking cav fights 2v1. So while heavy cav is lurching after you through the woods, you take a different fight 2v1, kill that cav piece before the other one even comes, and then both of you fuck off, and you just got a free kill. You know what I mean? So it talks about that, like, general strategy for the Beastman. And if you're fighting against the Beastmen are usually going to rush you. They have low leadership, so you can bring these spells to kind of deal with them. It's stuff like that. The videos are meant to be timeless, you know? So it's not just like, the patch changed, gotta make 25 more videos. It's like, Unless they fully rework the entire identity of a faction, which in my opinion would be stupid, those should hold up. So maybe that's a little bit of what you're looking for, but as for written guides, I have no idea. Sorry. If you're in my Discord, you can ping me about a faction you have a question about, and I know a lot of mains for factions that can give you general advice. But we have a game to cast. Hello, Daniel. Japan, weeb. Not everybody in Japan is a weeb. Looking for the rules. Saturday lore vampires ban only for VP, also for VC. Oh yeah, and I didn't put the vampires ban in this tournament, I think, because again, new players are not going to be... If you're truly a new player, you're not going to be good enough to abuse that lore passive infinite ammo thing. Because new players are going to forget their Rashopti Great Bows and they're going to die. You know what I mean? Just started a video series on that. Antici is the best player in domination moment, in my honest opinion, but I don't like this mode. Fair. What up, Shogunik? It's a shame EU Tourney is on a Wednesday, the only day I can't play. Board game day. Boo, Shogunik, boo. Okay, I gotta talk about the game. I'll catch up with chat more in a second. So Bowman is on Dark Elves versus his dudeness is Skaven. Skaven is at a disadvantage in this matchup, in my opinion. It used to be even in Warhammer 2, but now it is slightly disadvantaged for the Skaven, but it is plenty playable. It's not like a hard counter, it's just a little uncomfortable. They really don't like the buffs to Malice Darkblade. They also don't like the way Soul Stealer works, and they've always been afraid of Manticores. Now, that being said, they are extremely good at taking out any elf, infantry, cav, any of that, and all of it's expensive. Their biggest problem is always the single entities, which Bowman does have 2 of. So for the Skaven build, we have the Avalanche Mortars, plenty good. Some Night Runner slings. They'll do okay if Dark Riders jump on them, but anything else, they will struggle a little bit. 2 Gutter Runners with Poison, the 360 variants in the front. We have Clan Rats as the front line. I don't really see any Skaven Slaves. Clan Rats are all the really tightly packed ones. A couple Rat Ogres, Chieftain on a Bonebreaker. We do have Icket Claw! And he already used his Howling Warp Gale to net Malekith in the sky. He also has Warp Lightning. And we have 2 Wolf Rats in the back to chase down some stuff. Pretty nice build. I like it. I would maybe throw in a Giselle, but oh well. We'll get there. On the other side for Bowman, we have double Scourge Runner Chariot. Malekith up on a dragon. a dreaded lag spike with Soul Stealer, Gaze of Malice, and I just saw Chillwind. Bleak Swords, Blackheart Corsairs with handbows as a front line. Ooh, okay. We do have one Cold One Knight in the distance and double Manticores. Okay. I think the Skaven are pretty advantaged with this current setup. Some Dark Riders, thank God. But still, I think the Skaven are slightly advantaged. Dark Elves put a lot of money into skirmish infantry and medium tier infantry, which just, like, doesn't work against Skaven. Poisonwind Globes and the Avalanche Mortars do the same amount of damage to elite infantry as low tier infantry, so you really want to spam low tier infantry versus them. That's fucking Foot Icket! I just realized because he has this flamethrower. Holy shit, that's Foot Icket! you mad lad, his dudeness. Goddamn. Anyway, so the Dark Elf infantry are all about as good as Dread Spears and Bleak Swords would be, but they cost more, so I do worry about them. And Cold One Knights are specialized bonus versus large armor-piercing cav, but Skaven don't really have an armored large target that you need them for. You generally just need Dark Riders. Generally. So I think the elite infantry and the slightly elite cav is too much for Bowman. I like the double Manticore. I like Malekith on a dragon or on his Cold One. That's fine. I like the double Scourge on chariots. I think the infantry should all be downgraded and the money should be spent on more Dark Riders. For the Skaven build, it's fine. I think he needs Jezzails to punish these Scourge on chariots more, but in general, if he can keep the Avalanche Mortar safe, they will carry the game for him. Now, that being said, the Vanguard Dark Rider is going to sneak in and get a ton of damage down, plus a Manticore diving in as well. There's a Chieftain on a Bonebreaker and plenty of Rat Ogres to cover, so I do think everything here from the Dark Elves is going to die, but if they can take out those Avalanche Mortars, then it is well worth their time. But speaking of which, you can see why I didn't really love the mid-tier infantry. 4 of them are already gone. I know some of these are Bleak Swords. Oh, 5. But, I mean, 2 of these are the Skirmishers, and one of them is the Blackheart Corsairs. We have a Soul Stealer getting cast in a big blob of Skaven troops. This can tend to happen as you need to use your mobile assets to block down Dark Riders and Manticores and such, but that does group them all up. And we have another net, Howling Morpgale on Malekith. Howling Morpgale works on all units that can fly. It doesn't mean they have to be flying, as you can see. Malekith's on the ground, but he's still netted. I don't know if the spell is supposed to work that way, but it has worked that way through all of Warhammer 2, and it still works that way now, so it seems like it's supposed to work that way. Damage values are about equivalent. As the Dark Elves hit the front line, they will be doing a lot of work, but you can see they're already running ragged on what they have. They have 3 infantry left. Malekith's at half health after using a Soul Stealer to heal himself up. Scourge on Chariots are both suffering. They have a full health Cold One Knight, but that's about it. For the Skaven, on the other hand, we are saying it's even. They are heading for the hills. A lot of their ranged assets have been shut down. It is down to a Rat Ogre grind. And Naked Claw is about to get hit with a Manticore. Run, Foot Icket, run! Alright. His dudeness does have to rally the Chieftain. He's currently chasing off some broken Dark Riders, which isn't worth his time, and also they're faster than him. Avalanche Mortars have rallied. Only 4 models left, but these guys are one of the rare units that they really don't need Volume of Fire to get their damage out. Like, Volume of Fire is nice, but it's not super critical. Malekith has not been able to get off the ground. Really nice constant casting of the Howling Morpgale from Naked Claw has kept him locked down. We will even get Warp Lightning, trying to catch the Cold One Riders, but it's not going to quite do so in time. Purple Mortars are doing their best to get active. We do have some green globes that need to be rallied. They need to come back to the fight. So that is the hard part of playing Skaven. I mean, I've played Skaven for, 2 years, and I still make this mistake, like on stream last night, where you have stuff that rallies that doesn't come back. But it is crucial when you're playing a low leadership faction to rally them. So I think this is unfortunately a very large mistake, but a common one. Icket is currently getting sniped out by the Cold One Knights, and Malekith's going to land on him, so goodbye, Skaven Lord and Caster. And the Skaven do have a mass rout on the far side. Dark Elves, low health, but pushing back the fearful Skaven. Yeah, and without these Poisonwind Globes that haven't been rallied, and a full health Chieftain was just off the map slightly, his dudeness is going to be burdened with a couple misplays, but overall did quite well. Really liked locking down Malekith and shooting him with all those slingers. That was quite nice. Really liked the backline defense play. Just fix the rallying units being forgotten, and you got this 100%. So, that was a good game. Can I get a link to that tournament you mentioned happening tomorrow? Sure. Simple land battles, late night. Alright. Malekith is cycle charging with the balance of power is almost beyond the point of no return. And I really don't see what the Skaven have that could kill these Cold One Knights, can kill Malekith, because he certainly has another Soul Stealer in the tank that he can chuck out at any point and heal himself up to about half HP. And a Chieftain on a Bonebreaker is dueling a Manticore, but he's not going to duel Malekith. Especially when that Soul Stealer might actually just be aimed at him. So, I do think the Skaven are out of this one, but it was a good attempt. Doing well, and you? I'm chilling. I am big chillin'. Chasing Rainbows, you found your opponent yet? Because they just messaged me. I think that's who you're looking for, yeah. Sorry, I'm dealing with tournament stuff. We are just in the late game's routing off phase, though if Malekith keeps using his Winds of Magic on chill wins rather than Soul Stealers, he might actually have a problem. Ooh. Oh, no, those are Cold One Knights. I didn't see what unit it was chasing Icket around, but yeah, Cold One Knights are going to be just fine, especially with Black Arc Corsairs getting a nice shot onto these Rat Ogres. These and the Wolf Rat's leadership are just too low. The Cold One Knights are easy going to take care of them. I don't know why that net sound effect keeps going off, but okay. Malekith charge through these guys. They're going to rout, and I'm kind of surprised Army Losses hasn't hit yet. These Cold One Knights are actually getting messed up by the Rat Ogres. Holy crap. Are they gonna die? No. No way they die. Come on. God, Cold One Knights need a little bit of help. Anyway, that is GG. Alright, Avalanche Mortars already paid for themselves, even though they got shut down by those Dark Riders extremely fast, which is what we were talking about Dark Elf Infantry, is you Skaven are going to take them out rather quickly, so going Elite, unfortunately, doesn't really work. Even if you take them out super fast, it's tough. Poison Wind Globes did okay. Night Runner Slingers actually paid for themselves, which is good. The Clanart Frontline did fine. They held for a while, but the Avalanche Mortars getting rear charged by those Dark Riders was pretty brutal, and then not being able to finish off Malekith was a little tough. I think his build was fine. I think his Dudeness's build was just fine. If he had rallied those units a little bit faster, he would have won that game, but... I think his Dudeness had a better build, and I think Bowman played better. And that's how it ended up being a very close game. Okay. Someone's messaging me about tournament stuff, then I'll get caught up on chat. It's all going to be fine. This guy's Festus in a fedora. That's kind of perfect. Okay. Love the vids, don't get me wrong, but I'm a part-time worker, student, and dev, 2 kids, so my time isn't that great for it, you know. Yeah, DJ, that's very true. That is very true. Just want to learn how to Swiss Army knife Skaven. They are pretty good right now. Great idea, Guy Ladouche. Do a Brett guide in a French accent. True. Disclaimer that just because the furry is running the tournament doesn't mean players are required to use Skaven. Where's Duck of War and Logic gone? Jeremy answered it. Yeah. I'm sorry, Kiara. It's a new player tournament. Big issue, don't have enough organizers. Yeah. People who play rather distasteful or win. Faction War was rather sad to watch. Prior games were pretty amazing, to be fair. Yeah, the Faction War final was just brutal to watch. I gave the wrong person a point. I just saw it. Hold on. God. You know, if I wasn't trash at literally everything, that would help me a lot. What did Grace do? Existed. I think I'm confused on how to sign up for the tourneys. Okay. So for anybody who's wondering how to sign up for tourneys still, if you go to Total Tavern, let's say you want to sign up for any of these tournaments here. Let's go with the single faction domination tournament. You can just hit sign up for tournament and it will throw you down here. I don't want to do that because I'm not going to play in this one and I don't want Turin to worry about me. So if you're on the Total Tavern, it's literally as easy as that. You can just go here, go to any tournament you want to, and it says sign up as long as you're logged in with your Discord account or whatever. If one is on challenge, like this one, you will click the link to the challenge one you want to do. For the Vermin League this Sunday, we do... Wait, you're on the right screen, right? Okay. We have one for new players, Skaven Slaves, and Clan Rats, or we have one for Storm Vermin, Chieftain, and Greyseers. On our ladder, there's rankings that you can be on. Current standings. So if you're not ranked, just go to the new player tournament. But if you're in a rank of Storm Vermin or above, you can only play in this other one. It's an attempt to give people the most even matchups possible. So you click on whatever link you want. Let's say you want this one. Go under challenge, and there's a big button here that just says go to registration, and you register, and then you'll appear on the bracket. And then on the day of, I'll ping a bunch of people, say, hey, tournament's about to start. The usual. But yeah, you just need a challenge account, which I think is like just an email address and a password. I think. I don't know. Which is why we're hosting on Turin site today, is because I am seeing a lot of new faces that I think just don't want to bother with challenge. So now that we can host land battles on Turin site, it's like, okay, we can try and get some new people. But I think for the big tournaments, I'll stick to challenge for now because I'm much more comfortable with it and moving people around and stuff. But for more chill ones, I can be on Turn site for sure, because it doesn't matter as much. Yeah. Anyway, I have some messages to check, so I will not do that on stream. Looks like we have Wood Elves versus Bretonnia. Wood Elves are suffering really badly right now in the land battle meta, and this is a bad matchup for them, so this might be tough on his dudeness, but Wood Elves are kind of one of those factions that you can win any matchup if you're great. Okay. Sorry, someone had a map question. Okay. Answered that. Hello, I've won the first round. I updated results in Total Tavern, but the bracket advanced me into the next round. Isn't it a best of 3? Uh-oh. Yes, it is. You report all at the very end, but play your games, and if you end up losing, I will change it. Okay, the Beast. Hey, we only played one match. Lucifer updated the sheet, not knowing can you fix it. I can, if you win the BO3. Chaz. Yes, yes, yes. You guys always act like you're better than me. You know, that's a good meme, but Tretch is actually solid now. Alright. Just dealing with some stuff. Okay, chat. Where the hell? Who's Grace? My significant other. She's a nice lady. We like her. New tournament idea, Pog. Loser gets the point. Follow the rules, but try to lose in the most convincing way you can. Nah, dude, I'm totally trying. I clicked on a link for the tourney tomorrow. I didn't have the option for sign up. I'm assuming maybe because I'm not logged in. Yeah, you have to be logged in for sure. For sure. Kiara, yeah, we'll be using Challenge and Total Tavern. Like I said, this one I'm hosting on Total Tavern for those people who join Total Tavern in Warhammer 3 have never played on Challenge, and they're like, listen, man, I signed up for a Discord, I signed up for Total Tavern, now you want me to click a link, go to a third site, and then I have to enter a password again? Like, this is too much. So I'm just like, meh. We'll host a couple tournaments on Total Tavern to cut an extra step, give people a chance to try land battles. And if they like them, cool. If they don't, also fine. I do want people to give them a shot, though. Yeah. Because I was talking to Platypus about this today. Platypus is a Twitch host for a lot of Domination stuff. He does a Domination new player tournament every week. He was telling me about Total Tavern and stuff. I was talking to him. Somebody posted on my fucking Flamestorm video that Flamestorm is OP because it like killed 3 of their units once when they were in a blob. And it's like, man, I know 99% of Domination players are chill, but there's that 1% that just hate anything that kills infantry ever. I swear to God. It's just, if I ever post about a spell doing well, like, people were complaining about Pit of Shades and Dwellers Below. That's fine. That's understandable. Those spells actually might need tuning down. That's okay. But there are some of these spells that are just absolute trash, and if they ever do anything, it's really exciting because it never happens, and the comments are always full of, like, at least, not full of, there's at least one person every time who's just like, it killed infantry, bad spell, nice job, CA, designing a game where infantry could possibly ever die. It's like, oh god. I don't want to play this guy's perfect game where infantry are literally invincible. Anyway, I digress. His Dudeness and Bowman, Game 2. Bowman, Beastslayer, is a Bretonnian character in the lore, I believe. And he also has a Bretonnian flag as his Discord, so I have to assume this is his main. And for him, we have Triple Grail Knight, Lewin on horse, not on his hippogriff. We have a Damsel of Life with Dwellers Below, Regrowth, and Earthblood. Interesting. We have 5 Battle Pilgrims, one of which is the ROR, and then we have a bunch of Peasant Longspears and Men-at-Arms. A very strange Bretonnia build. Very, very strange. No archers. None. I guess it's against Wood Elves, but still. Relying on your infantry to carry the game with Bretonnia. These filthy peasants. These filthy, unwashed, gross, poor, uneducated peasants are going to carry this game for you. Okay, Bretonnia. Okay. They're not, but okay. As for the Wood Elves, we have Deepwood Scouts to Shiver Shards for their magic damage. I suppose some things have physical resist, don't they? Okay, yeah, that bypasses the Blessing of the Lady. Some Hagbane tips for more magic damage. Really liking the magic damage. We have 1 Zote. It's been a long time since we've seen some Zotes. Let's go, Zotes. Monstrous infantry in general are usually pretty good against cavalry, and Zotes, you can see, do have bonus versus large and armor piercing. Doesn't mean they're a great unit, but they can do well against cav if they countercharge. 2 Gladiators with spears to try and provide some support. A lot of Eternal Guard spears in the back. We have a front line of Dryads, and we have Draicha with Pit of Shades and her summon. Interesting little Wood Elf build. I like it. The infantry core is pretty standard, spamming the Eternal Guard. Eternal Guard are some of the best low-tier spear infantry because they actually have armor piercing, which a lot of spear infantry don't. You can see the spearmen at arms just have basic, so. Eternal Guard are great in this matchup. Great, great, great. You could make Pit of Shades, wind up time 15 seconds, and bad kids would still complain about the damage. I am the 1%. God damn it, vertical cliff. People will be people. Yeah. Already locked on Warhammer 3. Interesting. The proletariat shall ride up and defeat the knife-eared bourgeoisie. Zote tanks, man. About to show what a lifetime of herding sheep does to man. Alright. I caught up on chat mostly. On with the game. So Deepwood Scouts are currently firing into Spearmen at Arms with shields. These are shielded and chaff units, so it's unfortunate that Deepwood Scouts are firing at them. You really want to be getting your shots onto the Grail Knights if possible, but that's a lot easier said than done. I'm a trash Wood Elf player, so this is one of the factions where I generally just go, listen, here's how you do it. I don't know. I mean, here's what you should do. I don't know how you're going to accomplish that. We do have Grail Knights and a very quick summon from his Dudeness right behind them. I wonder, how is the massive Dryads, or can Grail Knights just push out of here? A Pit of Shades would be unwise, I think, because the knights are so spread out that you're honestly not going to hit them, even though you could cast it right on their flag. But who knows? Dryads are smashing through these men-at-arms, and it's quickly coming down to the Battle Pilgrims to hold the line. But this Battle Pilgrim's about to have a bad day as Pit of Shades hits him in the face. Now we do have 2 Grail Knights and Lewin charging through, but the Zotes are going to get a side charge. Basic Cav are also going to try and block him up, and hopefully, yes, it does look like it. All the archers are focusing on this blob of Grail Knights. They do get some healing from their Ziledi, but the Pit of Shades did actually do decent damage to the Grail Knight, plus being surrounded by armor-piercing spears and Dryads, but who's counting? And they routed off some Battle Pilgrims, routed off some Men-at-Arms, and the Wood Elves are taking huge control of this game right now. As Bowman has blobbed up too many cavalry in the middle, they're just getting slapped down by the Zotes and the archers. Ooh, a Dwellers Below happened over here that I wasn't looking at, so you can see both of these Deepwood Scouts that were standing on top of each other are getting wrecked. Ooh, why are these Glade Guard moving? They should just be firing. Oh no! Oh no! Probably a misclick, but they should just be firing. 2 of the Grail Knights are routing. 1 is at half health, but still here. The Zotes are doing fine. They are big chillin', and the front line for the Wood Elves is doing excellently. Bretonia's in trouble. Bretonia's in big trouble. Really like that Dwellers Below. Did not like the cavalry sprint through the front. Did not like that. That can be fun in some matchups. Like, that can be a legitimate thing. It's not that you should never do that. But you probably shouldn't do it with all of your cavalry, and you probably shouldn't do it all in the same place. Because you see how easily 1 light cav and 1 Zote just blocked the whole advance, slammed to a halt in front of archers, and just got shot to death. It was brutal. Now Zotes are running around chasing off Grail Knights as they please. We did have 1 Grail Knight rally. The other one is still around. He never routed. But maybe we'll get a regrowth on him. Don't know. They do need healing. They need healing real bad. But considering we started off the game with an Earthblood and then a Dwellers Below, I actually sincerely doubt Bretonia has enough Winds of Magic for a regrowth, so probably just an Earthblood here and there. Zotes get countercharged by Grail Knights. That is a good target for the Grail Knights, but it's also a good target for the Zotes. Both of them kind of like that. We have 2 archers in the back that are uncontested, but one of them is about to be as contested as fuck. He's about to have a real bad time. Go, Grail Knights, go! Bowman trying to claw this game back as Drycha and 10 million spears fight Lewin and the Battle Pilgrims. This is fine. It's a little blobbed up, but I understand wanting to have 1 spear fighting the Holy Wardens and the other one fighting Lewin. Drycha's here nearby too. A Dwellers could kill a lot of them, but again, Bretonia just uses Dwellers over here, so I extremely doubt they have it. And if they have it, they should be using that mana on healing their cavalry, so even if they Dwellers these 2 spear units, it's honestly probably still not worth it for them. Grail Knights are trying to kill the Glade Guard with Hagbane tips. A nice Pit of Shades is going to catch 2 units. I think that's a Battle Pilgrim and a Spearman at Arms. It is going to do a lot of friendly fire, though. That's the thing you have to be careful about with Pit of Shades. And neither of these Dryads are summons, because we saw it summon earlier. So that is going to be an unfortunate amount of friendly fire, but overall, probably still a fine cast of Pit of Shades. Grail Knights, if they do rout, these Glade Riders of Spears should be on top of them the entire time. Should not let them go. Should not let them rally at all. At all, ever. A Damsel of Life is charging into the back, trying to muck up the Glade Guard. Stop them from shooting. She's not actually going to kill anything, but she will stop them from shooting. And Bowman is just going to concede. The build is interesting. I don't know how that would have gone. I've lost all faith in Battle Pilgrims over time. So I didn't really love the build. But aside from that, I think the build could have worked against what he was facing. But that middle blob just happened. Yeah. And that sucks. It sucks when it happens, but it does. So, good job from his dudeness punishing it. The Zotes ended up being MVPs just for holding stuff in place, as these Spear Riders also ran in there and mucked things up. Dryads blitzed through 1 million peasants, and Eternal Guards of Spear stood around saying, hey, you need us or what? You need us or what? Lewin on his horse got 500 value even. Nice. Dwellers Below caster got 1,500 off of 1 Dwellers cast. Other than that, just healing was pretty nice. Battle Pilgrim, Spearmen at Arms, and Men at Arms struggled a bit, and Grail Knights also got deleted. We're going to game 3. We're going to game 3. All right. Those peasants for the first time in their lives are given a chance to shine. Zotes, tanks, man, but show what the lifetime of herding sheep does to a man. Since when are you so much better than peasants, human boy? I'm just saying that if you have the option, take a bunch of glorious, mustachioed, full health, well-fed knights on horseback. Maybe do that. I feel like Human Boy just ignores my messages, which admittedly are all basically trolling at this point. You just stand here until an arrow kills you, then you can move. But Jeremy, if the arrow kills him, you can't move. I saw a video about entities pushing units around and not hitting. I distinctly have this issue in single player against Footlords while he pushes them with his chariot. Yes. Footlords are really frustrating to kill right now, in general. Like, I've been taking Balthazar Gelt on foot in my Empire builds because he's way tankier on foot than he is on a horse. He's so much tankier on foot than on a horse. Where's the ROR Pilgrims when they are needed? I thought the ROR Pilgrims were in there somewhere, but I think they also got Pit of Shades. The Lady Blows. Needed Knights of the Realm? Yeah, traitor. I agree. Dryads trade up into any infantry. Probably, actually. I could see Foot Squires being bad. Why is Bowman still Bretonia? Why is his dudeness still Wood Elves? What's happening? Just spam Knights Errant, Be'lakor, Elite Knights, and Wood Elves is a bit scuffed. One or two Grail Knights is okay, but yeah. Generally, the Wood Elves are really good at sniping down something. So the more elite you make their target, the more damage they're going to do. I wonder what's going on. The map changed, but Bowman was trying to ready up on Bretonia. Which I am confused. Because, why, so you know why I'm confused. Right there. Alright, he says no. I think he was just readying up for fun. Because they had to change the map anyway. Empire into Lizardmen. Nice. His dudeness switched from Lizardman to Beastman, so I don't actually know what the final is yet. Okay. So Luciform did end up winning that best of 3, so I don't have to change the score. It is just going to register as 1-0, but the winner is correct, and I can figure some of that out later. This doesn't count for stats anyway. While these two build the builds, Luciform has prevailed over the Beast. Golden Floof has prevailed over, I'm sorry, I don't know how to read that, but 7235. Starukin did advance over Samarik. Samarik, friend of the channel. Icher advanced over Dankre. And Mr. Teufel has advanced over TX549. We are currently here with Bowman and his dudeness. The winner of which will go face Guided Douche. Guided Douche. Excuse me. Beep. Matchup discussion, Tourney opponent. Undergo. That is a lot. There's a guy looking for Skaven, Nurgle, and Beastman builds and strats. Throw him a sad face. Why am I being pinged? Who dares ping me? Okay. Yeah, I can help him after the stream. Easy clap. Were you guys just watching me type that? No, okay, you're sitting in this lobby. Nice. 1-1 here? Cool. Yeah, Mr. Teufel. And I did just message you, but if you're still listening to the stream, if you get your next opponent, just make a lobby and do your picks and bans and stuff, and we'll hop up to you. But it's nice to have one set ahead of time so that you don't start without us or something. I saw you went 2-0, Mr. Teufel. How'd it go? How did it go? Did TX549 seem promising? Or should I ban them from the server? It does look like our final matchup, by the way, is going to be Beastmen versus Empire. So we'll get that set up. And I like Bowman's build already. Undergo? Didn't expect you to take time on the stream to answer that. Yeah, no. I'll give you a more thorough answer in a bit, dude. For show. For show. The title end of Empire sounds a lot better than Dark Master. Maybe I just suck with Empire, though. I hate playing against rush factions with Empire. Yeah, I struggle in this matchup a little bit. I have a build I liked playing, but it's been struggling in Warhammer 3, so I don't actually know if it's good anymore. But I liked having 2 Great Cannons and 1 Hellblaster Volley Gun. And you have the Hellblaster Volley Gun in the middle. You have the Great Cannons way out to the flanks. And then you have Halberdiers and Spearmen with all 3. And then I would have Boris Todbringer and a Netcaster. That's not the point. The main point is Beastmen like to surround one point and gank the shit out of it. And I just spread out a bunch of artillery pieces to force the Beastman player to either spread out, which then Boris could go over to 1/3 of the army, chain route all of them with his various debuffs. He would just avoid Torox. Wherever Torox wasn't, Boris would go and crack a pocket of Beastmen and run them off the map. And then he would go and crack another pocket of Beastmen and run them off the map. And Torox couldn't be everywhere. Or if they did blob on one point where Torox was, and Boris couldn't dive in because Torox was standing there, the other 2 artillery pieces that aren't being mobbed would just turn and rain hellfire upon these beastmen all blobbing on one point. So it was a very fun build, and I enjoyed playing it a lot, but in Game 3 it has not been working at all. They've just been getting murdered. But it used to be kind of good. How should I report the score when my opponent leaves? Starkin says he needs to go. Just give yourself the win. As if you went 2-0. Jeremy? The douche guy, the douche. I don't know if I should watch that. I'll leave it for now. I dare ping you. Thanks, Phoenix King. The Deadwood is a map I definitely needed to have played before. Note to self, do not to play wide on extremely forested maps. True. True. Who is Zergish fighting? Because they said they advanced. I remember that surprising me. They beat Killer Lion? Really? They must be pretty good then. Killer Lion is not bad. Oh, they went 1-2. At least it was a close series, but still, fuck, man. Yankee Mosh Pit beat Grapto 1-2. It's good to see 1-2s. Personally, in a new player tournament, man, it just makes me so sad if I see like a 2-0 smash, because then I'm like, no, I hope it wasn't a bad experience. All right, we're getting into the game. Empire versus Beastmen. 3 American to Huntsman Fire, but played pretty well in the second game with Zinni and Sheena. Archaon is Bellacor's son. I wonder if any of my 8 archers in Warhammer 2. Range nerf for the reason that 3 artillery build worked in Warhammer 2, not 3. Yeah, probably. Or ultra funds. Ultra size, sorry. It's harder to snipe them. True. True, but the cannons aren't known for taking out large amounts of beastmen, so if you get more and more chaff, like, it'll kill even less percentage-wise. I don't know. I just know the build hasn't been working that well recently. It's still fun, it's just not very good. Alright, for Bowman, it is 1-1. Whoever wins this will win the whole series, so it's serious time, boys. Put your serious pants on. We have quadruple Pistolier, quadruple Empire Knight, Karl Franz. Oh, he switched from Boris. He used to have Boris last time I looked. With Galmaraz and Foe Seeker. I like Boris more here because he can heal himself, and he has, like... He has Blood Roar as well, like Franz does, but he also gets a bunch of bonuses from being near stuff with low leadership, and Beastmen are low leadership, so Boris is pretty great. Jade Wizards with Dweller's Blow and Regrowth to support Franz. That's fine. We have 4 Spearmen. We have a Hammer of the Witch's Cannon and 2 Huntsmen. Now, again, for any of you regular viewers out there who are used to regular tournaments, you might be like, man, that Empire army is awfully close to the white line. They are, but this isn't a normal tournament. As long as he's not literally corner camping this tournament, we're just letting it go. We're not caring about that. But yes, if you played more serious tournaments with the fruit rules, the 27 to 35 page document everybody memes on, yeah, this is too close to the white line because your opponent can't effectively flank you. Even though, like, the reason that rule is a thing is there's plenty of open space here that a unit could run around and get behind you, but this is artificially there's this barrier that just stops you from walking that way. And also, if a Beastman unit routes from attacking the Hammer of the Witches, it's going to disappear forever rather than rally right here and just walk back in. So that's why the white line rules exist, is because usually the white lines are placed in a stupid spot that there's no reason a unit that goes past it shouldn't be able to come back. But anyway, for this tournament, this deployment's totally fine. Beastman's side, we have 2 Harpies. Oh, please tell me there's not 2 more. Okay, thank God. 4 Harpies would be way too many. We have some Razor Gore herds, great little rush units with tons of armor-piercing triple Centaurs with throwing axes, including Groghoves of Wolf's Run, double Ungor Raider, a whole bunch of Ungor Spearmen, Ungor herds, a couple Centaurs. Do they have great weapons? No. No. We have a single Gorbel, Slaughter's Call, Blood Greed, and Deadly Onslaught. I don't think you could take off Blood Greed, but I think you could turn off Slaughter's Call if you wanted, but I don't see why you would. It's a pretty good ability. And a Great Bright Shaman of Wilds with just Traderkin. Traderkin got a little bit of nerfs, I think, for being mega overpowered to just being strong. Still good against cavalry. Don't want to cast on infantry, though. As someone who is just 2-0 smashed, it was pretty fun. Okay. Well, hopefully you had a good time, and hopefully we'll see more of you. Can you send you a pic in Discord? If you're talking to me, sure. If you're talking to Jeremy, I don't know. Anyone know who I can message if I'm having trouble finding an opponent? Looking for Luciform. Sent a few DM in Discord, no response. Luciform was in the Find Your Opponents. He fought the Beast, or Lord Beast. I forget which one he is in Discord. But yeah, in your Find Your Opponents, Luciform should be there. The greenskins are working, but don't got a faction to fall back on. Need to work on that. Killer Lion. I see. I see. Alright, while these two advance on each other, I am going to try to find that. Yeah, you pinged the right person, Golden Floof. I don't know. I'd give him about 5 more minutes. If he doesn't answer, then we'll deal with it. Or you could ask the Pack Masters or something. Pack Masters are around. Or Help It. Abominations, I guess. Anyway, focusing on this game. Do have a bit of kiting. The Hammer of the Witch's Great Cannon is either going to be focused on Centaurs with throwing axes or the Great Bright Shaman of Wilds. It shouldn't be shooting at infantry because cannons don't really do that well versus infantry, as we were just talking about, ironically. Yeah. We got a Traderkin, but it only hit 1 Pistolier. Shame it didn't hit 2. Was it overcasted? No. Okay, that's less of a loss. If it was overcasted and only hit 1, that would be a huge waste of mana. Harpies are flying over Pistoliers. They're going to take a good amount of damage for that, and they really need to have a goal in mind, because just walking over here to get shot at is going to be a bit unfortunate. The Beastmen advance. They have way more infantry, and a lot more to support it. So I think they will do very well once they get in here. Also, a problem with the Empire's corner deployment is going to be if they get routed in any sense, they're also running straight off the map, just like we talked about earlier. Harpies are coming in. One of them's going to attack the Huntsman on the advance so they don't get a bunch of free shots off. This is fine. The other one looks like it's going to try to shut down the Hammer of the Witches. These Harpies are dead. They're 100% dead. It's just a sacrifice, but it will save us a little bit of damage on the advance. I would love for an Overcast Traderkin to hit these 3 cav units, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the way we're doing this. Centaurs are throwing axes have taken a ton of punishment from Huntsmen and the Hammer of the Witches. They are not having a good time whatsoever. Meanwhile, Centaurs are running into the backfield, might get the Pistoliers. Pretty good unit spread on his dudeness, honestly. Not a ton of blobbing up. Up here is a little bit of an issue, but overall his advance is very spread out, so that's nice. That's a good play. Gorbel's going to get bodied by Karl Franz, but let's see what he can do in the meantime. Harpies in the back are still getting killed by Empire Knights. We do have Centaurs chasing Pistoliers into a corner, so they will soon get routed. Empire lines are holding strong, though, and that's pretty bad for the Beastmen. They have some Razor Gores that need to get a little more active in the fight at this moment, and their infantry have to spread out through the back line and really harass a whole bunch of ranged units at once. Rather than grouping up, the Destroyers of the Drakwold are going to escape from the Dwellers below. They take a bit of the damage over time, but these two Ungor units are going to get caught up in it right here. Harpies are failing to kill the cannon. And Centaurs are now going to have to fight Empire Knights, which is not going to go very well for them at all, but they do have some throwing axe support, so maybe they'll be okay. Razor Gores are running around the flank. We do have a lot of Empire troops breaking, but also Beastmen troops are breaking. Now, thankfully for the Beastmen, they're breaking back into the map, while the Empire troops are breaking off of the map, so it's a little more permanent. You can see the balance of power. Ooh, and the damage value is going really heavily into Bowman's favor. We do have another Traitorkin, this time cast on Empire Knights and Karl Franz, which is not going super well. His dudeness's caster is currently in front of some cannons that want to have a word with him. Both Huntsman units are shut down and almost done. Pistoliers actually are running pretty much free, and Franz is coming straight after the caster with regrowth on him. Meanwhile, a bunch of Ungor Raiders are being mucked up by a Jade Wizard, who's not doing that much damage, but he is stopping them from shooting. And oof-ba-boof, I think the Beastmen are in for a tough run. Nice flank charge from these Razor Gores will shut down the Hammer of Witches in pretty good time. If you frontal charge with cavalry and stuff, they'll usually attack the cannon models, or if you rear charge, they'll attack the crews, so rear charging is usually better. A lot of good elements to his dudeness's play. I think some of the infantry just blobbed up a little bit too much. We saw Dwellers Below really punish them for that. And I think Torox is just too good to pass up. The Caster Lord is fine and cheap if you go wide, but Torox is such a nuisance for the Empire to deal with in general that not having him is pretty brutal. Beastmen will succeed in shutting down all the ranged assets of the enemy, but it came at such a cost that they are dwindling on army losses. Their Lord is running. They have 2 healthy archers, and that's really it for the rest of their army. He is catching up a bit in damage value, but he was just so far behind from that walk-up. The Pistoliers, the cannons, all did really, really well. Centaurs are throwing axes, trying to punish Karl Franz a little bit, but there's just not enough of them left, and they're currently kind of mucked up in their own archers. Yeah, it's brutal. You doing another one tonight, NA time? Tomorrow, NA time. Will. Mr. Teufel, it's tomorrow. Killer Lion? Hey, man. At least your greenskins are working out. Did you win your greenskin game? Good, sir. Because that's good. If you have a faction that you can win on, and then you build out your roster, that's pretty nice. I'll say it can get depressing if you have this faction you feel like you're really good on, and you just constantly lose anyway. And then it's like, well, if I can't win on my best faction, what's the point? But if you are winning on your best faction, then hell yeah, dude. Look, Discord? No. All right. That was a solid Empire win. That was a really nice Empire build. I didn't love the Franz pick, but it proved quite sufficient. Empire Knights did very well at sweeping through stuff. Huntsmen were fine. Pistoliers did better than I honestly would have thought. And Spearmen all died horrifically, but that is their lot in life. As for the Beastman build, we talked about it a little bit. Torox is a crazy, crazy single-entity combatant. That is one of the Empire's weaknesses. They aren't very good at stopping single-entity combatants from doing whatever they want to do. So I really think his dudeness should bring Torox next time and take a random caster. Lord, the Traitorkins also didn't quite hit any of the blobs. Like, they were usually cast just before a blob formed, which, I mean, you need to be psychic to know that that's coming, but maybe don't throw Traitorkins on random targets. Like, just wait for some form of cav blob to occur, and then you can really punish that. Other than that, the build was pretty fine. Pretty fine, yeah. I just think, like, Gorbel is so much worse than Torox, but he's trying to serve the same function that it's just not going to work out. I'm not usually a fan of Harpies, but I think they were used correctly here. They're just so expensive for what they have to do. They're like 550 or 600 gold. And I don't know. That one, you could take it or leave it. I would personally cut them, but I know good Beastman players that do take him, so it's not like objectively the wrong choice. I just don't love those, personally. Well played to his dudeness. Well played to Bowman. And Bowman did take a game off Void Laws in a best of 3. So clearly he's the best player alive, and his dudeness, nothing you can do, man. Sometimes you just get the best player that's ever existed. Yeah, I did. You've been winning recently? Hell yeah, Killer Lion. Keep it up, dude. Tutor Bread is a hard matchup for all the elves. Maybe in Wrath, if the only Soul Stealer to punish blobs or Spirit Leech spam. Yes. I thought the Empire was getting annihilated there. I'm confused. They lost the Empire. The Beastmen had a bunch of absolute garbage left, and the Empire had a couple of really good units left. So they got army lost there, or murdered, or whatever you want to say. But yeah, like the Beastmen had some large looking units that were good, but they cost 300 gold and can't kill anything. Going wide taxes micro for scrubs like me. I feel like a strong SEM lord is just better in that context. Yeah. Yeah. Warriors of Chaos are actually pretty strong for that exact reason. Does Teufel have a game ready for me, or can I do a thing? Hold on. Teufel doesn't have an opponent yet, so give me a second. So if your micro is suffering, there are a couple factions that can be good for you. Vampire Counts is a weird one because they are a hard faction in general to play, but they get the concept across that their lord has to do 99% of the work, and then they'll win the game, and the rest of their units are just kind of moping around. But they are a hard faction, so I won't say that they're a good starting thing. Warriors of Chaos is really strong right now in the meta, and part of that reason is, as Kiara can attest, like Be'lakor is super strong, but he's also kind of a one-man army. So, I mean, hold on, that's not a good build for him, but whatever. You have his items and abilities. He's 3,000-ish gold. That's a quarter of your army. But that also means he does a lot of work. He's great. And then you get some basic marauders, some shit, some garbage, whatever. And, like, you chuck it at the enemy lines, and you mostly spend a lot of your time microing Be'lakor around, try to get him to carry the game for you. That's pretty nice, because you can see this army's going to end up being small. Like, memes aside, your army's going to end up being not 20 units most of the time if you're taking Be'lakor. And if you don't take Be'lakor, you'll usually end up with, I don't know. Festus got nerfed, but my point remains that, like, Festus double exalted is pretty key. And again, that's going to be a third of your army funds, so you'll be microing them a lot, but it's 3 units, and the rest of your build will be pretty small. Or you have Siggy and a caster. Still pretty expensive. So Warriors of Chaos is a nice starter faction. They're also very strong right now. So they're strong, relatively lord-focused, which can focus your micro. Norska is also kind of an easy start at the moment. Their lords are fine. But a lot of their good units, just after their buffs, just kind of win. I know that sounds weird, but like they just kind of win, so you can throw your front line at the enemy front line, and it's going to be a while before you really need to do anything with them, but you can just kind of count on them to win. And you can focus most of your micro on your skin wolves. Your skin wolves and your dogs. You play most of your game controlling them. Hold on, I'll cut this guy and get like another one of these or something. So you would spend most of your micro on these 5 units. You chuck your infantry at the other front line. Your lord just needs to join the infantry fight at some point and not die. So there are a couple factions that are easier on micro. Skaven are bad for micro. They're a good faction right now, but as you saw with his dudeness, like he was playing really well, but he forgot a couple of units that routed and he lost the game off of that. That's gonna happen all the time. These guys route all fucking day. Same with Greenskins. Kind of same with Brett. So I'd say good starter factions if you're looking to start are Norska, Warriors of Chaos, Dwarves. I know people hate talking about Dwarves, but they do have high leadership, high armor, and their builds are pretty small, so they're decently easy to micro. Lizardmen are also quite a good starter race. Their roster is huge, so they can be daunting, but a lot of their units are high leadership, and a lot of their monsters are extremely high armor. So a game's going to go a little bit slower with Lizardmen. You have time to do stuff. Tomb Kings are good starter, honestly. The roster's small. They're undead, so they don't route. Those would be the starting factions I would recommend. If you're starting out, you should always pick a faction that you find interesting and fun. Definitely do that. But if you don't give a shit, Beastmen are a terrible starting faction because they're low leadership and low armor, means they can get punished if you forget about them for even like a second. Any of the elves are difficult because they're expensive and low armor. So if you forget about anything for a second, you lose. Greenskins and Skaven are low leadership, so you're going to have to rally a bunch of shit. Those would be my avoids for sure. But anything with high leadership, high armor, or undead / demonic, because demonic stuff crumbles, but it doesn't route. Those are all good starting points. All the demons are pretty good except for Khorne right now. Khorne sucks balls, but all the other demons are fine in land battles. Khorne sucks balls. Don't use him. This is not a meme. He actually sucks. He's terrible. He's so bad. So yeah, don't use Khorne. What up, Corbin? How you doing, dude? We're just waiting on our next game. Mr. Teufel is having a bit of a... He's having a bit of a snooze. His opponent has not appeared. Let me do some investigating. So here we are. We were going to watch Mr. Teufel versus whoever. Okay. We're going to go watch Bowman and Guy Ledouche. We just saw Bowman. I know, I wanted to find somebody different, but a lot of these games have already started. And I don't know where this is, but it's taking longer than I thought, and the stream has to go somewhere. So we're just going to rejoin Bowman versus a Guy Ledouche. I think I might also have to message Guy for that. Alright, we're in. Blocker. Got him. And Bowman's in the same spot. Nice. I don't have to change that name. I can just change his dudeness to Turbo Fisto. We love Guy Ledouche's names here. Though he doesn't have a picture, which kind of sucks. Bowman. It's not 1-1. It is 0. 0. What else is the best starter race? Because I said so. Send tweet. Hell yeah. It, like, that is 100%. Like, you might be joking. What else is the best? Send tweet. But it is way better to play a hard race you give a shit about than to play a boring race that is easy that you don't give a single shit about. 100%, dude. I played Skaven over and over again. I lost a ton of games. But I just wanted to play Skaven, so I did. And I'm still in the tournament scene because I didn't get bored. Now I play most factions for fun, but I definitely just started out as a Skaven one trick, and it's like, yes, I won my first game with Skaven. Fuck, how do I win either of the other games? I'm so bad at every other faction. So I lost a lot of tournaments, but you know, it was fun. It was fun. Skaven are the superior beastmen, I agree. Archaon, they ever chosen how to join? There's one tomorrow at a more North American friendly time / Australian friendly time. You can join that, or I try to host these once a week, once every other week. They're posted on Total Tavern. I've been asked this a lot of times, so if you've been here with the stream the whole time, you're getting this again. But if you go to Total Tavern, Turn's website, or on my Discord, I also post these things. But you can go into anything thing you want to join, hit the sign up for tournament button, which you have to be signed in. But if you're signed in, hit the sign up for tournament button, and you'll appear in this list of lovely players. And if you're in my Discord, I'm not there. I always post everything in my tournaments tab. So keep an eye on the tournaments tab. If you're in Turin's thing, keep an eye on the upcoming tournaments tab. Or just check total tab on every once in a while. Stuff's posted here. Even when I host on Challenge, I'll post like a thing here so people know it's happening. Even though this one occurs on Challenge. But we host like 4 tournaments a week doing various fun things. Keep an eye out. And if something isn't your speed, don't sign up. Well, we're doing lots of different things, so don't feel like you have to sign up. You're like, oh god, I want to play in one of Human Boy's tournaments, but this one sucks ass. All right, hopefully the next one won't, bro. I'm thinking. Ooh, I actually have a poll. I have a poll, and I really want your answer on this. Hold on, this isn't a meme. I know everything I do is a meme, but this isn't a meme. Dumb game 1, land battle game 2, dumb game 3. Good idea. All right, this is a real poll. I actually want your thoughts because I'm thinking about hosting this tournament next week. The tournament I just put in a poll, and I want your thoughts on whether that's a good or a bad idea. I'll pretty much find any reason to bring Archaon. Archaon's very fun. Who the hell is saying Norsk is easy? I'm saying Norsk is easy to learn, Trader. They're easy to learn. The roster isn't huge. They usually win the frontline fight after their buffs. And then you can focus a lot of your micro on the side things. They're easy to learn. I saw fastest double grinder build that was sick. Yeah, if that was on Turin's thing. That's been nerfed since then, but also archers. Just archers. Almost any build you bring, unless it is physically impossible, you need some form of ranged asset to punish blobs. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time with blobs. Like, I don't know. Even dude, I mentioned it in the video I released today about Beastmen, but if you have 2 Ungor Raiders in every single build, you'll never be punished by a blob again, because you can just sit there and shoot it, and you'll get crazy value. I've seen basic archers get 2,000 value on the Kislev Bear blob. Shagus and Prayton. Stephen White, if you're still here, you said the Beastmen need Shagus and Prayton. Do they have Shagus? Like, is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. I know they're on Chaos, but I don't actually know the Beastmen lore that. Prayton I've heard a lot about. I think they'd be fun. Preferred playstyle. Teufel, that's a fair argument. Greenskins are definitely the best starter. I would argue they're very difficult. I found Greenskins super hard to learn, personally. High Elves wasn't easier. I was saying the elves were not very easy. Hi, Human Boy. GG's to Bayman. Bowman? Yes. Hi, his dudeness. Alright. How do people know you're going to bring Skaven? I don't know. I think my name might have given it away. Or the Queek picture. Who's fighting Kite? Weird. Okay. Sorry. Somebody's asking me a rules thingy. Third game still ongoing for your opponent. Do you know who I miss? Mr. Doodles? Everybody misses Mr. Doodles. Mr. Doodles was a hero. I voted no because Dom bad. Make the third grade random between the two? You could. Yeah, I was just getting the point across in a YouTube poll. Siege for the third? Could be fun. Why no one plays Loki or he seems okay? He is okay. Malice and Malekith are just really strong, though. Which factions are easy to learn, then? I did just go through that if you want to rewind the battle a little bit. The YouTube video a little bit. Or there's plenty of people in chat who are willing to shout easy factions at you. A lot of people hate dwarves, but dwarves are easy to learn. Yeah. Okay. This kit day person seems pretty chill, so that's fine. They're fine. They're vibing. Third battle is a siege. I could probably do that. But who would be attacker and who would be defender? Why did CA swap the Noble's Chariot from a Lion Chariot to an Ithamar one? No idea. Dowies are trapped. You'll get accustomed to everlasting infantry and view all the other factions as weak. True. Okay, I need to cast this really quick because we're about to get some shit. Guy Ledouche is vanguarding with some of his skirmish cav. And Bowman is also vanguarding with some of his skirmish cav. But Marauder Horsemasters are much better melee combat than Pistoliers and Outriders and Grenade Launchers. So that's going to be horrible for the Empire. Horrible, horrible, horrible. I actually have a video recorded and scheduled, but it hasn't come out yet, about kiting factions. And it will tell you why this is a bad idea. So, Bowman's going to start off with a big advantage in this game. Other than that, he has Marauder Chariots. He has a whole bunch of Marauders and Marauder Champions in the trees. No, these are all just Marauders. Yep, there's Marauder Champions. In the trees, Wolfric on a Mammoth, and we have a Premier Balefiend of Shadows. He's going to advance through the forest and come out on the other side. Skirmish game has started. One unit of Pistoliers is dead, and honestly, nice job from Guy Ledouche to not lose more on that trade. Losing one Pistolier is the best case scenario you could get there. For the rest of Guy Ledouche / Turbo Festo's build, he does have a Jade Wizard on a Pegasus. Norska has an extremely limited Air Force, so you could put a Wizard on a Pegasus and rely on Karl Franz to cover him, and then you're fine. So this is nice that he can't... His Lord, is much harder to snipe now that he's up in the air. Because Norska's only Air Force is, Manticores. I think it's literally just Manticores, and Franz can 2v1 it. Jade Wizard trying to fight Marauder Chariots is a little bold, especially with that many skirmish cav nearby, but I got to cover the rest of the build. We have the Royal Altdorf Gryphites in the trees. Norska also has Armored Skinwolves and the Beasts of Tashnar dogs in the vanguard. Guy Ledouche also has a Hellblaster volley gun to try and force his opponent into him. Outriders, Grenade Launchers, we talked about them. Empire Knights, Halberdiers, and Spearmen with Sigmar's Sons. A very small Empire build, but the Chariots have now stopped the little caster that could from running away. Bowman's lining up his boys. He's gonna chuck at him. But we have a Dwellers Below cast, and he starts to run away. He will dodge the Dwellers Below for the most part, but that does allow the Jade Wizard to survive, so definitely a worthwhile cast. Franz might want to dive down here and just fuck up this Chariot and get it off of his caster, because his caster is never gonna get in the air with the way this is going. Beastmen. Norska have a nice flank setup. There's not a lot of Empire infantry to defend this cannon, so I very highly doubt they could stop all this stuff from getting in here. But there's a good amount of cav. Also, it looks like Bowman's micros out here. Cannons are doing excellent work to Marauder Horsemasters. Cannons in general don't kill infantry, but they do kill single entities, chariots, and cavalry quite well, as you can see. So cannons paying for itself in spades right now. Empire Knights get rear charged by dogs they didn't even know were in the trees at all. But now the collapse is coming in, and I wonder if the Royal Altdorf Gryphites turn around, because they're unspotted. They don't even know the Royal Altdorf Gryphites are here. The Royal Altdorf Gryphites, with their anti-large, with their armor piercing, and with their terror causing, the Maws of Savagery might get torn apart. So that could be a good way for Empire to even up some of the losses in this game. That being said, damage value is about 2 to 1 this early on. That is easy to recover, and chariots are coming in now, but we're gonna need some cavalry to stop it, and this is too much cavalry committing to the back line. I really like all 3 of these units getting a nice full surround. That is good, but this last cav unit needs to come back and stop the chariots. Franz is also being used for that purpose, so that is fine. Pistoliers getting into a fight with Marauder Horsemasters. They don't want it at all. They just want to run away, and spearmen are coming over to help. While all this is going on, Norska has emerged from the trees, unharassed and uncontested. Quick Pit of Shades is going to hit some halberdiers and these Demigryph Knights. It's also hitting the Skinwolves, but I think he just accepted, Bowman accepted that these units got surrounded, they were going to die, might as well get a Pit of Shades on their death. Marauder Chariot gets karate chopped by Franz down, and the Hellblaster Volley Gun needs to get back on its mount and needs to start shooting at Wulfric, most likely. Marauder Horsemasters commit pretty hard. They get another Pistolier unit, but they also are going to tear it off, and they still haven't gotten this grenade launcher. Now, Big Daddy Wulfric is here. Grenade launcher cav are running towards him. They do have attack orders onto him. They can do okay damage against him just because he's so gigantic, but Marauder champions are probably going to be the real target. Franz is also charging in for a duel. Royal Aldorf Gryphites are trying to finish off the mobs of savagery before they themselves break, but it looks like they might have a tough time doing that. Yes, they do indeed rout when surrounded by Marauders on all sides. Franz and the Sigmar's sons are here. They are fighting. Hellblaster Volley Gun. I don't know who it's going to shoot, but probably the big giant mammoth like 2 feet from it. Terror out for the Marauders near Franz, even though he's like 65 miles away. Okay, Marauder Horsemasters are coming back from Bowman. He does own the back line quite convincingly, and I bet he's going to dive into melee onto this Hellblaster Volley Gun. A little bit too much clumping from him. I would like to see some of his cav move independently rather than, it feels like all of his cav get selected and charged at things. So a little note there. Wulfric's having a bad fucking day. He is not enjoying this at all. Franz is getting healing, and he's like, quick, Famir caster, heal me. And Famir's like, what? We don't have that lore at all, dude. So Wulfric's currently getting bodied by Franz, and I think a bit of the Hellblaster Volley Gun was also teeing off onto him. But he's not having a good day whatsoever. The Skirmish Cav is still doing all right. Empire Knights have to take care of him. And the Norska infantry is pushing through on all sides. But man, Wulfric's getting beat up. Oh, the poor boy. Somebody, look what they're doing to my son. Look what they're doing to my poor son. Demigryph Knights with halberds are back. They charge into some Marauders. Even into Marauders, they'll do okay, but I think they're still going to lose that. A quick Pit of Shades cast onto the Hellblaster Volley Gun probably isn't worth the Winds of Magic, but it'll take it out, I guess. Franz is going to chase off Wulfric and kill him for sure. Norska's down on the balance of power, up on the damage value just slightly, but it is evening out largely. If Bowman can protect his Skirmish Cav and actually use them as Skirmish Cav, or I guess taking a melee fight against other Skirmish Cav is fine, you'll win that, but they need to stop running into Empire Knights in melee combat. Mobs of Savagery will heal up a bit, but Norska has lost their lord, their beloved liege lord. The Empire have no infantry left, which is actually a pretty big win for Norska. Pretty big win. Empire Knights can cycle charge a lot, which is if these Skirmish Cav were more alive, they could do better. But the Empire Skirmish Cav, it was a large portion of their infantry killing tools, especially these grenade launchers, and they've taken a real beating. So I wonder how much they can really do here. Franz is trying to snipe out the last caster. The Armored Skinwolves need to come in now. They're not that healthy. This could be dangerous, but they need to do something. They need this caster to live, and they are piling in now, so that is a plenty good play from Bowman. Last-ditch effort really needs to trap in Franz here and kick his ass. Famir Balefiend is taking a ton of damage, but it is armor sundering Franz down to only 70, meaning these Marauders and Skinwolves are actually doing a good amount of damage onto him. But can the Famir hold? Man, he's trying his best. We have some Skirmish Cav back here with a little bit of ammunition. They could even run in here and throw at Franz if they want to, but Franz has to fuck off, and then Famir Caster lives another day. Empire is rallying some of their last knightly units. If you have another Pit of Shades, it should probably take out this full health Empire Knight, and then you might have a pretty decent shot in this game. Because without this full health Empire Knight to cycle charge stuff, Franz is going to have to try to stay in melee combat, and he really doesn't want to do that. You can see how poorly it is going for him when he lands next to these guys. And a Pit of Shades is coming down on the Empire Knights just like we wanted. They try to push through the Marauders. Still a couple of them are going to get caught up. That will be good damage, but I really did like that pushing through there from Turbo Fisto. It was a very nice attempt. Franz probably still has to try and snipe out the Famir Balefiend of Shadows, even though every time he does that, the Mobs of Chivalry jump on his ass. He just needs to do something. A nice Melkots will slow down the Outriders' grenade launchers. Really good play, letting Marauder Horsemasters catch up to them. And while Franz is probably going to dive onto them with a weird janky animation, they still have routed these grenade launchers yet again, and they've taken so much damage they might not come back at all. Empire Knights took a good amount, and Norska is back in it, baby. The bump and grind is on, and they are fully jacked out of their minds with their rage. The rages, it looks like max tiers. They all have 10% physical resist. The whole Norscan army, besides I think the Skinwolves. Skinwolves plus Skirmish Cav are all going to fight Franz, who's almost heal capped, so he can't get much more than that. And this guy doesn't have enfeebling foes. It's not like he can nerf Franz any, but Franz is pretty much the entire balance of power for the Empire. And Empire is up on the balance of power, true, but like, they got nothing. Nothing else. It's just whether the Norscan infantry can tear him down, and tear him down they can! Oh my god! He is not having a good time at all. He tries to snipe out the Familiar Balefiend. He could try to fight the Mirage of Savagery, but they have immune to psychology as long as they have Frenzy up, I think. Or do they just have natural immune to psychology? If they have a natural immune to psychology, the Empire's fucked. Because the only way Franz can do this is if he routes off everything. If this guy has Dwellers Below saved in the back pocket, now that he's done healing up Franz, maybe he could just hit this blob. And a nice rear charge here from Turbo Fisto causes a mass rout. Mass rout from Norska, and that could be the end of the game. And there we go, the Models of Savagery are actually going to tear outs. Their ITP was entirely from their Frenzy. Franz is the last man standing. These beleaguered, haggard, destroyed Empire Knights held on by the Reichland Runefang and like 5 Sigmar Sons. Jesus Christ. Alright, 5 Sigmar Sons. Norska is down on the balance of power. We have a full health Marauder champion just chilling in the woods over here. They do need to get activated from Bayamond. They can probably fight these Empire Knights okay. Maws of Savagery, if they can rally one more time, Norska could have a shot in this game. Balance power is very far against them, but I think that's a little overzealous. For Mirror Balefiend, I doubt he's going to rally. Negative 39 is a lot of leadership to overcome. Marauder Champions are still fighting. Empire Knights still fighting. Sigmar Sons still fighting with 5 out of 5 models still from when we last checked on them. Can some of you guys like die? Is that a thing? Nope, Franz is going to rear charge? Okay, that seems fine. Norska is rallying. They're trying to get near their brethren who are routing to bring them back to the fight. Understandable in most situations. Marauder Champions are getting rear charged, but they also are trying to fight Franz. Any attrition is good attrition at this point, and the Sigmar Sons are still at 5 out of 5! Unkillable, unstoppable Sigmar's fucking Sons. Alright, Franz is trying to pull out of these Marauder Champions at the moment. These Empire Knights are also doing so. Norska has brought back a collaboration of extremely wounded individuals. It's like the League of Extraordinary Men, but not so extraordinary, not such men. A lot of them are horses, and a lot of them are overrated dogs. Sigmar Sons down to 3, down to 2. They're fighting Marauder Champions, so that's the end of that. Empire groups up for a quick heal. I imagine we have an Earthblood coming out. Don't know why Franz is grouping up. He has nothing left to do. The tournament rules allow for multiple warp grinders. Yes, we're just doing unit caps right now. We're just doing unit caps for this tournament to make it a little easier on people to give it a shot. In traditional fruit rules, I don't know. You would have to check their unit caps, but I also honestly think warp grinders are probably cap 2. There, I think. Okay. Somebody was asking me about a game thing. We got to figure it out. Empire's chasing off the last of the Norskins. Now, what the Norskins could do is try and recover some vigor, or they could chase down the Spearmen, because the Spearmen can't outrun the rest of them. But they are trying to stay tight. They're trying to stay together, so Franz can't just run wherever he wants and do whatever he wants. The Maws of Savagery are regenerating this whole time. They are happy, and Franz is diving in. Maws of Savagery, go, go, go! Go, kick his ass, go! Everybody pile onto the Franz, kill him! Just get him, just kill him! Don't you dare tear her out again. Don't you dare tear her out again, you pieces of garbage! And with that, army losses is probably going to hit, because these terror-outing Maws of Savagery are stupid, dumb pieces of garbage. Cav try to charge in, but they also immediately tear out, and Norska's low leadership punished for the Lord Snipe. But it was a good game. Or is it over? Balls of Savagery, get back in there. They can't tear out for a little bit longer. Tear outs only happen every once in a while. Franz has lost about 1,000 HP fighting his Marauder Champions, and the Skinwolves are barreling in, but Franz does escape. They're fighting some Spearmen. They just need to keep the balance of power at bay. The balance of power is their worst enemy. But I don't think they can, as Maws of Savagery are about to get rear charged by Karl Franz. That'll probably break them for real this time. They need to take the fight. Now they rout! And that'll be it for Bowman, and Turbo Fisto will take game 1. Okay. Sorry, I was just checking to make sure everything with the tournament's going okay on the other screen. 3,700 on the Franzinator, the solo carry. Altdorf Griphites got big murdered, 800 damage value on them, but they cost like 1600. Hellblaster Volleygun also got shut down pretty quickly. Jade Wizard did a lot of nice supportive things. Empire Knights both did what they needed to. Grenade launchers almost exactly paid for themselves. Sigmar's Sons, Halberdiers, and Spearmen did fine. Pistoliers got mostly murked, but it was the Franz-Nation show. Wolfric got 1600 value on his brief life on this earth. Pit of Shades caster, 2300 value from fighting Franz. The Armored Skin Wolves, 2000 flat. Beast of Tashnar got largely murdered. Our one Marauder champion got about 700 value. Basic Marauders did just fine. And Marauder Horsemen, Horse Masters, overall did very well. And the one Chariot got ganked. That was about as close as you're going to get. That was about as close of a game as you're going to get. Working as IDP at least, yeah. All right, I got to update the thing. So, before they changed factions, the Empire ones, that was Turbo Fisto. G fucking G, boys. G fucking G. Oh, I closed the tournament bracket, but now I can't do the tournament bracket stuff. Total Tavern. Mr. Teufel has an opponent, but who is it? Let's find out. Let's find out, boys and girls. It's Cyrax. He beat Chaz? Huh. Chaz, if you're in the chat, how'd that go? I heard it was a pretty long series. But you are no easy person to beat, so I am actually shocked. Okay, I gotta catch up on chat. How we doing? Do you want us to wait with our game and swap lobbies? No, you're fine. Dwarves are a trap, you learn dwarves. The siege was a meme? Oh, I see. Siege journeys only work when it's a time-based rush where you swap sides. Yes. IDK high-risk move to mass hide units, good idea, but I always fail to unite the contingents at the right time. Norsk has a Frostworm, you trash caster. They don't have the Frostworm. They don't. They don't have anything. Came through chest with a 2-minute clock. Oof. Ambush and ambush. Weird he didn't place artillery on the far side away from the forest. Yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake. I think he wanted to be near his Demigryph Knights with halberds, but still. Poor Wolfric Mammoth, too clunky. One Dom, one land battle, Swiss format with point counting. That would be a lot. That would be a lot to track. If that was Throg, hits would have ended about... This would have ended about 3 minutes ago in a Norska victory. I do like Throg a lot more than Wolfric, personally. It's Izzy trying to get people to like the stream. That's never going to happen. Triple Warp Grinder, Anti-Blob Escaping versus Vampire Counts is easy. I don't know. You'd have to check the fruit rules for in general, and for this tournament, we are just doing unit caps. So that's what we're doing here. Is unit caps perfectly balanced? No, it's not that different from fruit rules. Fruit rules has some slight differences, but unit caps is easier for newer players, and we're just trying to get some people to try land battles. So that is what it is. Mods don't have ITP. Mega cringe. Werekin has ITP. It's still trash, but trash with ITP. I feel like if Norska could have crashed together rather than piecemeal, they could have won it pretty easily. I mean, yeah. Yeah. But pulling off and timing a rush perfectly is quite difficult. So 2000 is pretty good for units that lost 50% models really early on. Yes. Was sweating buckets through the whole game, Guy Ladouche, but you won it! It was fun. I made a big mistake in the Tomb Kings versus VC match that cost me it. Lord was too far ahead of supports, got ganked by Blood Knight. Oof. By Blood Knight Lord, sorry. The really long game that dragged on was game versus Norska match. Snitch just carried and fused to die to Norska skirmish cav build. Oh, I'm sorry, Chaz. Do an interview with Ickett when he gets killed. Take that, Ickett. Bowman has switched to Beastman. Don't know if that's his final pick or just one of his pick 3, and he's switching because he's bored. And Turbo Fisto switches to Bretonnia. We might have Beastman Bretonnia, which is pretty bad for Bretonia, though maybe Traderkin isn't as oppressive as it was in game 2, so maybe it's a little more playable. But in general, this used after the Hunter and the Beast. No, it's not that one. Silence and the Fury. After the Torox DLC, this got real tough for Bretonia. This got real tough. Chasing Rainbows is fighting Spartan. Mr. Teufel is fighting Cyrex. Okay. Just checking on some games so we have something to go to after this one. Find matches, turn the opponent. Cool. It's bad for Brett's. I made a big oopsie. Well, you're 1-0 in the series, so you can afford to make a big oopsie. Also, change the map, guy. Change the map, sir. Cheater. Trying to stay on Tower of Hoth and benefit yourself by hiding knights in the trees versus beastmen. Wait. Wait. That's not how that works. Good, Chaz. I'm glad you had fun. Sorry you didn't win, but I'm glad you had fun. I like a Deathcaster here, not Traderkin now. Bastigors. Rusty, you're a wild child. Hazel, are you sleepy? Yes, you are. You're a sleepy little paparino. 45 votes. Looks like people are interested. Which, if the people watching a land battle stream, say 56% of you say that a Master of Warhammer 3, the mixed game mode tournament is a good idea. And then I imagine that could be fun. So I might do that. What up, Cyrus? How you doing? It's all learning experience. Gotta take some losses to get better. Yup. I lost a lot of games. A lot of games when I entered the tournament scene, man. A lot. We have 27 people signed up for the next one tomorrow night. Tomorrow. Shit. Hold on. 5 hours from now, but tomorrow, there is another tournament exactly like this. So if you're in that time zone, if you're at work right now and listening to this and thinking, man, if only it was later at night, tomorrow we do have a tournament like that. Feel free to join, even if you were in this one. They're not exclusive. I just host them at multiple times so multiple regions can try and play. Because I know sometimes the European-centric time zone does not work for everybody, and yeah. Now, you might say, well, Humbo, you only host in the European-centric time zone and the North American-centric time zone. Yeah, but I'm in North America, so it's really hard for me to wake up at like 3 a.m. and do an Australia-centric time zone. We're doing our best. Someone else is going to have to pick up the slack on that end. Alright, we do have Beastman Bretonia, it's official. Bretonia build's almost finished. The Beastman build has about 1,000 gold left to go. So we are getting close to entering the game. Just check standard tournament rules. All armies are capped at 1 unit with an AoE HP drain. RIP Warp Grinder spam. Work too much, brain is mush. I'm sorry your brain is mush, Cyrus. Because it's not a constant effect, right? Yeah, I don't think so. So if you go to the fruit rules, the traditional fruit rules, I think Warp Grinder is limit 2, which would then tell me you can take 2 of them. Otherwise, that's an oversight on the rules committee and not your fault. I do not like the red text they used for this. I know it's in the theme of their Jujube or whatever they picked, but it's really hard to read in my opinion. Skaven, Warp Grinders are limit 2. Yeah, you can see here. So if it tells you can take 2 Warp Grinders, I would assume that you are not limited to 1. Otherwise, that's their fault, and you were just reading the rules. Yeah, well. Now would be a good time to insert an ad. Fuck you. Don't tell me what to do. I will never insert an ad. Never! For anybody who has ad blocker, I just went silent for a little bit. But for the rest of you plebs, get wrecked. Get wrecked! I got you. Oh, God. I need to do that more for the monetization of the channel, but I honestly forget most of the time. This is going to be genius. You're going to get stomped. Oh, Guy Ladouche, the last time you said that did not go well. I have the stream on for background noise. How's it going so far with the tourney? Pretty good. Pretty good. We've had some pretty good games. Slightly slower build times than I think anybody would like, but I would like to blame it on the new players. We've said this before. I'd like to be like, new players just don't know the builds, so they take longer to build. The longest build times I've ever been in is even star lobbies. Even star is famously slow at building. So I can't even blame new players. Just some people build slow, some people build fast. Don't Green Knight, Lady, Gotrek, and Felix count as 4 rare single entities? The game limits you to 2 heroes, so yeah, you couldn't have the Green Knight and Gotrek and Felix. That one's not even a Fruit Rules thing. But Gotrek is a single entity. He's not a rare single entity. Rare single entities are like Giants and Hell Pit Abominations. Single entities are like Gotrek or a horse character. Double Warp Grinder and Mortis Bell, Lord in a Box. All melee factions will tremble. You fucking got him, dude. Why did I pick Brett's? I don't know. Anyway, for the Brett build, we do have triple Peasant Long Spearmen. We do have 2 Peasant Mobs. Sorry, they're Peasant. They're Spearmen at Arms. They're not even as good as Peasant Long Spearmen because those are Cathay. Do have 2 Fire Arrows, a Field Trebuchet, Damsel with Dwellers Below, Earthblood, and Regrowth, double Knights of the Realm. Then we have Henry le Massif and Lewin Corrupt in the Sky with Gotrek. If this is allowed with unit caps on, then this is allowed with unit caps on. Do unit caps allow 3 heroes, or do these guys not turn unit caps on and he just went wild? I don't know. We'll check if he wins, but I just do not think this build is going to win at all. Do we have access to underground maps for multiplayer? I don't know. I can go into this one, but I think that's because of a map. Spectator bug. Not bug. Modification that I have. You want me to wait or play next one? Hold on, Ruckfang. Where are you at? You go ahead. Okay. As for the Beastman build, we have 4 Centaurs with throwing axes are very good against Bretonia. Arm-piercing missiles are always appreciated versus cavalry. We have a bunch of Ungor Spearmen. We have 6 Ungor Spearmen, which might be like, how is this possible? It's because of unit caps. I think they are maybe off. And both players are just rolling by the seat of their pants. I don't know. But it could be that the ROR doesn't count as the same one. I don't know. I think these guys have unit caps off and are just going wild, which is silly. 2 Monitars with great weapons, Chaos Warhounds with poison. We do have a Brave Shaman of Wilds with Traderkin and Viletide, and then we have Torox the Brass Memer. So if Torox, you're still out there, the YouTube Torox, not the Torox in the game, then your likeness is here, I think. Picking favorites, very concerning. You cannot have 3 heroes. Okay, yeah. Then unit caps was not turned on. These players are both just being silly. I think it's an accident, though. We'll deal with that after the game. Oh, Viletide. Drop some of the Peasant Bowmen for a little bit. And then the Chariot's just going to roll through Peasant Mobs and try to escape. Henry! But it's not going to work! Henry is too strong for you! Alright, 4 Centaurs from Bowman. He's doing that thing again where he has all of his cav like in one control group and they're just running as a blob. Really want to see over time. I mean, it is something that you have to learn over time, but really something I want to see from this player is spreading out. the cavalry assets. So I think otherwise we're doing okay. We do have a Dwellers Below getting cast on Ungor Spearman Herds. That is ambitious from Turbo Fisto. And definitely waste of Winds of Magic. Meanwhile, Torox is just bodying Lewin. And I think we have some Minotaurs with great weapons who are ready to come in here. Centaurs are throwing axes. 4 of them attacking a field trebuchet is probably a few too many. It does look like they're pulling away now. As 2 Knights of the Realm are thinking about coming and ruining their whole life. Torox is getting murdered, but we do have Minotaurs with great weapons who are ready to hop in. Maybe? Yeah, they're coming. They're coming in that weird line formation that happens in Warhammer 3 all the time now. But still. Centaurs throwing axes kiting away from double Knights of the Realm. Hopefully they're throwing as they're running. Hopefully. Because they would be doing a lot of damage, but I don't know if they have Fire at Will on or what's going on with them, so we'll see. Ungor Spearman Herds have already pushed through the very small Bretonnian front line. And, yeah. Again, the field trebuchets. Traderkin hit some infantry and some single entities, but they really don't do that much damage to single entities. You really wanted to hit both the cav with that, so a little bit of a mistake there from Bowman. But his build is currently taking over the map. You can see Enri and Lewin are both taking some damage, and they need some healing, but that healing is going to rout the caster because the overcast damage did a lot. Torox runs away from Gotrek, which is a smart idea. Don't do that. Don't fight Gotrek forever. He loves that. He loves fighting. He loves hitting things. And meanwhile, can the Minotaurs and Torox catch these bird boys on the ground? Find out in the next episode of How I Met Your Mother. Dogs need to be chasing off all of these peasants that are routing. The Centaurs with throwing axes are back, better than ever. Doing Warhammer 3 things. The Warhammer 3 conga line, I hate it. Yeah, I don't know. That used to happen in Warhammer 2 sometimes, but it feels like it happens all the time in Game 3. Knights of the Realm charging into the Minotaurs with great weapons. Both sides do a lot of damage here, but I think the Knights of the Realm will trade more cost effectively. Meanwhile, Torox is trying to beat up King Lewin, but Gotrek is here, just whittling him down. And more Minotaurs join the fray, but Torox himself probably has to leave. The rest of the Bretonnians mostly are routing. Mostly. Beastmen do need to use their superior mobile assets to get some rear charges on peasants over here and to successfully chase off things over here. Plus, this Damsel of Life being allowed to come back is a bit of a tragedy. Torox is still fighting. Minotaurs are doing ogre things where they just stand on top of each other rather than all surrounding something and swinging. It's a monsters infantry problem in general. And these throwing axes, traveling as a unit, as a collective, do need to separate out. Otherwise, with Enri diving on one like this, the rest aren't going to be able to throw at him either, and it's just awkward. So they need to spread out. Chariot Caster is trying to chase down the Damsel of Life, but he's dangerously close to the Knights of the Realm. Bowman does need to back off here. Ooh, or he's going to get caught up. Oh, God, that's going to be so terrible. Look away. Unless he has a Traderkin ready to save himself, but that is looking like it's going to be really bad. You can see also Lewin and Enri are both getting shots that come at him, and a Traderkin is cast onto just Lewin again. Eee, ouch. It does not do very much damage at all to a single target. He's even going to get a regrowth after that, it looks like. Yep, a bit of a waste of Traderkin there. Just doesn't look like Bowman maybe doesn't know or just doing accidents, but it looks like he thinks that spell is good versus single entities when it unfortunately really is not. Who dare hath pinged me? I don't know. I'll check later. Beastman Caster is dead, but it's not Torox. Their leadership isn't going to plummet, which is fine. As for Bretonnia, their last knight... Yes, their last knight that is still here is taking severe damage and will run away. We still have a crap ton of throwing axes that are going to have to try and carry this game. Yeah, there are more peasants we could be routing, but who cares? They're peasants. Boo, down with the peasants. Throwing axes are finishing off the last Knights of the Realm. The hero goon squad from Bretonnia is all trying to chase down the Brave Shaman of Wilds, and they will do so soon. Gotrek's just out here. 4 characters, are you missing something? Yeah, they forgot to turn the unit caps on. People who charge headlong into melee with Gotrek probably have staring contests with the sun. True. That is, I love how that's becoming an old reference because the channels are growing so much recently that like 70% of people don't know what the stare at the sun reference is about. Torox the Brass Bull, will the real Brass Bull please stand up? Disney made a video about it. It has not been doing a lot of damage versus King Lewin, so... No. I haven't seen it be doing very well against Lewin at all, this game. I still would prefer it being cast on his knights. Alright, these boys are about to go over a whole bunch of throwing axes, so I wonder if they will get chunked out. Are these guys just not going to use their missiles? Throw a couple, but most of them are going to get dodged. Do route off those peasant bowmen. And Bretonia is doing okay on the balance of power, but we do have a bunch of throwing axes that can do throwing axe things. That caster lady just overcast again? No. I saw weird halos surrounding her, so that maybe she was in trouble. Beastmen infantry winning the fight against a whole bunch of Bretonians, but Gotrek's over here to help out. Kind of far away from where the fight is going to be decided, however. Bowman's still trying to throwing axe down Henry, gets a couple good shots on his butt. King Lewin has almost heel capped. Ah, that's a good volley. That right there, that's a good volley. Dogs have almost routed off the Damsel of Life. Can they do it? Can the doggos do it? Yes, they can. They can run her off. No more healing for you, Henry. And Lewin, you've heel capped yourself, so no more healing for you either. And Gotrek, I still haven't seen Gotrek's Doom, or Heroic Fortitude, or whatever you want to call it. I have not seen that work in Warhammer 3 at all. It almost always does the 420 Blaze It, so this is all the healing they get. And I think Norse Bretonia is what I said. Probably just going to get whittled down. Probably. Who dares message me?
Traderkin used to be amazingly good against cavalry, but unfortunately it's quite a bit weaker now, only dealing about 600 damage and killing basically no entities. But this doesn't mean the spell is useless now, instead it just has a completely different use, and that's to kill single entities. If you overcast the spell, it's going to be dealing double damage for a pretty good price, and you can basically think of it as an AoE Spirit Leech. While not incredible versus infantry, it can do a lot of damage to foot characters that would otherwise be very hard to kill.
Foot characters. Yeah, that video he had, like, he was trying to prove his point, and I get that, but he had, like, a Master Necromancer on foot and, like, 2 Banshees who have notoriously low health pools. I don't know. It didn't do jack shit versus Lewin, is all I was trying to say. Like, that may be true, and it might do less to cavalry, but I don't know. I didn't know that change happened, but I still witnessed what I witnessed with my own eyes, and it was multiple Traderkins getting cast on Lewin, and he gave a collective 0 fucks about that happening to him. That is an interesting change, though. Yeah. Okay. So, after we listen to that, everybody has regrouped. Minotaurs are charging straight into Lewin, and Lewin's gonna get his ass handed to him if he stays here with all these Minotaurs. Oh my god. Gotrek wants to be here. Gotrek is totally fine with this, but Lewin is not, and neither is Henry. So pretty soon, I think we're gonna get down to just Gotrek versus the world, as Lewin gets whittled away, and Henry also dives in. He is using his Charmed Shield, which gives him 20% damage resistance, and ooh, Missile Block, which is not gonna be mattering in this. Taurus gets a quick charge off. He should not re-engage because he'll be too close to Gotrek and could take a lot of damage there. This is a big old Beastman blob. Big old blob pile of beastie beast boys. Can you hit Henry? Doesn't look like it, but the rolling strike does, and that's going to break him. He even, like, shatters. Wow, negative 55 is pretty bad. Okay, negative 23, negative 31. He is going to rout just by how much. Sword of Corone is debuffing this entire Beastman blob. Torx charges back through his own troops trying to get to Lewin. This is a lot. There's a lot that's happening right now. And Lewin does rout. We need to separate out a little bit. Gotrek's having troubles picking a target, which is frequent Gotrek problems. That's a nasty blow for Bretonia. Damage value is about 3,000 in favor of the Beastmen. The best boys. Spell versus foot character only just seems bad. Does Lewin have spell resist? He does on his shield. There it is, the Lion Shield. So he could have had the 40% spell resist out. Yeah. Okay. Lewin is dead. Henry is routed. We are down to just Gotrek. Oh, just Gotrek. Oh, boy. Alright, who messaged me? Okay. It's a Turin message. Anyway. Gotrek's getting whittled. You could probably back off and just throw throwing axes at him. He's not shielded, is he? No. 0 armor and not shielded, so you probably want to let those throwing axes get their value out instead of charging them into melee. Everybody is here. This is definitely too much. So what you should do if you're ever in this situation is back off with every unit. Use all of your range capacity you have and let your units rest and get their vigor back. And then charge in 1 by 1. Maybe 2 at a time at best. But otherwise you just want to let your units get vigor. Because right now if everybody's in this blob and fighting... 1, they could all break at the same time, which would lose you the game. That'd be really bad. But 2 is they're also all going to stay exhausted rather than resting up. So, how many axes do we have? 2, 4, 2, 2, 0. Okay. So definitely want to use those axes. Gotrek is getting bodied at the moment. Torok's going to want to back off. Oh, he has Brass Body active? Okay, maybe he can stay. But it's risky. If Torok dies, this game actually might be doomed. Dogs charging in. I mean, they're just going to rout. They're going to rout when the Ungor Ritter routs. Torx is running away. I imagine his Brass Body is going to wear off pretty soon. No, it actually has 13 seconds left. He's still backing off. He wants to recycle charge, but still. Gotrek is so low. I think if everything else breaks, he could still just die to the throwing axes. Yeah, alright. They just give up. Okay. For Guy Ledouche, he usually pops back into the chat, but I will message him about turning unit caps on. You sneaky. Because you can't have 4 heroes like that. For Bowman, he did win. 2,100 on the Trader King caster, so alright. Alright. Maybe there's something there. I wonder if he nuked down the life caster with that. I wonder. Weird. Throwing axes did okay. Minotaurs did really well. Dogs did fine. Spearmen did honestly okay. GG. Unit caps was on? I don't know. I didn't know you could have 4 heroes. See, it says heroes 1 out of 2. Why doesn't the Damsel of Life count as a hero? Okay, now your heroes are grayed out, so I don't know what that's about. Trader can hit a lot of SEs, and it did. That was a Ledouche move, bringing so many characters. It's true. Ungor Spearman with shields is a different unit cap than Ungor Spearman Herd. Okay. Okay, so Bowman's build is fine with the unit caps. Bretonia just somehow got a 3rd hero in there. Okay. It's a bug. Oh, okay. Bowman's noting it's a bug. I gotta block her up and put the score to 1-1. How are we doing elsewhere? So we're going to game 3 here. I'm checking on the updated bracket. Chaser Rainbows and Spartan are still fighting. Cyrax and Mr. Teufel also still fighting. Count Leek and Viva Lama. Bowman and Guy Ledouche, we're right here. Ruckfang and Echia. And we have Narime and Golden Flu fighting. I'm keeping an eye on this game or this game to spectate next, because we have seen a lot of Bowman and other people deserve a shot. I just ended up in this game because of an awkward transition, unfortunately. So as soon as I see someone appear up here Or down here, I'll message them and say, hey, wait for us after this game 3. But we are doing well. I didn't predict a tournament favorite this time yet, did I? Tournament favorite. Honestly, Matthew would have been my tournament favorite, but he already got knocked out. So, being honest with myself, I would have predicted Matthew to win the tournament, which would mean I was already wrong. And my dark horse is going to be... Golden Floof's also pretty good, but this turn we're going Mr. Teufel! Mr. Teufel's the fucking dark horse, and he better win or I'm going to look like an asshole. Golden Floof has also been pretty solid, but we're going with Teufel. Backing our boy. All right, we're on the third map. They're doing picks and bans. Clearly, I'm the tournament favorite because winning move is not. Some of these guys count as new. Neckbet, it's like newer player. There is a bit of a like gray area on it, but I don't know. If you lose more games than you win, you're probably a newer player. It's hard. It's a loose definition, and I go through the people, and I'm like, you're new, you're not, you're new, you're not, you're new, you're not. It's not a perfect system, but it gives the newer players a higher chance of having a good first matchup rather than some utter dog shit. Well, I'm ready to try out land battles and Hadries. Okay, guess I don't get to play land battles today. Guess I just lost. Why is no pikemen in the game? There's halberdiers. There's halberdiers. Also, Bretonnia does have men-at-arms with polearms. They're kind of like pikemen. Southern Realms have pikes, but there's no Southern Realms in the game. I mean, they're halberd units to do what pikes do. It's not the reason you look like an asshole. Aw. Pikes are really longer. Yeah, pikes are actually much longer. But what would they do? I could see so many bugs with pikes being in the game, man. Knowing CA's track record, I could see pikes being like, check out this video where pikes attack through the wall. Hanadens, get out of here. Get out of here with that I'm a new player shit. Alright, Bowman's back on his Dark Elves versus Skaven. We saw him play this matchup earlier, and he did win it. Though, his dudeness was rather close to taking that game. So let's see what Turbo Fisto can do in this, and if Bowman does any of the build changes we had suggested. What do I do if my guy is in the corner? Alright, sorry. Someone was having a problem. Told them who to talk to. Pike's good bugs. That'd be... I mean, more content for me, so I'm down. Hanadins, a lot of noobs in the tourney. Hey, man. In the community. Hey, Hanadins, sir. Instead of judging, why don't you look at all the names we got today? How many of these names do you recognize? All right, we have a bunch of new, fresh faces, and we're having a good day, sir. You don't need to come in here and just yell at us and make us feel bad about things. Hanadins. You bully. Why you bully me? Alright, Dark Elves readied up for a second. Then they unreadied. Skaven have a couple hundred gold to spend, so they're done soon. Trying to deal with this rules thing. Alright. Okay. Rusty's handling it. Okay. Sorry. You have enough news? You need any nubs waiting on the deck? Labademir, we have... Labademir, that's pretty funny. We have a new player tournament tomorrow. If you want to sign up for that, we have multiple new player streams. We do kind of a, not King of the Hill format exactly, but I just sit in a lobby and people come and go. We have tons of new player events. You are always welcome. This one is currently a tournament that we are about halfway through. So unfortunately, it is too late to sign up today, but you're welcome to sign up for any future events by checking TotalTavern.com or Challenge or my Discord. I post all those things everywhere. We are always happy to have you. The ranked matchmaking system sucks. Yeah, because you can't pick the game mode, or just you don't face people of your rank. DJ Arthritis. My new Padawan is hiding somewhere in the tourney. Hanadins? Hanadins! New Padawan. Do tell. Though I think you would have said his name if you wanted to already. MXC. What is MXC? I feel like I'm going to feel stupid if I don't know that. Mentioned multiple times and how about a link he refused to watch. Oh. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was stream friendly. Okay, we're into the game. Sorry about the delay. Dealing with a rules thing and then builds took a hot second. But we're here. We are here. And looking at the bracket, no one has advanced yet. All right. Very good. No options to select? Yeah, that sucks. I can keep the surprise. All right, Hanadins, have it your way. Uh-oh. Okay. Asked him a few days ago. Stream friendly is arguable. Maybe you'll see him soon. Don't even know MXC was a shot at dub version of Takeshi's Castle in English. It was a Japanese game show. Okay. Up to Rusty. This guy. Alright. Sorry. Trying to help people with this thingy. This big thingy. Skaven slaves, clan rat spears, Skaven slaves, clan rat spears are fine. We have a Plague Monk Sensor Bearer. Interesting. It's not the ROR, so it doesn't give AoE ITP. It's just regular, which is interesting. The magic damage is good against demons. Against Dark Elves, it's tough. It's tough to see how much this will help. I suppose the magic damage could be good against like a Naked Lady Rush because they have physical resist. We have 2 Ashen Triads, one of which is the Ixchas Triads. Those can be nice against Manticores diving down or something. The Armor Sundering is fine against Manticores, but it's mostly the anti-large and being stalked. Is that. We have some Rat Ogres, Wolf Rats, Rat Ogres, all very good stuff. We do have a Giselle this time, which is exciting. I love Giselles in this matchup. Avalanche Mortars are still very good. We have a Gracia on foot with Dreaded 13th, Howling Warp Wheel, and Warp Lightning, and then a Chieftain on a Bonebreaker looking as imposing as possible. On the other side, we still have Malekith on a Dragon. We still have the Double Manticores, but now we have Witch Elves. Still have some Blackheart Corsairs, but Dread Spears and Bleak Swords are most of it. We do have 1 Skirmishing Handbow, 2 Chariots. We dropped 1 of the Harpies from the first time we saw this matchup. Now we just have 1 Harpy, but it is the Crows of Cain. We have a Dark Rider. We still have a Cold One Knight. So some minor adjustments to the build, but overall, the heart is the same. I still would prefer the Infantry to be downgraded or just to go fully into the Naked Lady angle. And I don't know if the Crows of Cain are going to be worth it, but I do prefer 1 Elite Crows of Cain over 2 Harpies that aren't going to do very much. What was that game show of a library where you were very quiet? Where like you were like forced not to laugh at things? What was that? I don't know. Grace made me watch it sometimes, and I love that show. That show's great. Looking at Turbo Fisto's build, I like it overall. I'm worried about the Plague Monk Sensor Bearers. I'm a little worried about the Ashen Triads, but I have seen them doing well into like High Elf matchups, so it's kind of a similar concept. Silent Library. Yeah, that's it. Silent Library was great. Used to watch it when I was younger. Yeah, we watched some old reruns recently. Jimmy Fallon was on there, and that guy just can't keep a straight face. And that is what the Purple Mortars do, ladies and gentlemen. That is a Bleak Sword already hitting the dirt. God, we love the Purple Mortars in this house. Oh, lag spike. Between these 2 players, it usually occurs, and then we get over it, and then the rest of the game is fine. But we'll see. This one appears to be a stinker. We're pushing ahead. Nobody's dropped yet. Nobody's dropped yet. And we get to watch the Blackheart Corsairs get murdered in slow motion. Oh my god. The Dark Elf humanity. Which actually, realizing that these are Dark Elves, they probably deserve it. They do horrible things. Horrible, horrible things to people. Crow's my favorite unit in Dark Elf roster. Silent Library, yeah. Naked Lady is censored in chat. I wonder how often we see the Witch Elf Rush or Sisters Rush in Warhammer 3. I haven't seen it in Warhammer 3 yet, but it used to be kind of popular in Warhammer 2. God, I hate the Purple Mortars. Mr. Joyful, you shush. They're perfect. They're perfect. We love the Purple Mortars in this house. All right, Ashen Triads are going to jump onto the Feral Manticore. Guy Ladouche was defending his backline with that. And again, the lag is proving to be a little bit tricky. Tricky. But hopefully we'll get through it soon. Okay. Let's go, Guy Ladouche. All right, Coops. All right. Throwing it out there for Guy Ladouche. Hanadins, is it him? No, it's not him. But Hanadins, is it him? Ashen Triads plus Rat Ogres, depleting this guy's armor down to 23. He's currently surrounded, just getting absolutely worked on. And maybe the Ashen Triads were the heroes we were looking for as the Skaven rocket ahead on the balance of power. Rocket Mortgage loans. Do you want a house that you probably can't afford? Rocket Mortgage. Do you want to irresponsibly leverage your assets against things you can't possibly afford? Rocket Mortgage. Do you want to get tricked into a scam that's barely legal? Rocket Mortgage. Sorry. Eshin Triads throw out a summon. The summon is what took all that damage because the Eshin Triad summon technically has like 0/0 for stats. So the real Eshin Triad's behind, and that plus the Wolf Rats are dragging down some cold ones. Crows of Cain are in. They're mucking up 2 different weapons teams at the same time, but now they're going to get speared and rat-ogred and everything to death. Malekith is here. He's ready to party. And a Soul Stealer really anywhere in this area is going to be good. You're going to hit a lot of great targets. On the far side, a bunch of Wounded Dark Elves are trying to make their way into the lines. But man, their frontline advance has been stalled out something fierce. Black Ark Corsairs about to meet Plague Monk Censor Bears. A little far away from the formation for my liking, but we will see. Do have a Howling Warp Gale netting down the Furies and Malekith. But where, Malekith? Where's the Soul Stealer? I know you don't need the healing right now, but Soul Stealer would just decimate everything here. It would be horrible. It would be just a terrible time. There's another player I've seen in the Warhammer community called Captain Tennille. I see. Go Kenny Blankenship. Bare Naked Ladies, the band. Alright. Malekith is throwing down a Soul Stealer. Let's see it. That Greyseer terror routing actually helped out a lot. Anyway, Giselles and Poisonwind Globes were running away. Now they will be beset upon by Scourge Runner Chariots. Soul Stealer is doing the biggest murder on that Greyseer. And now it stopped ticking just as I started hovering over him, which is pretty cool. That's pretty exciting. Avalanche Mortars are getting run off with Black Ark Corsairs. And Rat Ogres are still fighting the Manticore. Damage value evened up right quick, real fast. And the balance of power is still a little bit favored for the Skaven, but this is the part of the game every Skaven player hates, when all of your ranged assets start getting run off the map and you have no mobile assets to go get them back. Maybe you have Wolf Rats, but they're going to lose versus Cold One Knights or Scourge Runner Chariots. Maybe. Dark Riders too. So, Skaven, they're easy to break, and they're hard to get back. Crows of Cain are just about toast. And this is one last big attempt onto Malekith. Maybe another Howling Warp Gale is going to come out soon, but I think one just faded, so it is at least going to be like 10 seconds before it comes back up. That spell is like constantly coming up. It's crazy. It's honestly a little busted right now. Hot take. Dark Elves are weathering the storm okay, though we are about to lose an entire Black Ark Reserves. The Hambos is a very nice surround comes in from Guy Ladouche. Or Turbo Fisto, whichever you wish to call him. Witch Elves going to fight some Rat Ogres. They will cause them to rampage soon, unless they've already done so. And another Soul Stealer onto the Greyseer, plus Malekith diving onto him, is going to take out the poor lad with horns. Rip in peace. Throws down a net, but it is too little, it is too late. He is whittling away under the gaze of Soul Stealer. Balance of power turns massively against the Skaven, and it looks like Bowman is going to take this much more convincingly the second time around. Nasty gaze of Malice. Just one-shots the Ishka's Triads with their only 20 armor and tight grouping. They are doomed. Chieftain is rampaging right now. He's fighting some Witch Elves as a dragon dives onto him because Rampage is a hell of a drug, kids. Thankfully, Malekith missed that attack, but a Terror Route still comes in for the big, bulky boy. Plague Monk Censor Bears are still full health. It's just not going to matter, but they're here. They're doing stuff. Malekith gets another charge onto the Chieftain. Army loss is going to hit in a second, and Bowman will be advancing yet again. It's a neat trick to aim it on the ground with alt-click. Yes. Shades are good here. They avoid the mortars. They're okay. Yeah, Shades have a place here. You just have to be very careful with them. But if you just delay the fight with the Shades until you've compromised the mortars and globes, compromised, not killed, but just got them busy, and then the Shades appear and start gunning them down. Shades can be pretty good, but I in general hate Shades when I use them. Every time they disappoint me. But, yeah. Nasty breath attack on the Plague Monk Censor Bears, and with that, the Skaven do give up entirely. And Bowman advances! Bowman to Beast Slayer! Turbo Fisto / Guy Ladouche, you gave it a good go. You are a Chad among thorns. But your reign has ended. Again, the Avalanche Mortars got shut down pretty quickly, still paid for themselves. They're so good against elves. Elves specifically. Tightly packed, expensive units that they are. The rest of the build did fine. Chieftain struggled to find any value, unfortunately. Greyseer on foot gets sniped over by Malekith. Malekith still got 2,800 value. Scourger and Chariots did fine. Manticores got bodied by those Triads. The Triads were a really neat pick. I like them a lot. They actually did quite well. Yeah. Yeah. Dark Elf build in general paid for itself. Alright, Mr. Teufel, I will message you. Okay, I need a message Teufel. Hey, this time, I mean it. I will watch your game. So you all can see where we are. We're waiting on the winner of Chasing Rainbows and Spartan. Wait, actually, I will look and make sure I can't see that lobby. Human Boy, yes, new player, Tourney. Who's in here? Hanniden's and the Phoenix King. Yup, seems legit. That's funny. You guys tricked me. Anyway. There's just a lobby called Human Boy yes, new player Tourney, and has fucking Hanniden's and Phoenix King in it. Count Leak and Viva Lam are also still fighting. We just saw Bowman and Gailadouche finish up. So I'll actually refresh that and see if they've reported the score. Yes, they have. Rockfang and Aker are still fighting. Narime and Golden Floof are also still scrapping it out. Yes. There's no immediate game for us to go to. Human Boy Round 3 exists. That's one of these two games. I wonder what game they're on. Or maybe they're done. Oh god, I got a bunch of DMs at once. Get out of here. I don't have an opponent you can join in the meantime. Fuck yeah. Right. Take this. Refresh list. Join with code. Boop, boop. Join game. Error full. That's not the right lobby. God damn it. Mr. Teufel. Why did you send me to that fucking lobby? I know it's not the right lobby. That's pretty funny. Okay, I have a second code. Let's see if this is the real one. Hanniden's and Phoenix King. If anybody not getting the joke, Hanniden's and Phoenix King are not at all new players. They are very much seasoned pros and both pretty good people. Pretty good people. This is going great. Yeah, I got tricked. Okay. Waiting for the previous round to finish up. I am going to go to the bathroom and grab a snack. So a little BRB, a little downtime. Railings slow, whatever they're... oh, rattlings? The main reason for bringing them? Yeah. Rattling guns are Chieftain. Yeah, so Turbo Fisto was Gailadouche, so he's in the chat right now. Okay, I'll message Spartan to see how they're going on their games. He's usually pretty good about answering. How far along are you? Chaz. What does Chaz want? Chaz, why would you message me like this? The builds used in that super long game. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. What do I think? It depends on Wulfric's mount. I would try to make your lord as cheap as possible because I've been struggling with Norskin lords to get any value. So you usually want to make him cheap or Throg. But Throg versus Skaven is not really a great idea because he doesn't have a lot of good targets to fight. So probably Marauder Chieftain on foot is fine, personally, and then you could go a little wider. Otherwise, that build looks honestly fine to me. The Norskin build was pretty good. Skaven build is interesting. It's one way of playing it for sure. I worry that Skinwolves and Dogs could overload the flanks pretty easily with the lacking amount of infantry. But I don't know. I really like the Forest Skaven Slave Slingers to protect the Poisonwind Globes because then it's like, well, it's just a lot of shit to shut down, but it's not very expensive. Snitch is fine. What was your caster doing? If you had a metal caster, you should probably have Final Transmutation. Or if you have a fire caster, get Burning Head and just rip through the front line instantaneously. I don't know what you did do because I can't see your caster spells, but yeah, that would be another thing. Is if you don't have a Final Trans caster, get one. Or go with fire caster with Burning Head. How's the tournament going? Really well. Really well. We're just kind of at a slightly awkward spot as we're waiting for a game to finish up so we can spectate it. But anyway. I'm going to go to the bathroom. BRB. Take 5. I'm back. I'm back. And I know how to kill this time, ladies and gentlemen. I know how to do it. We expand this. Check out my new haircut. Got it today. Oh, so fresh. Oh, so handsome. But that's not actually the reason I did it, though. I do have a cool Skaven shirt. Skaven shirt. Hey, baby, come here. Come here, baby. Come here. We're gonna use you for entertainment purposes. Wee! It's a pup. Everybody loves the Hazel Basil snuggle time. When we need a little bit of time bought on the stream, yes we do. We went to a special pet dermatologist today. Not today, yesterday. And we learned that her little paws are so sad because she has atopic dermatitis. And her little skin cells don't stop disease very well. Do they? No, they don't. So she now has some fancy medication. Yay, medication! Arr! That will keep her safe and happy. So her feet, you can see they don't have a lot of fur. Her feet don't have a lot of fur on them because she has several yeast infections right now, which she has different medication to take care of. So once the medication for the yeast infections takes care of them all, that'll be good. And then she has lifetime medication to make sure this doesn't happen again. And she's going to be a happy pup. Whee! Though you're always a happy pup, aren't you? We just want you to have fur on all your little toes and not itchy. So Hazel's going to be okay. And she's a real good pup. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Oh. We loves her. We loves her. Yes, we do. You're a good pup. Come on. Down you go. Down you go. Okay. Oh, boy. I won second match right now. Uh-oh. Skin it hair? Nah. So I have someone from the previous round. I just want to see who is my third opponent. So hold on. Spartan is either entering game 3 or he just won the whole series outright, but I'm trying to figure that out from him. Okay. How should I report win? I don't know. How'd you win? I'm coming there. Okay. Toyful, if you're in the chat, your opponent's coming right now. We have GGX Spartan. He's coming. 2-0. 2-1, I imagine, but I am confused by the question. He's asking how to report a win, and I'm just a little... I don't understand what problems he's having. It's not that I'm like, how are you having a problem? It's like, I don't understand what problem we're talking about. Nice cut, man. Hey, thanks. Tell us about Hazel's pause. What did the specialist say? I think I did just do that, but if you need more information, let me know. You got the 3K subs in the meantime? Hell yeah. Your haircut really shows the receding hairline. This is coming from a man that completely understands the receding hairline. I think I look nice. I think I look really nice and distinguished. I think... Yeah, you're probably right. I do have a receding hairline, it's true. It is true. I pick first? Sure, dude. You never reported a win on Total Tavern. Oh, okay. If you refresh page and go to your current matchup, there should be a up and down ticker. He is. You're up first. Okay. Sorry. Our wait is over. Spartan is here. He's ready to fight Mr. Toyful. He's just never used Total Tavern before. So he was asking me how to report scores, and it is a little different, so I understand that. We were trying to help him out with that. But he is versus Mr. Toyful. Mr. Toyful occasionally runs his own events. He, as far as I've known him, he can correct me if I'm wrong, because he's in the chat often. But I met him in Zerkovich's channel, his Discord or whatever. And then Mr. Toyful from there has branched out into our scene. I think he's still in the Zerkovich community. I don't know. I didn't pay too much attention to it, unfortunately. There's too many there's too many things for me to pay attention to, so I spend most of my time dealing with my own Discord and then a little bit of Turins and a little bit of Murphs. Yeah, that's where most of my attention is. Anyway, he's a good guy. Plays a lot of elves, as far as I've understood. Neat person overall. Likes hanging out in our Discord, playing with the new players, which is fine. By the way, if you're still here, I know there was a bit of a stall out there, so a lot of people probably left, but there is this I'm a Noob section we added relatively recently, where if you want to play LAN battles, but you're not up to the Vermin League yet, you don't want to queue into games and get like, you know, Jean Pesto's pretty good, you don't want to fight Central Scrutinizer, like, you know, you don't feel ready for the Vermin League yet, you can feel free to go into I'm a Noob and just say like, hey, anyone want to play? I know the Beast or Lord Beast or whatever he is in Discord is frequently playing. Longshanks is frequently playing, and these are a lot of players that are trying to get better. And sometimes they'll hang out in any of these voice chats and talk about that stuff. So if you're a new player, but you don't feel like you're tournament ready yet, feel free to just stop in, pop into I'm a Noob, and say, anybody want to play some games? Now, if you are a veteran player, if Hanadins or Voidlaws goes into I'm a Noob and says, anybody want some games? I might DM them and say, hey, hey, leave them alone. But yeah, that's a little resource there if you ever want it. Who was asking about Norscan Day versus Skaven? I'll send you a build on Discord. Yeah, Trader just sent me a build. Trader, until you made that clear, but then I got busy. I was wondering if you wanted me to share that or not, because some people don't like their builds being given away. So I was like, hey, I'm just not gonna reveal that. But yeah, you did have a pretty solid build. That build is very similar to something that I struggled against a lot in Warhammer 2. But yeah. Is ever coming for your hairline in the comments and you check their motives? That is correct, Mr. Teufel says. Good. Anybody wants some games? I'm a total noob. Oh, Phoenix King. We'll start our second game if you want to see it. I am busy, Hanadins, with newer players that deserve love too. It's not all about you and Alfredino and the Phoenix King all being great at everything. Some of us are just all right at the game, and we deserve some screen time as well. Mr. Teufel is hovering Beastman, but he doesn't have anything built. And GG. Teufel, why do you keep doing this to yourself? Why do you keep doing this to yourself? I swear this guy always gets High Elves into Skaven. I don't know how it keeps happening. It's such a bad matchup for High Elves. Mr. Teufel's he's got a dwarven stubbornness in him where he will not give up on this matchup. It's so bad. Okay, it's not so bad. I think it's either 60-40 Skaven favored or 55-45 Skaven favored, depending on who makes the argument. And there are some builds that can do okay, but it is rough. It is a quite rough matchup for High Elves. I have yet to meet a High Elf main who thinks it is favored for them. Some say it's winnable, some say it's even, but I've never heard one say, seriously, that it's favored for High Elves. You said I'm a new player because I lost more than I win. Hanadins! Hanadins! If you want to share a build, I think sharing it with a YouTuber would be the last thing I would do. Okay, that's fair. Teufel's in the chat. I gotta win it sooner or later. Alright, dude. Why bad matchup for High Elves? Because Skaven are really good at killing all of your overly expensive infantry. Your strength comes in single entities and cav and somewhat archers, but archers, Skaven, are great at killing. They're the best anti-air faction in the game, so if those monsters are up in the sky, they're going to have a bad time. They're going to get netted and shot, which pretty much leaves you with just suboptimal chariots and phoenixes / eagles, which can do okay. They're probably your best tools in this matchup, but it's not ideal. They can get netted. They can't get shot as much because the eagles have that animation where if they ever get shot, even while netted, they'll go like, "Blah!" and fly all over the place. But that means a lot of things are going to miss. Still, if they land, they don't have a lot of great tools to deal with rat ogres, or Ishan triads or anything. It's just, Skaven have a really good matchup into High Elves in general. It's favored for sure, yeah. It's not unwinnable. I said it's 60-40 or 55-45, depending on who you ask, but we just need the 88k HP Dragon Mages doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. Yeah, High Elves definitely struggle in this matchup. Doesn't mean they can't win it. What High Elves need to win it is probably for Shadow Warriors to be better. Shadow Warriors would be a good tool in this matchup because they're stalked. So they don't get harassed by Poison Mortars as much until they reveal themselves. But they're relatively short range and honestly don't do that much damage even when they reveal themselves. It's just like, it's not worth the payoff. You know, they sneak up, they got their cloak on, and they pop out like, surprise! Pachoo! And it does like a little bit of damage to some Rat Ogres, and then the Avalanche Mortars turn towards them, and Jezzail's turn towards them, and an entire Shadow Warrior unit gets just fucking deleted. So it's pretty bad. War Lions are great against weapons teams, and Skaven Chaff with their AP anti-infantry and fear. Tactical Lich, another good YouTuber! Lich, I'm making you a mod. Now you can post links to your channel whenever you pop in. Feel free to do that because your channel is criminally underrated. So you can always post a link to your own channel in my chat, Mr. Lich. Not anybody else. I'll give people permission to do that. But Lich, I just gave you permission. You can do that. Warlands are super expensive. You bet your ass they are. Tactical Lich usually does... He does tournaments every once in a while. He has one coming up soon, actually. I don't remember when it is, but you have one soon. A fun tournament on Sunday. All right, Sunday's a big day. Yeah, he runs fun tournaments sometimes. He does a lot of daily videos of replays of land battle stuff, which is content I don't really do. So if you're looking for like traditional replay casting, Tactical Lich is your guy, not me. Logic EU used to do that daily. Now he's much more sporadic about it, but he's been busy. Duck used to do it, but he retired from YouTube. Turin still does it, I think. But I don't know, a lot of his replays are dumb. So if you're looking for land battle replays, I think Tactical Lich is your guy. I can whack people with a wrench now. You can also plug your channel, sir. Which you should do. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go find it and do it for you. The Skaven keep rethinking their build. Mr. Teufel looks like he's ready. But the Skaven are scheming. Caught your Beastman guy, by the way. Good stuff. Always clean up with Ungor Archers and Dom myself. Yeah. I'm not Stephen White. I'm not the best Dom player. I do try to make those guides. I'll say like one or two things about Dom and then talk about the faction in general. I still hope it's useful for domination, but I can't even pretend to say, and I know this is good in domination because I'm so fucking great. It's like, I'm a trash domination player, so I don't know why you'd want my opinion. I can tell you about the faction in general, but you're going to have to take that information and use it correctly in that game mode. You know what I mean? Like, nothing I said in there is completely incorrect. Like, yes, Beastmen do have low armor. Yes, Beastmen do have low leadership. I just can't do the next step and be like, and this is why that helps you in domination, because I don't know, you know. Thought I'd join as a freshly trained noob. BZ to Wham Bam, thank you, man. Then got beat by tournament favorite, absolute veteran of the tournaments, Noobrecker 3000 GGX Spartan. Jason Rainbows, that is true. I should have booted him from the tournament the moment he asked. I need permission to chill ice and you. No. Self-promotion time. Here's my channel, and thanks for the mod status. Yeah, so there's Tactical Lich's channel. Replays, fun tournaments, fun guy. Gorophobic News, how you doing? How you doing? And Tactical Lich is Human Boy's hero. That is true. I did. Yeah, that was an $100 question, wasn't it? For Bowmore, that I learned how to cast games from watching Tactical Lich's channel. That is a true fact. Because I didn't know. I know I wanted to make a channel to host tournaments, but I didn't know how to, like, cast games. I felt good, then Spartan turned into primetime void laws. Yeah, dude. What a cheater. What a cheater, loser, noob. Alrighty, for Mr. Teufel, we have 4 or 5 Rangers. Oh god, why? I hate this unit. They're so bad. They should be good, but Rangers just always struggle. Anyway, Rangers, some Spearmen, triple Shadow Warriors, the unit I was just shit-talking and now have to carry the game for Mr. Teufel. We do have Flame Spire Phoenix. This is a great pick versus Skaven in general. Like I said, They are terror-causing. They do have flaming poops. They have their own rebirths, which are currently bugged, so they always go off as far as I know. Which is nice, then you don't have to heal them that much. But you do have to be careful with their leadership, because to get low enough to do the rebirth, they're probably going to break if they take any more damage during that time. They cause terror, and like I said, if they get netted, they're going to get all squirrely. If they get shot at all, like this unit model is going to go like... and then end up back in the middle, but it'll dodge a lot of shots. So Phoenixes are great if you're playing this matchup, but don't play this matchup because it's pretty bad for you. But if you are, take Phoenixes. Valyrian Reavers are great at chasing stuff down. Rahaga's Pride, I believe Tactical Lich was talking about it. I think he popped in and said this, but maybe someone else did. Rahaga's Pride do have anti-infantry and armor piercing, but they also have the Mighty Roar, lowering leadership of Scavinos around them. And more Valyrian Reavers are great. We have a Mage of Death with Spirit Leech and Doom and Darkness. That's the minus leadership one? Yeah, so this is just a leadership bomb build. And a Lethan R to do some sniping. He's pretty good at that. For this Skaven, we have a Plague Priest on foot with only Vermintide summon. We have an Assassin out front with Rival High Talisman and Assassin's Trophy. We have Icket's Claw on his Doom Wheel. And he moved. On his Doom Wheel with Howling Warp Gale and Warp Lightning. We have the Avalanche Mortars, Teeth Breakers, Natty Boobo Sharpshooters, some Skaven Slave Slingers, a crap ton of Clan Rat Spears, and Skaven Slaves. What's this? Clan Rat Spears? Okay. We have 4 Rat Ogres. And I think that is it. Okay. Teeth Breakers are going to be good if they can get any shots off. Though in Warhammer 2, they were really bad at getting lines of sight and firing. And in Warhammer 3, somehow they got worse at doing that. So the Teeth Breakers are like, man, if they do their job, they will carry the whole game for you. But most of the time, they just don't do their goddamn job. Listen, I gave you a minigun. All you have to do is fire it. I don't know how to fire it. Then why did I give it to you? Ah, fuck, the battle started. Just figure it out. Okay. What up, bitch? You're on stream.
Awesome. I was gonna ask you about Sunday. You have that tournament?
Yeah, what about?
We also have that Friendo thing going on, so I wasn't sure if you were going to be hosting it or not.
Nope, I pawned it off on 2 losers, twitch.tv/Murfler for the new player tournament and YouTube's Dav Plays for the Stormvermin tournament. You should check that out, stream. But yeah, no, I'm not hosting it. I just set it all up for them and they're going to take care of it.
Okay.
Yep, because I'll be playing board games with you, my dude.
Yep, I was tempted to ghost you guys and go to your tournament, so you know.
Oh, yeah, no. I have a bunch of people running that for me because they're very helpful. I just have to pay the big fat money.
Yeah, sounds right.
Okay. Well, I will see you in 3 hours for our campaign stream, gorgeous.
Booyah.
Boy. That's my friend Josh. As you heard, we'll be doing campaign stream in 3 hours. All right. Assassin is running around outside. He's looking for any stalking units that he currently can't see, but that is mostly what he's doing. He doesn't really fear anything that is visible to him right now, and Shadow Walkers don't do that much to him. Rattling guns are teeing off, and they have really cool firing animations right now, but they are routing off the rangers that the Purple Globes already dealt with. Spirit Leech is doing a ton of damage to the Purple Globes, but it's going to take multiple casts to get its real value out, and Rat Ogres are running straight into rangers, also getting close to routing them. We do have a bit of a lag spike, but it will pass soon, hopefully. Skaven off to a great start. Damage value is honestly about the same, but you can see that 3 ranger units are already routing. That's a pretty big win for the Skaven overall. Purple Globy Globes hitting another ranger, taking that unit down to half health. Oh, they're so good! I love the Purple Globy Globes. It's tough to balance them, though, because they're definitely way too strong against factions like elves, but they're also useless against other factions, so it's tricky to balance them. They're also very expensive and squishy. Anyway, I digress. Ickeclaw thought about using the Brass Orb on himself, but then he cancels it. That was probably wise. It wasn't going to be a great cast, unfortunately, for him. Teeth Breakers are just teeing off onto spears until anything they can actually do anything about comes into range. A Howling Warp Gale on the Flamespire Phoenix at this distance is going to be tough to punish. The Rattling Gun's range, you can see it, is just coming over the Phoenix now. And they're currently in their own troops, so they can't see anything. Smart play by Mr. Teufel to land the Phoenix, though, because you can still hit the land button while it's netted, and that makes it a much lower to the ground target, and the Rattling Guns can't quite see it. Now you have to be careful with that. If you're really close to Rattling Guns, landing actually just makes it so you can't dodge at all, because like I said, they have that animation in the sky where they jump around. But at that distance, going to the ground is actually pretty cool. Avalanche Mortars spotted the Shadow Warriors. Avalanche Mortars hurt the Shadow Warriors. Warp Lightning also gets a little bit of poke onto them, and you can see the Shadow Warriors, whatever they were shooting at, didn't take nearly as much damage as they did. Rattling Guns are leaving the formation, as they tend to do, and they are now falling back, but Shadow Warriors are deleting them for their crimes. Natty Booba sharpshooters have been secretly shooting the Mage of Death this entire time, and Alethanar is about to get pummeled by some Clan Molder monsters. But there's a fake Alethanar! Ow, God! That entire volley just hit that Rat Ogre in the back of the shoulders. That's gotta fucking hurt. Skaven are about up 2-1 in damage value. Shadow Warriors, Rangers, nobody's feeling particularly great at this moment in the game. Various Spirit Leeches have taken the Avalanche Mortars down to still 9 out of 9 models, but extremely low health. This Flamespire Phoenix is going to have to get miracles done, but I just don't see it happening. Lethanar is currently getting pummeled, but a quick Shadow Warrior volley at this close of range should actually do a lot of damage to the Rat Ogres. It does look like they're going to fuck off, which is fair. But man, this is why it's so rough for High Elves. They just like Skaven are good at killing lots of things before they get compromised. And the problem with High Elves is they don't have anything that they can just like, yeah, kill that. I don't care if you kill that. They care if you kill anything, and they're just like, well, fuck. Well, shitballs. More Shadow Warriors are meeting their untimely end. Flamespire Phoenix is trying to get involved. Spirit Leech Caster's back. She threw some on some Rat Ogres, so fuck you, Rat Ogres. Pieces of garbage. I'm glad Mr. Toyful is my favorite High Elf color scheme. I also run this color scheme, actually. I played into Spartan's Skaven. It was a learning experience. The Archer Blob looks painful. Yeah, it got hit by the purple globes of doom. Another Howling Warp Gale keeping the Flamespire Phoenix in place, and now the Rattling Gunners are shooting it on the ground. It can't dodge. But also, this is a problem with them. Only like... There we go. The rest are firing now. For a bit, only half of them are firing. He needs to fly soon. Purple Mortars are going to absolutely wreck this last Shadow Warriors day. I'm feeling it. That's going to be a good burst. Oh! Oh, no! And a Brass Orb. It's looking like a GG. It's just... This is why the matchup's hard. This is why the matchup's hard. Skaven have a lot of great answers. Boom, boom, boom. Alethanar is still healthy. The Metal Mage can do a little bit more before dying off. We do have a full health unit of Rat Ogres just running around out here, having a good time, but he's going to get kited by those Shadow Warriors. I just don't think there's a whole lot left here. Flamespire Phoenix is directly in front of the Rattling Guns. You can see it juking. It's doing its best to dodge all those shots, but it's not enough. Even at point-blank range, these Rattling Gunners don't miss that badly. And is it going to rebirth before it breaks? Yeah, it's going to rebirth. Oh, it's not yet. Somehow. It's coming, though. There's no way that guy breaks, right? I don't know. We'll see. Rat Ogres running around doing stuff. Natty Boobo Sharpshooter's running out of ammunition. Wow, he broke? Really? You didn't get your regrowth? Stupid bird. Are you serious right now? Howling Warp Gale and Rat Ogres are going to get onto him? Okay, there's the rebirth. So it isn't... It still is guaranteed. It just took 55 years. Okay. Avalanche Mortars are using their last ammo on something. Natty Booba Sharpshooters is using their last ammo on Alethanar. Mr. Trough is cleaning up the backline, but he's still down about 2-1 in damage value. And this late into the game, that is actually a travesty. And that's the life of High Elves versus El Scavinos. The problem with Rattling Guns is you click the target, they rotate, then they stand toward them, then they start to shoot, and it takes them 5 seconds to do that. Yes, can confirm. Rattling Guns and Slings are trying to punish those people. A Spirit Leech onto the Assassin. I think also a Alethanar shot him in the face. Yeah. Hive's getting a second wind. They're going to need a third wind. And a fourth. And a fifth. Purple Mortars are almost out of ammo. And that is probably it. Another Howling Warp Gale. Another rebirth from the world's most rebirthiest chicken. He's back. He's getting shot, kinda. He dodges. He lands. Uh-oh. Hazel rang the bell to go outside. She has to go outside. Quick! Army losses! Go! Normally I don't root for army losses, but here we are. Army losses, go! The pup needs to go! The problem with Rattling Guns is they're all high on Warpstone. Wouldn't you be? I mean, you got a Gatling gun. Come on. It's pretty great. Alright. There, everybody's routing. Army losses coming in. We can go through the post-game screen really fast. Then I have to get the puppy outside. For Mr. Teufel, all Ethan R did fine. Flamespire Phoenix got shot a lot. It tanked a lot of bullets, but it was tanking bullets for who? As the Shadow Warriors only got 500 value, the Rangers all got like 100 or less, which was pretty brutal. One got 300, one got 150. Ica Claw did fine. He ran around, did things. Plague Priest just had some summons if he needed it, but the weapons teams were the heroes of the day. Rat Ogres blocked some stuff. Slingers blocked some stuff. Slaves blocked things with their bodies. I'm going to put a blocker up. I'm going to give Spartan his point. And I got to let a puppy outside. Beer beat. I'm coming, Angel! I'm coming! Alright, puppy's outside. What's this Discord message about? Okay, they're in the picking bats. Nah, man, just need more lions. And Memerick. Memerick is not a meme anymore. Memerick is now Chadrick, the Destroyer of Worlds. I mean, he's not that strong, but he is fine. If anybody cares, here is the bracket. We have Narume, Golden Floof, Ruckfang, and Echer, Bowman, Vivalama, and then we have Spartan, Mr. Teufel on this side. I'm going to go let the puppy back in. Oh my god, that is so far away. Okay, can't do anything about that. I'm gonna let the puppy back in, but here is this. I can almost get 3 on the screen. Fuck. Damn it. Whatever. Enjoy the bracket. You better be enjoying it when I come back. I'm back. Ugh. Hazel got a greenie. It's a treat because she has lost a little bit of weight with all this sickness stuff, so she gets extra treats so she can get some poundage back on her. Hey, Human Boy, I just want to say thank you for keeping the good old land battles alive. Great work, mate. Keep it up. What up, Lord Puretta? Purita? Well, you know how you can support that? If you aren't a subscriber, subscribe. If you are a subscriber, unsubscribe from Scumlord Turin. Yeah. Never watch Turin again. Easy clap. No, don't do that. I'm joking. Yeah, subscribe if you aren't. We do have a Patreon. If you feel like doing that, we also have a board game for sale, if you feel like doing that. Though the board game is rather expensive if you're not in the US, and I know that, and I was working on it. But honestly, I've hit a dead end on that front. If you're not a big company, it's really hard to ship things in bulk to warehouses. So, like, you know, you could ship 1,000 to Europe, and then you would not pay as much in tariffs and stuff. And then from Europe, you could sell them around Europe for less money. And I tried partnering with various distributors about that, but they've been, the nicest way of saying it is assholes. So that's been hard. So now I'm shipping it from home, which shipping a board game from here to Berlin is like not even joking, like $65 on shipping. So then the only money I make off of the board game is whatever I price after $65. I know, it's ludicrous. So I like the board game. I love it a lot. If you like board games, you should definitely check it out. It's at puppetmasterprojects.com. It's also in the description. But if you look at that and you're like, that price is insane, dude. I know. It's $90 if you're not in the US. If you're in the US, it's $50. But no, I know. It's fucking... I know. When you see that $90, you're like, this piece of... Dude, I know I'm a piece of shit. It's literally breaking even. If I send it to... Because I did the math on the worst possible place to send it price-wise. And then I broke even. So it actually cost me $90. I think it was Australia. I think Australia was the one that was most to ship it to. So it cost me $90 to send it to Australia. So if you go to Australia and you order the game, I just break dead even. Anywhere else I make a little bit of money, but Australia is dead even. I think Canada is the best foreign country for me because I think it's like $30 to ship it up there. 40? I don't know. Because tariffs is a large part of it. It's not as much the distance. It's like tariffs is going to be like $35 no matter where you go, and then it's distance. So it's tough. I know it's a small thing, but hey, you deserve it. Thank you, sir. No amount is a small amount. Any is just great. Any is more than I expect out of you, and thank you so much. You could also thank Turin for carrying the multiplayer on his back. Chasing rainbows, why do you hurt me? I will say that does hurt me, and that's not Turin's fault, but it's really funny when he posts the faction war because Turin has like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and he's huge. He's a huge channel. But he posts the faction war and like all the comments being like, thank you for keeping land battles alive. Thank you for this. And I'm like, I'm right here. So that's pretty funny. But nah. Like Turin does a lot of good stuff for the community. It was just a joke. Hazel is attempting a channel coup? Yeah. He's using donations to go around our negativity barriers. Somebody stop him. Tee. Alright, we're into game 2. Hazel's back. She had her treat. She had her super fun yard time, and I have 8 Discord messages. Oh, what the fuck? We have a thing here. Darkland Crater map has a lot of mountains. It's technically just the map, I guess, but white line on the way back. To play near the mountains. Have the replay if you want to check. Can you ping at Hellpit in my Discord? They would love to help you. Afghanistan is probably the hardest one after Russia. I think those places I literally can't, but... Alright. It's on Tabletops. Oh, yeah! No, Coops, you're completely right. It is on Tabletop Simulator. I can't believe I forgot that. So if you are in a country that's not the United States and you think $90 for a board game is way too much, which it is. It is. I know that. You can go to Tabletop Simulator and get it for free on Steam, and it's a pretty workable mod. It's very much fine. You can get it there for free, no problem at all. If you enjoy it, you could either not pay for it, which is also fine, or if you really feel like you have to, you can Venmo or PayPal me or donate to the stream, like Lord Purita. Purita? You're gonna have to tell me how to say that. Like he just did. If you're like, I think this game was worth like $8. Sure, it's better than nothing. But yeah, it is on Tabletop Simulator. It's fun. Make only Dom now? Yeah. What did you ask your barber? Oh, God. I sense a burn coming. Did I... Oh, the stream isn't live. Okay. For a second there, I'm like, why is the blocker not going away for you guys? So, now Spartan is on the High Elves versus Mr. Teufel's Empire. So will the High Elves go 0-2 or will Spartan go 2-0? Someone's getting a 0-2 or a 2-0. It's either the High Elves or Spartan. We have triple bolt thrower on the smallest map in the competitive map pool. That is a bold choice. I wonder if he didn't notice what map he was on or if he intentionally chose triple bolt thrower on the smallest map in the competitive map pool. I like this map, but it is small. Like when you load up on this map, you know what it is. Not all the maps are meant to be the same size. We have Burning Head and Fireball on a Firecaster. We have triple Silver Helms for the High Elves, and then a fuck ton of Archers. Archers, Lothern Seaguard, Archers, more Lothern Seaguard, a couple Spearmen on the front line. Or are they Silver and Guard? Spearmen? Yeah, just Spearmen. So it's actually a prevailing style of High Elf play these days, is the High Elf pointy box, where they have a bunch of Archers and stuff. Oh, God. Yeah, Cyrus burned me pretty good. On the other side, we have the Sunmaker, which, even though it has incredible range, actually likes this situation where it's a lot closer to things. Now, it won't love that it has triple bolt thrower that can shoot it, but as far as accuracy goes, it's going to have a great time. The Sunmaker can really mess things up at mid-range. Aside from that, we do have double Huntsman, some Spearmen, some Reichsguard. Yes, I love Reichsguard in Game 3. They've been performing very well for me. A bunch of Halberds, some Spearmen, and we have Karl Franz in the sky, and a Jade Wizard also in the sky for Mr. Teufel with Dwellers Below and a Regrowth. This Empire build looks thin to me. It looks very thin. I feel like the High Elves are just going to walk forward and weigh you down in a barrage of arrows. I like Spartan's build a lot more, considering what he is facing at the moment. But we will see if Teufel can clutch it out. All right. Noseman is another shirt from Minnesota. All right. So, we are in. Hellstorm Rocket Battery is immediately going to fire onto one of its problem children, which would be the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers that have the potential to kill it. And this tight high elf formation is actually allowing the Sunmaker to get some pretty nice stray shots onto the Lothern Seaguard. But you can see that's a lot of arrows pointing straight at the Sunmaker, and Mr. Teufel is going to dismount to actually save some of the rocket batteries and run around with the crew. That's not a bad idea, honestly, considering how heavily focused fire you're going to get. He's just running away while he still has any rocket batteries left. That does mean these Empire troops, these beloved of Sigmar, the State Soldaten, are going to walk slowly into a pincushion of doom. I just really like Spartan's build here. I don't know what Mr. Teufel can do. What can he even do? There's so many archers. Oh, gosh. Hellstorm Rock Batteries, even just trying to survive, do get back onto their mounts to fire something, as triple bolt throwers are still going to kill all the crew. Jade Wizard's trying to get close. Reichsguard are all running around. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I was watching that too, turns last turn, and yeah, somebody donated to do last battle on Dom. It was like backstab, so sad. Yeah, it happens. Like, watching those games, though, it was honestly getting pretty cheesy, and Dom is good at stopping, like, certain cheese. I think land battles, I mean, I enjoy land battles. I think land battles are more fun between honest players than Dom is, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion. If you like Dom, that's totally fine. But, like, Dom does stop a lot of cheese. So, if I was playing someone that I know has some really, like, toxic builds or some toxic mannerisms, I'd rather play on Dom and just get it over with. But if I'm playing with some friends or, like, a relatively equally skilled opponent, land battles is much more enjoyable for me. So, I think both game modes are good for different stuff. Which is why the easiest way to trigger me is to, like, comment in one of my videos, like, this is why land battles are just objectively bad. And it's like, dude, fuck you. I enjoy them. If you don't, just skip the video. Don't need to come here and you don't need to come to my channel and shit on something I'm enjoying. Alright. Franz does get a lot of work down onto Archmage of Fire, and is that a Dwellers Below? Oh, that is a nutty Dwellers Below. That is going to hit 2 Silver Helms and entirely take them out from Spartan. So, Mr. Teufel, good play there. Hellstorm Rocket Battery is on its last barrageometer. I don't know how much it's going to matter. Fireball does a good mount to the Jade Wizard up in the sky, and Franz is back onto the High Elf caster. I I just don't know if it's going to matter. Spartan is up 1,400 damage value at this point. The Empire frontline has gotten involved, but Spearmen and Halberdiers will honestly lose to this many High Elf Spearmen, and we do still have some Silver Helms. Now, the Reichsguard have gotten away from this relatively scot-free, so they could get in here, get balls deep, get balls to the walls, anything else that involves testicles, for an analogy. It's going to be tough. Balance power is even back out because Franz took a gigantic chunk off of the Archmage, and 2 850-plus gold cav were routed off the map. But a counter-burning head, ooh, might kill Spartan's own Spearman here. Might do it. And Franz gets a rear charge onto the Archmage of Fire all at the same time. The burning head curves away from the Spearman into the Lothern Seaguard. Whew! Just missed those Spearmen by killing also a better unit. Franz gets a rear attack, does cause her to tear out, and she is going to run off the map. So really scrappy for Mr. Teufel staying in this game after I thought he was mega doomed. Franz is still trying to catch this lady. Gets a nice another charge attack. He's doing like no damage though. What's that about? How's he not doing any damage? Dom is a lot more forgiving. Land Battle is way more competitive. Yeah. High level Dom's also competitive. But, yeah. I don't know. My stance is pretty firmly both game modes are good at different things, and I think people should enjoy them, and I just get really triggered whenever people, like, just shit on land battles. Alright. Archmage of Fire is dead. There's no more caster, and there is no more leadership for the High Elves. We see a big mass rout coming in the center for them, as their leadership does spike downwards. We have some very wounded huntsmen trying to throw in what fire they can, and the bolt throwers are currently all trying to target Franz, though he does have a healer nearby to keep him healthy. A full health Lothern Seaguard is in the distance. Currently, they only have a Jade Wizard threatening them, which, unless he drops the Dwellers below, he's not going to do very much, because they are still Spearmen at the end of the day. Empire actually take a balanced power lead. Reichsguard are really sweeping through the backline, and can the Empire do this? There's no way. There's no way, right? Guess we have to be the rock that stands on the Dom Tourney. I will tell my clanmates about this channel and show love. Hey man, thanks. Any help at all is definitely 100% appreciated. We'll be here for you. Though I can't guarantee this will be a land battles only channel because I also want to do some domination content sometimes. But yeah, we'll definitely keep land battles alive. 100%. Also gets better viewership than Dom for me anyway. So, yeah. But it looks like Teufel is going to somehow take this game. Like, I am just completely shocked. As you saw. The Dwellers Below was really nice. Halberdiers are doing a little bit better against High Elf infantry than I would have thought. And yeah, Spartan is going to withdraw. God damn, Joe Rogan. Yeah. Alright. Franzenator got 1,100 value, honestly not as much as I thought. 1,200 on the caster. Reichsguard also didn't get a gigantic amount. Huntsmen both paid for themselves and some, even after getting Burning Headed immediately. Sunmaker got 1,100, even with Focus Fire. Archmage of Fire didn't get very much done, unfortunately, even though I thought her Burning Heads were pretty good, but apparently not a lot of value. Silver Helms really struggled through the value back. Bolt Throwers did fine. Lothern Seaguard did less than I would have thought. Spearmen also did less than I would have thought. And Basic Archers did okay. Mr. Teufel bringing us to game 3. I am shocked. I am alarmed. I am pleasantly surprised. But it's your stream, so do you? Yeah. See, that's the thing, Ayano. And what I want to say about that is, like, I'm not against people disliking domination mode. I'm not against it. I'm not against people disliking land battles. It's fine. But what really gets me is when people come in here and say, like, it is objectively a bad game mode. And it's like, okay, that's an opinion. Like, you can't come in here and just present an opinion as fact and, like, shit on something. You know what I mean? Like, you can just not enjoy it. And that's fine. Just don't watch that content. Or if you phrase something, phrase it as your opinion. Like, oh, it's just not my favorite. Or I don't like this. It's fine. But, like, when the people come after me, they're like, it's so stupid, and you're stupid for hosting it. It's just full of cheesers and idiots. It's like, all right. All right, hold your horses there, little stable master. Is there anything like the old Aerocrastic rules going on for Total Warhammer 3? Although I'm guessing right now it can be tough. Probably going to mean ban VC and some other factions. Yeah, there is the Fruit rules. It's by a Fruit committee that is largely the same team that worked on the Aerocrastic rules, yeah. That was awesome. I had to drop what I was doing to watch. Mr. Toivels did drag it back. I really didn't think that build had it in it, and then it just suddenly did. DTG from Spain. Yeah, Mr. Toifel, so you know, I was shit-talking your build mighty heavily at the start, and then you won, so got him. Pull Lotus Moon and refuse to play until Dom is gone. That's pretty. Yeah, Cyrus got the thing for you. Both modes have their place, but people have been asking at CA remove land battle for multiplayer. What? See, yeah, Chasing Rainbows is talking about the exact people. Energized in Showtime, they are great players. Yeah. Yeah, I like Chasing Rainbows' take. That's my take. Is I think both have their place. They're fine. They're fine. I wish Dom... I think we can all agree Dom needs some more maps. Dom needs more maps, dude. Whenever I see a tournament, I click on a tournament on Total Tavern and it says like Black Ark, Battle for Itza, Arnheim. And then I'm exaggerating slightly, but it's like Black Ark, Battle for Itza, Arnheim. And if there's more rounds than 3, just repeat those maps until the finals. Like that's literally on so many pages because it has like 8 maps. Which is funny because it's their main game mode. And I did this in my Domination rant video about like how it was poorly implemented, in my opinion. Not that the game mode is bad. Which again, you can have that opinion, but I'm not trying to be that guy. But like Domination mode is the main multiplayer thing. You can't do land battle quick battles anymore until they added it, but now you can't opt out of them. It's like Domination isn't in campaign. There's no quest battles that are Domination. There's no AI support for Domination. Still, there's no AI support for this game. So to learn how to play this game mode, you have to play other players. With land battles, you can just have the AI load up an army and play with it for a while and get your feet under you. The AI can't play Domination. Why not? Why was this implemented without any AI support as originally the only game mode, and then they acquiesced to let land battles come back in? But like, the fuck? It was so dumb. I don't know. And then there's no maps. Like even, it's not even just like coming from Warhammer 2, they just copy paste all these land battle maps. It's totally fine. It's like Warhammer 3 had more new land battle maps than Domination mode did. And then when the port came in, they got like 2 more Domination maps, and we got like 100 new land battle maps. It's just insane that they're not supporting their main game mode more. Where are the fucking maps? Where is the AI support? Why aren't these things here? Oh my god. Can modders make new Dom maps? Yeah, so Turin recently did a contest, and it's still going if you want to join that. It's on his Discord, I forget where. But he's having like the modding community make some more Dom maps for him. And apparently CA is like sanctioning it or whatever. Not sanctioning, but like they're allowing it. I think that is. Sanction is allowed? No, I don't know. Anyway, they're allowing it. That's fine. But it is wild to me that like they're pushing this game mode so hard, but they're not putting anything behind it. You know what I mean? Like play this fucking game mode. Okay, God, is it good? Don't ask questions. There's like 4 maps and 2 of them are competitively viable, and there's no AI support. Okay, God, I'll play your game mode. Jesus Christ. All right, guys. People didn't like Dom getting rammed down their throats, so we put land battles back in the queue. But you can't pick whether you're going to play land battle or domination, so you're still going to play domination. Did you add more maps? 2 more. And you're gonna play more Domination mode! Like, of the competitive maps right now, Arnheim and Battle for Itza are staples. Those came in the same update. Competitive Domination before that was like 2 maps. It was the one where there's the snow map with the H. Like, you can go down the middle, or you can go up to either side and then down into the middle. That one. I forget what it's called. And then there was the one that you see so much often now that there's 2 ridged hill lines, and then there's A and C are next to people's, well, 1 and 3 are next to people's spawns, and in the middle is 2, and you can like shoot at each other across that. Like those are 2 great maps, but all the rest of the maps are shit. So of like the 5 maps being used competitively right now, 2 of them were in the base game, 2 came from an update, and 1 came from the most recent update. It's just like wild to me that there aren't more maps. And I'm sure it's hard. I am positive it's hard. Because if it wasn't hard, they would fix it. Like, I'm not that much of an asshole. I'm not going to pretend it's so easy. I could do it. I couldn't do it. But it's just weird that this game launched with so few maps ready for the game mode that they were going to push. Now, if they approached it as domination is this new game mode we're very excited to have you try, but we're working on it, I feel like the reception would be a lot better from the community. But the fact that they came out so hot and they're like, you know, this is the only game mode, land battles are dead, and then had to walk that back, I think a lot of people had a sour taste in their mouth. Because then people like land battles didn't want to be excited for a new game mode. They wanted to see it fail. So, yeah. Needs more maps. Needs more variety of maps, too. I wouldn't mind single capture point. Would be interesting. Not for a ton of maps. Maybe like 1 map. That might be bad. 5 capture points might be too chaotic. I don't know. What's wrong with an even capture point number? What about 4? What if you both held 2 and you had to fight over that? Could be interesting. Less maps not bad if the map quality is good. The technology isn't there. True. What do you think about race bans and CA's ranked land battles? I think that would be pretty cool, because there are certain factions people just don't want to fight, whether they're OP or not. Like, there's a certain amount of people that would ban dwarves. There's a certain amount of people that will ban wood elves, no matter how good or bad they are. Land battles are 100% more cinematic and satisfying to watch. And my faction wars is Norska. Both my games are super close, back and forth, satisfying ends. Dom doesn't have that for viewers. Yeah. I'd prefer if land battles were the main game mode. It's definitely 2 Dom maps that are terrible. Grove of Slaughter has a capture point in the middle of the woods. Missile factions basically can't play it. If trees were not broken, do not completely block projectiles, be fine. But still have a horrible tree system. If the trees... Dude, if trees were destructible... If trees had a health pool, you know? And, like, enough missiles hit them that, like, this patch of trees would disappear... We wouldn't even need forest camping rules in land battles. That is the entire reason forest camping rules exist in land battles, is because trees are invincible, which makes it really hard to play around them. Where, like, in real life, if we're in the Napoleon era and a bunch of Austrian troops were just sitting in trees, like, Napoleon knew they were in there and they were just sitting in trees, he would just line up a bunch of cannons and start shooting and turn all the trees into fragmentation grenades, and like wood pulp would go everywhere and damage people. But in Total War, if you fire a cannon at a tree, that shit stops dead and falls to the ground. Which is why we have to make rules around it, because they don't behave like real trees do. They behave like a weird wall. But yeah, I think destructible forests would definitely be a way to take away forest camping rules, because it's like, yeah, you can stay in the forest if we just shoot the forest. Domination has 4 maps only. What a joke. It's pretty low. And I was talking about viable maps. There's some maps that you never see. Like, what's that one? Oh, God. It starts with an S. There's one that is just completely competitively inviable, where both spawns are in these choke points, and you go out onto the middle of the map, and then you either go down into a valley and get your point, or you can go down in the opponent's valley and get their point, and then there's one in the middle. But so many games would end up with you just getting blocked in that tiny spawn, and it was like, I don't know, it's just not a good map at all. If trees are destructible, I would use siege engines to clear a map of trees and forget to fight my opponent. What do they need in trees? To make it so projectiles pass trees, but do less damage. Use the unicorns. I mean, good luck implementing that. I disagree. Silver Spire. Oh, it's Silver Spire. Thanks, Coops. Vienna totally didn't prefer wooden palisades that had turned into shrapnel against the Ottomans. I'm confusing me and Hank Cyrus, but that's fine. Funny thing is that I heard they do that in 3 Kingdoms. Yeah. The only Dom map I ever get on Quick Battles. Silver Spire is pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. All right, we have Kislev versus Tomb Kings. The builds are going a little slow. Honestly, I should be more on the players' asses about that, but I've just been enjoying talking to you, so that's a little bit on me. And our next round isn't even ready yet, so it's not like we're killing anybody's time. We're on game 3, but Viva Llama and Bowman are still fighting. Ruckfang was defeated by Echer. And Narume and Golden Floof are still fighting, so we're doing okay. In your stream, if the players can't hear us, what units do you think Kislev have that are good against Tomb Kings? As well as the other way around, Tomb Kings that are good against Kislev. Tomb Kings... Ushabti Great Bows are incredible against Kislev. Nehakara Warriors have also proven quite good against Kislev in the past. Or they called the capital Vienna. Yeah, I knew the Austrian Empire used to be big. Anyway, I'll read the rest of that Cyrus later. Ushabti Great Bows are quite good against Kislev. Nehakara Warriors are quite good against Kislev. And obviously the Kepler Guard are still very strong. Even after their nerfs, they're still quite good. For Kislev, Streltsy I've seen be quite strong. Kosovoite Dervishes are good. Maybe the Bear Cav? But you'd have to be careful. You can't let the Bear Cav get shot by the Ushabti or you're going to get murdered. But if the Bear Cav can get into the fight, they would do rather well. The mid-tier Cav for Kislev, my gripes aside about it, I really don't think is good in this matchup specifically, even if I wasn't a known hater of the mid-tier Kislev Cav. Because all the targets you're trying to get to are armored, and they don't have armor piercing or large, so it's really not a great time for the mid-tier Kislev Cav. Kosovite Dervishes will do fine here. Archer spam's also pretty good, and I think their chariots... Oh, the Little Groms! Hell yeah, dude! I forgot about the Little Groms. I always do. Double Little Grom is so good. They completely mess up Ushabti Great Bows. They're so good against monstrous infantry, and the Tomb King's carry potential is usually in monstrous infantry, whether it's the Sporkle Stalkers or Ushabti Great Bows, or even like a Bone Giant can take decent damage from Little Groms. Little Groms are great in this matchup. They are excellent, and I completely forgot about them till I saw them, so... Good job. It is Spartan. Good job, Spartan. Good build. Getting late for me. Tanks all peeps. Most likely to see you around. Good night. Hey, you have a good night, Lord. And camo and deploy are two very different things. Units in forest just need % damage reduction for getting shot. If forests were destructible and flammable, you'd be eating roast elf instead of ear soup. Zargard any good versus Tomb Kings? No, maybe. I would think not. It feels like they're too expensive for what you need them to do. Yeah, I agree with Trader. Sorry, tech elites are a disease. I agree with his opinion. I just know him by a different name in Discord. Anyway, the builds. Double Little Grom, very, very nice. Like it. Double Streltsy, 4 Armored Kossars in the front line, 2 Kosovite Dervishes. Then we do have a Frost Maiden of Ice with Heart of Winter and Ice Sheet. We have Boris Ursus paired with a Patriarch. For some healing stuff. But they don't have their bear bodyguard escort, so they won't be nearly as bear blobby as usual. Because the bomb to shit making the entire mess of splinters is lethal and cause. Yeah. Interesting, Cyrus. Though I don't think you would want to be in the palisade when it blew up. On the other side, we have 2 Skeleton Horse Archers. We have a Sparkle Stalker. 2 Ushabti Great Bows, one of which is the Chosen of the Gods. We have Arkan the Black on his chariot with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech, plus his normal items and summons and such. A front line of Skeleton Warriors, picked with some Tomb Guards, Halberds, Skeleton Spearmen, and such. And double Screaming Skull Catapult. This is the first time I've seen the Screaming Skull Catapults versus Kislev, though I don't think the Little Groms fear them. I think the Little Groms can win the artillery fight quite handedly. Screaming Skull Catapults do almost no damage to them in the Chosen of the Gods, and you see the Ushabti are running away. And for Mr. Teufel, this is smart. If you have played this matchup or watched it, you will know that Little Grom just destroys these Ushabti. So the Tomb Kings are going to try and do something about those guys before they let their Ushabti get into range. I don't know what you're going to do about them without your Ushabti, but you really just don't want to take that fire. It's so devastating. What is scary when you have cannons? Yeah, I agree. Finally made one live again. Well, 3.5 hours in, probably barely caught it. We have 3 more best of 3s in the stream. Well, wait. After this one, 2 more. But this is the 3rd game of best of 3. So we have this, and then 2 more best of 3s to go. It's like Vampire Coast, Wood Elves, and Dwarves had this horrific evil child. I don't mind Kislev. I used to hate watching Kislev when Warhammer 3 first launched, but after all the other factions came in, Kislev actually has plenty of counters now. but I understand that. There are certain factions that people just hate. Little Groms are beating the Screaming Skull Catapults in combat, and the Tomb Kings realize they're going to have to move up or something, because they're not going to beat these Little Groms at a range. Spartan is out for blood, newbie blood. He got his first taste after beating me. Chasing Rainbows, I feel like you have a thing. What is targeting that lady? It is Spirit Leech, and it is Ushap the Grapos. Okay. Tomb Kings have just switched to shooting Streltsy with their catapults, and it's funny, now the Streltsy are trying to get out of range of the catapults, while the Ushapti Grapos stay out of the range of the Little Groms. So both sides are trying to offer up sacrifices to the artillery duel that isn't your key carry components. That's pretty funny. Skeleton Horse Archers don't have a lot they can really do here. They can shoot silver shielded 80 armored Kossars, or to get in range of the Little Groms, which themselves are also 105 armored single entities. They are going to get shot by the armored Kossars if they get too close, so they don't have any good targets, really. We are getting the time where many of our European viewers will go to bed, so it does look like we are tanking in the viewership. And if we tank in the viewership, I'm just going to shut it down. I'm just going to cancel the tournament. It's over. It's over, GG. Bye. No, kidding. Here we are. The Kossars are in range of Mr. Toyful's Skeleton Archers. They take a nasty little volley, and they are going to fuck right off. The Spirit Leeches have been taxing the Frostmaiden of Ice, and the Little Groms have depleted the Screaming Skull catapults to half firing capacity, so both are at 2 catapults left. Tomb Kings are running up to take the melee fight, which they probably will win. Yeah, they outnumber the Kislevites like 2-1, and they have some halberds in here. So the Tomb Kings need their infantry. Need their infantry to carry this one for them. Heart of Winter is a hell of a drug, though, so watch out for any blobs you might form, Tomb Kings, or it will be severely punished. Chosen of the Gods are now moving up into Little Grom range, but they need to do something about the bears that are currently attacking their infantry. And we do see the Little Groms now change target on the Ushapti Grapos after they fully took out a Screaming Skull Catapult, and the other one only has 1 model left. But the Little Groms don't care about 1 Screaming Skull Catapult. They want to take out their vengeance on the Ushapti. And show me the shot. I've been talking you up this whole time. Show me the shot. Both are firing at a different one. It's so much damage. It's so much damage. It like really is. That doesn't seem like a lot, but that's an 1100 gold unit taking that much damage. And it lost 2 of its models already. That's at least like a 200 gold shot. Goddamn. There's a Heart of Winter. It is not overcast, but still will do a lot of damage to these Tomb Guards with halberds and the basic Skeleton Warriors. But we do have Sepulchral Stalkers lining up, and then they take a shot from Little Grom. Little Grom is so good in this matchup. He's just so good. If you aren't taking him in this matchup, start taking him. God, he's just a good boy. Just a good boy. He wants to do good things. It's nearly 7 in the morning for me. Ayano, did you never go to sleep, or did you wake up very early? Kislev just seems like the faction everyone forgets is in the game now. A little bit, yeah. They're good. They're not great, but they're good. Sporkle Stalkers are taking a pounding. Chosen the Gods are taking a pounding. It's just so hard for the Tomb Kings to win the artillery duel versus Little Grom. And it's funny because Little Grom isn't even that good in most matchups, but like when he is, he's apparently really, really good. Frostmaiden of Ice is getting Spirit Leech down, but they're charging her into combat so she can be next to the Patriarch while he tries to heal. But the Sporkle Stalkers with their anti-large will just destroy her, and Kislev was without a caster. Now, for all the work Little Grom is doing, your caster with the Heart of Winter is actually kind of a big fucking deal for how to kill all of these Tomb Kings infantry. We could see that being a late game win condition, is just too many skeletons. Just too many skeletons walking over the back line. But for now, anything worthwhile is getting completely deleted from the Tomb King side. Sporkle Stalkers are just about dead. Chosen of the Gods, just about dead. Our 1 catapult friend is still firing away. And how are we doing on the Streltsy front? Streltsy are honestly... Yeah, we have 1 healthy one. Okay. I thought that this was the healthy one, and that one was the one that ran in the trees earlier. So one of our Streltsy is in big trouble. The other one's doing just fine. Infantry for Kislev is losing. Especially wherever Tomb Guard are getting involved. And they do soon have an Ushapti Summon, which I guess is going right here. I would 100% guess the Ushapti Summon goes right there. I don't know if that's the best place for it. Probably the best place for it is on this very healthy Streltsy, since they have anti-infantry. But I'm guessing most players' tendencies goes for a blob of infantry or something, and try to punish that, so I'm guessing it's going to pop up right here. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Skirmish Cav come back into the late game. They just hid away from the Cossars for a while. Now they're back shooting at some stuff. Scream Skull Catapult, hitting some Streltsy. Chosen of the Gods, trying to do anything before they die. Sippy stocks are gone. Balance of power is even though Kislev doesn't have a caster of any kind. And Arkin's targeting this, so maybe the Ushabti will get cast back here, since Mr. Teufel clearly knows these guys exist. I don't know where he's going to summon it. Probably should summon it, though. Classified Dervish is just going to run out and finish off this wounded Ushabti Great Bows. That seems fine. Little Groms are running out of ammunition. Halberds and Spearmen are surrounding Boris, Ursus, and the Patriarch, and they really don't like this. Bear characters in general, when surrounded by spears, take a lot of damage, like a lot more than you would think. Cathay Long Spearmen frequently got 1,000, 2,000 value by surrounding Boris or Tsarina that was being healed up or something. You can see the Patriarch really suffering from his time in this blob. And again, like I said, without Heart of Winter, you might have a hard time clearing out the skeletons. We do have an Ushabti Great Bow coming. It'll help chase down some of the Streltsy with Arkin, who needs to leave. He needs to get out of here. You have the sleep schedule of a Hikimori, which say I don't have a sleep schedule. You know what? Fair. More power to you. Who dares message me? Eldrin, what up? Is it better to have Armored Cossars countercharge infantry or shoot their infantry while they charge you? Shoot their infantry while they charge you, though that is difficult to pull off sometimes. I await your second question. Patriarch got abandoned by Boris Ursus. He's currently dying a horrible death. Someone's shooting something. The single catapult is still firing at the full health Streltsy. Meanwhile, the last of those Ushabti Great Bows is crumbling off, but it did kill an entire Classified Dervish with it when a rear charge from the Skirmish Cav came through. The Ushabti Summon is currently on the map. It's currently doing a good amount of damage to Big Daddy Boris. And something is happening over here. Silvake's Lullaby plus what? Oh, Arkin got hurt enough that he popped his, like, curse thing. He took a lot of damage. Are the Streltsy shooting him? They are shooting him. That's how he took so much damage. Good God. Okay, Arkin got kind of fucked up, and that brought the balance of power back. Annoyingly for Kislev, the Chosen of the Gods are alive. Little Grom's out of ammo. This Little Grom isn't, but if he throws guard mode on and fires at those Ushabti, that would be pretty good. A Shard Blade is going to drain down some healthy Skeleton Spearmen, and some Ushabti, who will crumble on their own in a bit, but it's mostly just to help the Boris out in a bad situation. Streltsy are a mixed range and melee unit. They're trying to fight Arkin a little bit right now, but they're not getting a ton out of it, unfortunately for them. Patriarch's trying to get closer to Big Daddy Boris, give him a little bit of heals, but he is almost heal capped himself, and he's about dead, so, you know, it's not great. Don't love being dead. That one Screaming Skull Catapult with one model this entire game is desperately trying to do anything, but it's having a hard time. Patriarch's going to fight Arkin, and honestly, it's a bad fight for Arkin. He might win it in the end, but he doesn't. It's not worth the trade, and Chariots are terrible duelists. Just Chariots in general are terrible duelists. You have to be like Grom to get any value out of it. That Skeleton's not real. It can't hurt you. It'll disappear in a bit. I mean, it can hurt the Streltsy, but not you. You're on the other side of the computer screen. You're safe. Streltsy trying to get a little bit more poke onto Arkin. That is critical at this point. Kislev pulls further ahead on the balance of power, but it just looks like... It looks like the Tomb Kings have so much more on the map. I don't know. I feel like this balance of power could swing on a knife's edge at any moment. Chosen of the Gods trying to stay alive as some armored Cossars chase them around the map, and some Dervishes are cleaning up the last of the Screaming Skull Catapult crews in the backfield. They probably should have gone for the one with ammo first, but oh well. Teach their own. These Streltsy are going to break in a moment as those fake skeletons chase them off. Arkin takes a bit of poke, but he does kill off the Patriarch. Somewhere? No? Yes? No? Where's his dead bear body? There's his dead bear body. Patriarch is dead. No more healing for Boris, which means every Spirit Leech is going to count, and he needs to make them count, which he is trying to. He's trying his very best. Other Little Grom is back. He has 4 shots. This is Chosen of the Gods right in front of you. Turn and shoot. Turn and shoot. Turn and shoot. Just shoot him. Shoot him in the face! Or the Streltsy can shoot him. Really, anybody can shoot him. This skeleton's going to fade away in a hot second. Arkin is very low, causing the balance of power to also be, say it with me, very low. Chosen of the Gods are still trying to shoot at Boris Ursus. He's not actually the best target for the Chosen of the Gods, and Arkin is going to start crumbling down. But the Skirmish Cav are here to party. Can they do it? I think the balance of power is artificially low. Like, Jesus Christ, it's about to army loss the Tomb Kings at this point. Are you fucking serious right now? Are you serious right now? That little Grom has no ammunition. This other one has a little bit of ammo, but it's almost out of health. What are you... Don't army loss this shit. Arkin's dead. There's no way you're gonna army loss him right now. There is no fucking way. There's all these halberds, you piece of shit. How dare you? How dare you army loss him? I'm sorry, I yelled, Hazel. Okay, Kislev was advantaged, but that was not army loss's territory. Come on! We had a Tomb Guard with Halberd that maybe could have soloed everything that was left. Boris was like dead. It's a halberd, for God's sake. Anyway, you remember that thing I said about the spearmen? Yeah, this one was on the Patriarch. Like 1,400, 1,600 value on a single spearman? Yeah, that one was attacking the Patriarch all game. Boris did okay, Patriarch did okay, Little Groms just did so much goddamn work. They're such good lads. Streltsy did fine, Armored Kossars honestly did really well. Mounted Kosovo Dervishes did fine. GG well played indeed. I do think that was Kislev favored. I think the army losses was really, really early. Really very valid character build. I like that horror bag. That's pretty funny. Scrappy game, GG indeed. Spartan will advance. Working on a horse is so much better. You can actually get your spawns off. Yeah. All right. I have a ping. What is it about? It's from Eldrin. Would doing a flank ambush with 3 to 4 Sepulchre Stalkers as Tomb Kings allow you to overwhelm one flank first against Kislev or Bretonnia? It could be, but that's a lot of your funds. It's a lot of your funds, so your opponent's going to know something's up when he sees your army and is like, wait, where's the rest of it? Because it's hard to hide that you just don't have 6,000 funds with your army. So they're going to know something's up, and they're going to look for it. It can be risky. And we saw how Sepulchre Stalkers in that game, they were getting shot by Little Grom, but they are very fragile if they do get the big murdered. Okay. So we have Viva Llama, we have Bowman. Still fighting to see who will fight GGX Spartan. The other side we have Ichia, waiting for Narime and Golden Floof. Yes. So, I got a tip that, well, also I have seen this before. Ichir has rough connection computer issues, so I am going to cast the top best of 3, just so that I don't lag up their game as much as possible and then move forward. But I do want to see how Viva Llama and Bowman are doing. Yeah, that is a pretty good quote, Eldrin. That is a pretty good quote. Okay. How's it going? Spartan advanced. Sorry, I just realized you didn't see the bracket that whole time. Spartan advanced. We're waiting to see who wins this one. Acre advanced. We're waiting to see who wins this one. Ark in the Black just died and you were a Tomb King. That's actually pretty funny. I like that. That's pretty good 3. They matched an hour ago. They found each other, so they should be wrapping up really soon. It's hard to make a best of 3 last more than an hour. And I need to go make Grace dinner at some point, though it does look like that's going to be delayed. It's 2 a.m. I'm tired as fuck. I agree. How Mofet do this all day? Caffeine, I suppose. Okay. I did message Bowman to see when that would be done. And you know what? You know what? We're going to get a little crazy here. Hold on 1 second. I mean, I have to also just go do something real quick. So, Burb, will we wait for the next game? Yeah. Who dares ping me? Okay, nobody. BRB. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I have 2 Discord messages. Are they good or are they bad? I'm getting pinged. Hey, just a heads up, you probably want your server's links in the dedicated Warhammer Discord. It's being pointed as the place to go. Find every multiplayer. Could even recommend yours from there. All right. Warhammer Discords? Sure, I'll put mine in there. Seems fine. It's not the one I was thinking of, but okay. 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 Sorry. Checked on some things. Checked on some stuff. Gives a lot the advantage. The moment Arkin was shot dead, it was over. I thought those Groms were out of ammo. I had Winds of Magic from Spirit Leechers for Boris. Just realized there was a current live stream. Listening for 12 hours, thinking this was a recording. No, this is a live stream, my friend. Do you mind if I call you Austin, by the way? I just kind of did the start stream without thinking about it. No, I don't care. Go for it. We're shocked by how badly he sucked against Streltsy, but on horse it would have been worse. Yeah. Also, and double also, do you have any tabletop armies? Not for Warhammer, no. I saw Rockfang was looking for him. Yeah, that was a mistype. Back. Currently a banger. Sleepy. Okay. Updating the bracket again, looking to see if anybody's won. Spartan, still waiting for this. Narime and Acre are ready. Feel free to play without me. I heard your next opponent lags, so I will not cast in attempt to help you out. Okay. So that other semifinal's getting going. Time-wise, I do have to make Grace dinner at some point. So I need that. I need them to be ready for finals, because I'm going to do 2 best of 3s back to back. I just can't do a best of 3 and then wait around. I'm gonna check back out on chat, one thing, and then I gotta go for a second. Furry man is worst name. On 1v1 maybe against 2 grams, no one dares bring a dreaded double bone giant. If they rush you with bears and Streltzy, you're probably doomed. Yeah. Bowman's typing. Just got knocked out. Damn. GG. Good. Alright, so Bowman is out. Viva Llama is coming. Spartan, Viva Llama. Let's get a lobby. You did great. Okay, we have our next games coming up. Spartan's gonna host. And I will return when I feel like it. So choose your Skaven clan for tabletop painting. You screen cap it and snipping tool and you paint the army in the clan you got. Oh, that is interesting, though I would definitely be biased towards Morris because I like Morris. Morris is very good. Red is safe. In retrospective, High Elves into this game was not a good idea, Mr. Teufel. I agree. All right, BRB. Rise, table, rise. Board. Pepper. Mushrooms. Onion. Hep. I return. I return. So, we're going to end up chopping vegetables here. It's just a thing that's happening. Alright, Zyphos. Small request, do you post our Discord link in the dedicated Warhammer? Please, I don't have the rights. Yeah, I got you. Alright. I got Zyphos. Hold on. Zyphos wanted me to do a favor. And when Zyphos asks you for a favor, you don't say no. Alright. Mike, go. Okay, Spartan has a game for us. Damn it! I am just full of idiot and stupid. Okay, turn the code. This one. It's Sparta. Get in there. Spectate. 1, 2, 3. Done. Go over here. Bring up the blocker. Shift the camera. Fix the microphone, because it probably got fucked up when I got disconnected. Nope, it's fine. Okay. There we go. Did an actual scaving get into hubby's house? Done. Go over here. No, sorry. That's what happens if my mic gets unplugged briefly, but I tried to turn it up towards me and it unplugged briefly. I'm super sorry about that. Okay, so we're waiting on Spartan's opponent. Gonna update the scorecard, and then I need to start chopping vegetables for tonight's dinner, which I will do in the downtime. You. And then we have Viva Llama eventually coming. I will also invite this person because I have a previous DM with them. Uh-oh. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. This is just turning into vegetable chopping now. Boom. Gotta get ready! Put this way over here. Okay. I need a knife! Who can chop vegetables without a knife? God damn it! Alright, Viva Llama will show up when they feel like it. I need to start with the mushrooms. Because I need the mushroom tin to be a little wastebasket. Neep, 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 neep. Whoop, zip, stay, stay. Spartan is wondering where his opponent is. I'm also curious. Good night, house husband. Bye, Cyrus. Also, I do have a job, sir. Just is very strange hours, mostly on the nights and weekends. But I do cook a lot. And it is good. Because I'm good at it. Who dares message me? Mushrooms! Come to me! Thank you. Oh god. Can I even... I can't even cut left-handed. Y'all are just stuck with a picture of a hand. Ah! Dicing mushrooms is a pain in the dick. I don't like it. Grace does like mushrooms. We don't have mushrooms very often. So that's just what we're doing. Is Llama here yet? No? Okay. That's cool. Llama, where are you? I messaged him. Spartan did too. Oh, Llama, where are you? Acre and Narim should have started their games by now. So we'll see how that goes. They're all sliced. What does Spartan need? Spartan, you did great. I don't know where Viva Llama is. I'm sorry about this delay, but we are going to keep cutting mushrooms. Fucking mushrooms. Probably should have gotten a bigger knife. But oh well. It'll be fine. Llama, where the fuck? You should know a llama is never late. Viva Llama, especially not Viva. Viva is not something you accompany with being late. Viva la resistance. It's not like the resistance is going to stay home for a while. Oh fuck, I have Discord messages. Are they from who I needed it to be? Ickett seems pretty good. His spells got buffed and he's tanking out. Yeah, Ickett's great, dude. Ickett's great. Love Ickett. We love the claw. Sorry. Running a bit behind schedule, so I have dinner to prep. If you're just joining and wondering why the hell the camera is just me chopping vegetables and we're sitting in a lobby waiting for someone. Because we don't know where the hell Viva Llama is. He got this far in a tournament, so he has to know how lobbies work. It'd be weird if you won 4 rounds not knowing how to get into a lobby. Unless maybe he waited out his opponents, like all of his opponents just surrendered after not knowing where he was for an hour. Seems unlikely. It could happen. Alright. I got a Discord message. Who's it from? Oh, okay. Llama's coming. Cool, cool. Bump, 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 bump. God damn it, mushrooms. I like cooking. I don't really like chopping vegetables at all. It's my least favorite part. Sucks. Vegetables can eat my ass. But they're good for you. Oh fuck, I have 4 Discord messages. That's never good. Almost done with all the goddamn mushrooms. If I cut my finger off on a stream, that would probably be not great. I think YouTube would not enjoy that at all. Probably. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. Okay. Everything's chopped-ish. Okay. Llama said he'd be back in 5 to 10 minutes. That seems like a lot. Okay, I don't know what to do with that information right now. I'm going to have to process that for a hot second. Oh my God. Let me think. Alright. Llama said he'd be back in 5 to 10 minutes. That feels like a lot. But, I mean, it's not like I could just... If I give Spartan the win, like, just say, hey man, that's a little too long for the stream. We're going to give your opponent the win. Because he already left. Like, that's the thing, is I can't just be like, get back here right now. He's already gone. So it's either I say, hey man, we're just going to give your opponent the win because it's taking too long. But then we still have another best of 3 that's underway that's apparently laggy, so I can't even join it. So I don't know. Like, what's the point? If I give Spartan the win right now, what's the point? It's not like Aker or Narimbe is waiting for us in finals. Like, no one's waiting, so it's either we give Spartan the win so we can wait some more, or we actually wait for Llama to show up. I don't know. And also, what's plaguing my mind is if this Aker person, Maestro, or whatever you want to call him, is laggy as shit, what if he wins? Because then we're just going to have a final that's laggy as shit. I don't know. And I have another stream in 2 hours. So that's going to be great. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know very much of anything. So I'm confused. I'm alarmed. We could make it a best of 1. I left for a while, now it's a cooking show? Pretty much, dude. We're in an awkward spot where we're in the semifinals, and one of our players just left to go get food, so he's not in his house right now. And I'm currently out loud debating what to do about that. And that's where we are. So we're working on that. In the meantime, might as well make this a little bit bigger since you're not actually doing anything. You're just watching me chop shit. See the moo cow in the background? Look at the moo cow over there. Look at him in the window. Look at that little moo cow. He's just vibing. He's having his day. So I'm debating. I think I'm either going to turn into a best of 1 or give Spartan the win. Yeah, that sounds like what I'm going to do. We'll ask the players. But yeah, because we can't just wait 5 to 10 more minutes. It's 3 a.m. where Spartan is, and I'm running behind schedule as it is. We can't have somebody just fucking off to go get dinner. Like, I understand he's hungry. Like, I get that, which is why maybe a best of 1 would be optimal. So I think I'm going to I'll talk to Spartan, and if Spartan says yes, then it's like, Viva Llama, your options are best of 1 or surrender. If Spartan still wants a best of 3 after waiting, then I guess I have to just suck it up. Because if both players don't want it, then that's too bad. But we'll see. I'll message him now, but I think Spartan's listening to the stream. It looks like mushrooms. It was mushrooms. Who's supposed to be in finals? Right now we have Viva Llama versus Spartan in the semifinal. And then there's Narimbe. God, I always forget his name. Narimbe versus Aker on the other side. You know, it was a casual tournament, but who just leaves in the finals? I've been back and forth. I'm not sure if it's actual finals, but it's close. It's semifinals, but yeah. How are the picks going? I don't know. We'll see. I'm asking Spartan what he thinks about that. But we'll see. It looks like Viva's logging on now. But we'll see. Leave it up to Spartan. So what we're making tonight is going to be pasta with red sauce that I got from the store, but I like to add a bunch of stuff to the red sauce. So we're adding some yellow bell pepper. I like to add a bunch of oregano, basil, thyme, that shit. A little black pepper, a little salt. I like to add an egg on low heat, and then you stir it around. It makes the sauce a little thicker and add some protein. It's pretty good. Tablespoon of sugar. It's good shit. It's good shit. And then we have this like veggie pasta stuff that we put in. Parmesan cheese, olive oil. It's good. Alright, how we doing? Q's Ogre trailer song. Her dwarves edible. Okay. I proposed to Llama best of one. In other semi, you keep trucking. So, the guy who was lagging earlier in the tournament is not lagging right now with his current opponent, so that is nice. Alright, you're doing fine. Even Papa Nurgle's children fruit rules need 2 pages on what to do if your opponent leaves to get dinner. That's true. We need a whole essay on it. Anyway, if I had time, I like to make my at-home garlic bread, which is just you take a bagel and you throw it in the oven, a little bit of butter and garlic on top of it, and then halfway through, like 5 minutes, you take it out and put on some Parmesan and mozzarella cheese and then put it back in. Oh, so good. So fucking good. All right. Viva Llama has agreed to the best of one. It is the best of one, the best of formats. Just to get things moving. Other semifinals proceeding without a hitch. Alright. We're good. If you leave the tournament, go eat. You have to play ogres and you come back to feed them off. True. Fucking true, dude. So they're doing picks and bans right now. This semifinal is going to be best of one because we had a little delay of games since Viva Llama had to get food to eat. On the other side it is 0-1, but they're allegedly having no lag, so hopefully that series will be done in plenty of time. We're still dicing yellow peppers over here. Ogres, only gorgers with max chevrons. That's bold. Why is the light not on? In here, freaking light. God damn it. Dude, you know what I haven't made in a while? Fajitas. I'm gonna make some more fajitas. Fajitas are the boss. Fajitas are the bee's knees. But Grace and I have a problem with eating Italian and Mexican food too much. We really need to diversify what we eat. So I made curry the other night. That was fun. Curry is a pain in the dick. It's good, but it's a lot of effort to make, and it doesn't make a lot of it. It made 4 servings, so Grace and I both had a serving. And then the next day for lunch, I had another serving. And then today for lunch, I had a serving. It's all fucking gone. And that shit takes, like, forever. Forever. At least the recipe I use, it takes at least 2 hours. Sucks ass. Anyway, cooking stream soon? Oh, you better believe there's a cooking stream soon. You're on it. Onion time. After you cut mushrooms on something, it's so gross because mushrooms have like dirt in all their little crevices you can't possibly get out. So then your cutting board is always just dirty. I just tell myself it's good for my immune system and move on, but I know that's probably not ideal. Ready-made curry sauce to your friends, not sure if they sell those in the US. They don't sell them in the US, or if they do, they're trash. I can guarantee you that. I can guarantee you that. It looks like we have Beastmen versus Slanesh. This game's going to be short no matter what. They've been hovering on these for a while, so I have to assume that's actually the matchup. Oh, I switched to the Empire. Slanesh versus Empire. That's playable. War Wagons are pretty tough to deal with for Slanesh. The unbreakable front line of Sigmar can also be kind of nice because you don't charge their army passive at all. Volkmar can be neat. Killing Sigvald can be a bit of a hassle, I will admit. The Empire does not have a lot of single entity killing tools for infantry. They mostly have to shoot stuff to death, which doesn't really work versus infantry. Yeah, a little bit of a problem. I have a blocker up, right? Yeah, I do. It's fine. Yeah, no, Tactical Lich, if I had a ready-made curry sauce in America, that would be fucking hype. But I guarantee you it's just like 90% salt. I don't know. The curry I make off the recipe I got online is boss. It's boss's shit. It just takes forever. It takes forever. And I got really pissed off because I was going to make curry for Grace for Valentine's Day once. That's where I got this recipe. And it's a kick-ass recipe, but it completely fucking lies. So the start of the page says cook time 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I read the top of the article and it's 20 minutes, got it. I give myself an hour before Grace gets home for our Valentine's Day dinner when I was making this the first time. I have an hour. And then as I'm reading the fucking recipe, at one point it says boil the sauce quickly and then put it on a low simmer for 20 minutes. Okay, recipe, this is step 4, meaning I had to do the previous steps in 0 minutes for this to be true. But don't worry, it gets worse, because after you saute it, let it simmer for 20 minutes, you add yogurt and shit to it, and then you boil down to desired thickness, which, unless you want literally water, is going to take 30 more minutes. But Grace and I like a thick curry sauce. So it takes almost an hour. So this fucking recipe was like, yeah, 20 minutes if you prep everything instantaneously and you like water curry. Yeah, then it's 20 fucking minutes. So it was some horse shit. It tasted good. It just completely lied about how long it took to make. So then Grace came home, and I said, surprise, dinner will be ready in an hour. Which was fine. It was fine, just wasn't the surprise I wanted. So that was pretty funny. Alright, Slanesh is ready. Empire has 600 gold left to spend, so not too much. Oh god, I need to get this smaller, but this knife is small as fuck. How'd that do? Yep, smaller. How'd that do? Oh, okay. That's fine. Fine enough. Okay. We ready yet, or what are we doing? Empire spent too much money. They're just working on getting the right balance right now. Into the bowl. Into the bowl. Is this too many veggies? Oh, fuck. This might be too many veggies. Yeah, there's no way. I fucked up. Maybe if we make a double batch of pasta, then it'll be fine. I don't know. That's way too much. Jesus Christ. So for comparison, here's my hand. So the bowl's this big, right? If you look in there, that bowl of that size is half full of veggies. There's no way that's going in one thing of pasta. I'm gonna have to double. Shit. Whatever. We chopped our veggies. We did our job. Ah! 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 Are they ready yet? No? Okay. Let's go harass the cat. Empire mortars be good against low armor blobs of infantry and cav like Slanesh if mortar type units, gold ranks that increase accuracy and fire rate. They could be good against low armor factions, but probably not Slanesh because Slanesh doesn't have any archers or anything. Yeah. Slanesh is fast, so it's going to be a little difficult. Moo-cow. Moo-cow. Hey, Moo. Who's a good boy? Who's the goodest boy ever? Why is Moo so good? That one's being good. Meow. Hey, buddy. Oh. Who's a good boy? Alright, let's focus up. Spartan's about done with the build. It's me. He has 0 gold left, so I think we're done. More like 200 minutes, yeah. How about washing them first? Yeah, I did wash the veggies. I did. Mushrooms are just really hard to get the dirt out of all those little crevices. So you get a lot of it, but if there's any left, it's just... Ugh. It's terrible. Slanesh is very strong, but Cathay is the oppressive faction in land battles. Yeah, after the nerfs, I haven't seen Slanesh really dominating that much. They do okay. They do fine. I'm rewinding the stream that Toon King match triggered army losses even damage value. Yeah, Toyful, I was calling bullshit on that. I was there. This is the sort of rant that'll make you a TV star, human boy. I'm trying to be entertaining in Vertical Cliff. Recipes are guideline. Cooking isn't rocket science. Now baking, on the other hand. What an ugly rat. Rest in peace, Mukau. You got called ugly. His name's Ed, by the way. We just call him a Mukau because he looks like a fucking cow. Like, that's just, that is 1-to-1. All right. Sorry about the delays. It's been kind of a scuffed stream. Yeah. But we are here. So this is going to be a best of 1. The finals, we'll figure out if they're going to be best of 1 or best of 3. We'll see what the players want to do. But this one, because Llama had to go get... I know people who have been here this whole time are like, dude, stop saying this, but it's for people that are coming in and out. So it's going to be a best of 1 because Llama had to go get food at one point, causing us to turn this into a cooking stream while we just stalled for time. Meaning I don't have enough time for 2 best of 3s, and 2 of the players that are still in this tournament, it is 3 a.m. for them. So they also want to be done. I don't know what Llama's time zone is, but I know Spartan's getting really tired and he has to work. So we were just going to cut it down. In finals, we'll deal with that when we get there. Empire build. We have 2 Pistoliers. We have 4 Empire Knights in total, 3 War Wagons. We have Marcus Wolfhart, bringing a total of ranged 360 cav is 6. He's not a cav, but you get my point. Oh no! Oh no! Spartan's too tired! Spartan took a wizard with no spells! Oh no! This wizard has no spells! Anyway, for infantry, he has some halberdiers, he has some swordsmen, he has some halberdiers and spearmen, he has no spells! 0! Zip spells, just a caster! Ah, that's so tragic. He doesn't have the net on Wolfhard either. This might be GG. For Viva Llama, we have 2 Hellstriders of Slanesh, 2 more, so 4 of them total, 3 Chaos Spawn. We have the Sibyl Slaughtercade. What do these guys even do again? They have Soul Hunter. Okay, that's probably still not great, but they're a chariot. They do chariot things. We have Devoted Marauders and Devoted Marauders with spears. We have Azazel with Phantasmaphoria as his only spell. Wizardlet. Sigvald, Slanesh and no Sigvald, the most OP lord in the game. Hey man, one, it's a newbie tournament, so maybe Paul the Llama doesn't know the meta. Also, it's a newbie tournament and it's kind of more casual, so maybe Paul the Llama just wants to have a good time. That might be the worst wizard I've ever seen. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta get this.
His, You are without doubt the worst pirate I've ever heard of.
But you have heard of me.
You might be, without a doubt, the worst wizard I've ever seen. But you have seen me. Grey wizard with no powers, friends. Jean Pesto! Jean! Or Jean. I don't know which one you prefer. But you have been crushing it on the ladder, my friend. I hope you are enjoying it. Since you are an old veteran of Ent Ladder, if you have any suggestions or notes, you can either DM me or put them in league feedback. I hope you're having a good time, and it is good to see you. It is good to see you. Power Stone for Winds of Magic recharge, but no spells. True. Knighthood. Hello. Azazel has a lot of use. Sigvald might be really strong, but the ultimate is very low impact. He just exists. Players should be readying up soon. And we are off. Now, with no skirmish cav to speak of in any form, Slanesh is going to have to get a good surround and slam through the Empire Infantry. But Empire Infantry will actually do okay into devoted thingies of Slanesh with a little bit of support. You have to create a poll right now and name that great wizard. Grey wizard. There, I made a poll. Grey wizard without the R. It's a grey wizard. Agreeing some. Yeah, Jean Pesto is a G. He's a G. I haven't seen him for a while, so I was just excited. Grey wizard failed school and got a fake degree. Yeah, that's one of the names I included. Alright. We are off to the skirmish phase. Now, Pistoliers are an excellent choice versus Slanesh because 360 shooting means you can shoot at the Hellstriders even while they're chasing you, but also Slanesh in general as a faction has very low armor, meaning you don't need the armor-piercing of Outriders, you don't need the armor-piercing explosion of Outriders or grenade launchers. So, you can shoot while running away, you can do tons of damage while running away too. We saw a quick attempt at a net from Azazel, but since it wasn't locked onto a unit, it locks onto the ground. They did swiftly avoid it. Good job on Spartan for that one. Grey wizard at the R. Oh ho! I see there, Varg. I see what you did there. Though Slanesh has more of the color scheme for that. Hellstriders of Slanesh are rear-charging Empire Knights, but they have no armor piercing, just anti-large. The Empire Knights, after the charge bonus wears off, should actually be pretty okay here, and Spearmen are also going to accompany things. The Cyril and Slaughtercade run up to some Spearmen and then stop at the very front and just start pecking at them. That's a little silly to see, and the spawn for Viva Llama have been left in the dust. They are advancing now, and spawn are pretty quick creatures, so they'll actually get here with plenty of time. Hellstriders of Slanesh surrounding Sigmar with Sons, but that's not really going to work. They are all going to die a horrible death. Azazel's diving in to help out the situation. He is very good at lowering the leadership of things, and that Empire Knight is actually going to rout soon. Could cause a big, massive problems. The Civilian Slaughtercade is now stuck on the front line fighting Spears and Knights without a charge bonus. They do not enjoy that whatsoever. But overall, things could be going worse for Slanesh with no ranged on the approach. Empire Knights are losing across the field to various infantry and other problems. And Azazel's going to dive the backline onto War Wagons, but he has to be careful. He could get shot by all three of them and the Pistoliers here. He has very little for sources of healing. You can see he is taking a lot of damage right now. Oh no, rip in peace, Azazel! Careful, buddy! I have a bunch of pings. Who are they from? Alright, our other semifinal is done, so after this best of one, we will go on to finals. Good, good. Things are lining up. Oh, God. Alright, Pistoliers are fighting. They are now terror routed from Azazel, and the Hellstriders and Slanesh are in the back. More Hellstriders and Slanesh are in the back. They're trying to get onto the War Wagons, but War Wagons are pretty heavily armored, so the Hellstriders won't get, honestly, that much done. Other Hellstriders are still trying to cycle charge around. These Sibilant and Slaughtercade are just not doing jack diddly fuck, and I really don't like them. Maybe it was a misplay, maybe I'm just being too harsh on an okay unit, but I have never seen them do particularly well. We have a bit of a blob on the front line, a little bit from Viva Llama. Does want to spread out his troops a bit more, but right now he's just trying to bust through these Empire swordsmen to get to the back line, where he hopefully can get those spawn onto War Wagons. Speaking of the War Wagons, they're currently mucked up in this cavalry, and while the cavalry won't do a ton of damage, they'll still do some, and some is better than, in fact, none. Spawn will mess up the Empire Knights something fierce, and the balance of power is about even. It was slightly Empire favored, but as Slanesh rockets up the damage value, they are catching back up in this game. They are moving forward, they're jumping, they're doing lots of killing. Alright, somebody messaged me, but it's fine. Just making sure it wasn't about this. Wizardlet won it, called it? Nah, dude, it's wrong easily. You're all wrong. We are going to get a massive net and debuff, so this what's coming up here is going to route this War Wagon for sure with the Phantasmaphoria. And this other Empire Knight. That is a big route for Slanesh. They can maybe capitalize on this, but it is going to be hard with the Empire Knight streaking in from the side. And Azazel is so low with all these Pistoliers messing up. Now, what he needs to do right now is dive onto this Pistolier and break it. And run it off the map, as his Hellstriders also help him out, but oh god, he's getting so low! He's getting so low! Run, Azazel, run! Marcus Wolfhard is full health. Marcus Wolfhard's doing fine, and Azazel thinks about diving on him, but he jukes back up. I honestly think this is the right decision. I know it sucks, but you might just want to get Azazel the fuck out of here. Come back when you have Winds of Magic to cast another spell, and just don't lose your Lord at this point. So far, things are going well, but if Slanesh's leadership tanks, all of a sudden, it's going to be really tough. Empire has a mass rout occurring right now. Azazel just has to not die, as Spawn and Devoted Marauders of Slanesh are trying to slap through halberds. The enemy caster exists, but I don't know if Viva Llama has noticed that that caster is essentially just a pathetic melee hero. He's an Empire captain that isn't any good. Wolfhard is surrounded by Chaos Spawn, who are also trying to get onto the War Wagons. War Wagons, one has rallied. The other War Wagon is definitely going to rally in the trees, and it looks like the Hellstriders of Slanesh are not in position to chase them off. But Chaos Spawn are doing tons of damage on the Empire Knight. The problem Slanesh has right now is they're so clumped up that they are not able to capitalize on anything they chase off. This is important when you play a rush faction. If you play a rush faction, you've got to keep a couple things ready to chase things off, because if you don't chase it off, then what was the point of routing it in the first place? Azazel is starting to crumble. No, he will rally as he attacks some spearmen. He's going to be okay, but he doesn't need to stay the hell away from this blob. Meanwhile, a lot of this blob is turning red. Red, red, red everywhere you go, and Azazel is crumbling. Why, you piece of shit? Why are you crumbling? Fuck you. Stay in this fight. Stay in. Azazel! Azazel, what are you doing? Okay, Azazel just died for no reason, like an asshole. But it looks like Slanesh can probably clean this up without him. Probably. The Empire box is falling apart. Marcus Wolfhard is full HP, but Chaos Spawn will make sure that that's not the case forever. And meanwhile, the Empire infantry are all dying. I just don't think they have it in them. There's too much Slanesh. Where is the Wizard? The Wizard's over here. He's doing fine. Spartan is going to give it up. GG. It is 3 in the morning for him, so I imagine his Wizard not having a spell was due to the sleepies. We will have Llama move on to the finals. Spartan, thanks for playing today. You did great. Sorry we turned it into a best of 1, but also it is big sleepy time for you. And I have to start on dinner soon, so we're going to see how this goes. Alrighty. I'll find Maestro. Imagine Empire Captain, but even worse. Damn, that's a low bar for a unit. It is a pretty low bar for a unit. Can confirm. Okay. We are coming. Llama! Finals time. Yes, sir. I'm gonna host the battle and hope it does not break. Let's go. Let's do this. Barton, if you're out there, I hope you sleep well. You did great today. You played like an absolute champion. You played like an absolute champion. We're here with the finals. So it is Acre / Maestro versus Viva Llama / Viva Llama. He's the same in both. Give me 2 minutes, please, says Maestro. Okay. Okay, that can be arranged. Okay, all right. How are we going to do this dinner thing? How are we going to do this dinner thing? I don't know. Viva Llama's going to message me and say, hey, man, I went out to get breakfast, so I'll be back in 5 to 10. And then Maestro's going to message me. He's going to be like, hey, bro, I went to take a nap. I'll be back in 35 to 65. And I'll just be stuck here. I'll just be stuck here for all time. Viva Llama is back. Will he win his first tournament? Oh, shit. I didn't want to give him a 1. I just wanted to space out his name. Hold on. On the other side, we have... I'm just going to go with Maestro. Because he has many names, and I don't know. That's the Discord one, so we're just going with the Discord one. Alright, what's the map? What's the map? Total Tavern, tell me. I'm touching my eye and I have onion juice in my hand. That's a bad idea. Wyvern Lake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it is. Wyvern Lake, Shagar Strand, Pillar of Bone. Okay. Map set. Are unicaps on? Unicaps are on. Everything's fine. Wrong answer won the poll. Well, now I'm disappointed in all of you. Alright, BRB. I'm gonna go start some more dinner things, I guess. I just live here now. Bank. Gotta crack some eggs. Crack some eggs, crack some eggs. I have 4 messages. What's going on? Alright, we're waiting on Maestro. He'll be here when he feels like it. It's kind of everybody's thing right now. It's just... Everybody just make Human Boy wait, because Human Boy is just too nice to say anything about anybody. Oh, no, it's fine. Human Boy can just sit around. He loves sitting around. It's his favorite thing. He loves trying to make a nice dinner for people while also trying to stream at the same time. It's pretty cool. It's a cool thing. It's happening. Just trying to do his best, you know. Old Hummus, they called him. Old Hummus. The stream cook guy thing. Because I just worry about what other people think. I want to rob a bank! Human often ignore my messages. I didn't ignore shit! Alright, we have Rothlan Bulldigga. I assume that's him. What am I making? I am making pasta with red sauce. And I'm adding a fuck ton of spices to it. Because store-bought red sauce is fine, but it's rather mild. Adding a couple eggs to it to give it some thickness, some protein. A little bit of garlic. Mushrooms. Peppers, onion, the usual. All right, now mixing up seasonings while these two pick their armies, so that when I go to make this, I can just dump it all in. So they're here. Yes, you love to ignore my messages. When did I ignore your messages? I'm talking to you right now. From the sheer amount of vegetables sliced, I'd say Lexo. You know what? I don't like you people. I grew this oregano, this basil, and this parsley all within my own garden outside, okay? So why don't you all eat my ass? How about that? How about that, huh? What if everybody just collectively eats my ass? Grow this myself. Comes from the garden. Tomatoes are in the garden too, but those are not doing great this year. We've gotten a couple, but not a lot. And when we do get them, they're not like ideal. They're there. Like it is, yes, this is technically a tomato. It's small and crumpled, but it's technically a tomato. Mukau, don't scratch your scratching post. It's not for scratching, it's for posting. God damn it. Didn't buy you a scratching post, so you could just scratch it all up. Is that enough seasoning? No. Are we just using all the basil that's left? Oh, no. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Is this guy serious? Is Rothlan seriously going Demons of Chaos in the finals? Is that a thing that's happening? I guess. You are rare, Kiara. Simping for Bellicor. Though a lot of people like Bellicor. You say that like Lexo is bad. I don't even know what Lexo is. Oh, Hungarian food. Alright, you win this round, Mr. Teufel. Never got cooking advice when watching Domination. Land Battle is a way superior game mode. It's true, it is. It is. Always add more seasoning than you think you need because that shit doesn't carry very far. Like, a little bit does not go a long way, is my experience. It depends on the seasoning, but in general, when in doubt, more. No, not salt. When I'm talking about seasoning, I'm talking about salt. You can make something too salty easy, but if you have, like, a flavoring thing, like basil or oregano, more is better. More is better. Salt? I rarely use salt in cooking. Depends, but most things have enough salt in them already. It's fine. Can I have some when you finish making it? I'm hungry and lazy and don't want to make myself food. Sure, I'll send it over to Japan. It'll be there in like 25 million years. I had less than I think it needs since the nasty salt incident. Yeah, like, salt is different, but I'm saying, like, spices I generally enjoy more of. Like, cinnamon. Dude, when you're making a recipe that calls for cinnamon, the recipe is always, like, a pinch of cinnamon, like 2 flakes of cinnamon. Nah, fuck that shit up. Throw as much cinnamon in there as can fit in the thing. It's not enough cinnamon until the batter is, like, grainy. That's a joke, obviously, but still, you get the point. Blockers up, we're fine. No salt, blasphemy. Like, the red sauce I'm using from the store already has a shitload of salt in it. Like, ingredient 1 with store-bought red sauces is salt. Maybe I'm using a bit too much. Maybe. If you want our best yakin, my dad's yakisoba recipe, but it requires dehydrated soy sauce powder. I how much that's on Amazon. No idea. Looks like we have Vampire Coast versus the Empire. Players are loading up. I'm going to return some of these spices to the kitchen. Dog was slightly in the way and I had to walk over her. But it's pork yakisoba with dehydrated soy sauce powder sprinkled on top and stirred in. Anyway, good luck to the Vampire Cosplayer. Death to the Cringe Pyre. What? How dare you say death to the Cringe Pyre? The Cringe Pyre is all we have. Can't confirm with the cinnamon bit. If you're not choking on cinnamon, you need to add more. Yeah, dude. Most of the recipes I read, like online, or, you know, because online you're always going to, the first thing you're going to click on is like a basic bitch recipe. And it gets the point across, but I always have to zazz it up. Because like any recipe is like, first for proper cinnamon, like baked cinnamon bread, 5 pounds of flour, 7 pounds of butter, a teaspoon of cinnamon. It's like, dude, fuck that. It's not cinnamon bread if it's like 0.001% cinnamon. It needs to at least be like 5% cinnamon. Replace some of that flour with cinnamon. Get it. So good. Once I tried eating a teaspoon of cinnamon, it was like, that was choking level. Okay, yeah. You need cinnamon in something. There's something literally called the Cinnamon Challenge for eating raw cinnamon. So it's like, it's clearly not easy, but I meant in like a dessert. Can confirm anyone down for practicing coaching this filthy casual noob after finals? Oh, zombie? Yeah, probably. Triple melon garlic. Once I tried to eat a teaspoon of cinnamon, I read that. I thought there were some cats screaming outside. Turns out it's just human boy yelling at his pets. Yeah, I do that, don't I? Since I'm the host, I actually have to be rated up, and these guys are. Builds are pretty spicy. Builds are pretty spicy. Almost as spicy as raw cinnamon. Isn't that right, Pup Pup? She says yeah. How are the builds doing? I might have to start boiling water. Open fire that I'm not paying active attention to is dangerous, though, so I don't want to do that. All right, they're both ready. Let's go. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, hope for no lobby crash. I was told that the first game can never have a lobby crash. So we're going to see if that's true right here and now. And then after that, we're going to find out if lobbies 2 and 3 have the lobby crash, if I'm the spectator. But we'll have to see. For now, it's Empire versus Vampire Coast. I haven't seen this in Game 3 yet, but it feels, in my head, it feels pretty Coast favored. Because it was already an even matchup, and then Coast got a fuck ton of buffs, and Empire didn't. So, it feels a little gross. Okay, we made it into the game, so we avoided the lobby bug for the first one. Did Wood Elves win any games this stream? Yes! Yes, Tian, they did. They won versus Bretonia. Though Bretonia made a pretty massive misplay that even the player said, ah, fuck, right after it happened. So it was a bit of a misplay, but they did win, so it counts. All right. For the Empire, we have 5 Free Company Militia from Viva Llama. We have Spearmen, we have Flagellants, Sigmar's Sons, a bunch of Empire Knights, and 1 Pistolier. We do have Volkmar the Grim, we have a Beastcaster, Amber Wizard with just Flock of Doom, and the Manticore. We have 2 more Pistolers that I didn't notice, and a Knights of the Blazing Sun. On the other side for the Vampire Coast of Maestro. I know his thing is Rothlin Bildiga, but it's just, he has too many fucking names, so I'm picking one and sticking with it. For Maestro, we have a bunch of zombie deckhands, some with polearms, some without. We do have 1 depth guard to try to do some sweeping. We have 2 bombers to clear out lots of infantry. 2 deck gunners, one of which is the Arwar Shade Wraith gunners that have Discourage on their shots, so they will lower leadership. We have the Arwar Lamprey's Revenge and a cannon. We also have Celestia Deerfont on foot. I have really been liking this pick myself personally, and she does have the Ghosts of the Past. Armor, 100% armor piercing, Ghostly Knights Errant are very good, and a basic Tide Call. No healing caster and no lore passive to try and just like Mortis Engine. There it is. There's Vangeist. I was going to say that's very weird without Vangeist Revenge, but Vangeist Revenge is here. It's an excellent, incredible win spell if you can get a couple targets or one very elite target in its range. It'll kill anything in front of it. It's just very expensive and doesn't kill like multiple things. You really have to punish Blob with it. Other than that, we're fine. 2 animated Hulks for some mass, triple Fellbats, none of them with guns. They're just here to harass the back line. I don't know whose build I like better. I think the Empire might struggle with the double Shade Wraith. I mean, the Shade Wraith and the other Deck Gunner. I think they might struggle with that. They don't have any archers or backline harassing assets. All of their stuff is pistols, which are pretty low range. Okay. Yeah. So I think these guys are going to be largely uncontested for most of the game. This build has plenty of good assets for dealing with cavalry, though there might be too much cavalry. If you do have a cannon, you have 2 rotting Promethean Hulk things, so they'll do okay. Yeah. There's a lot of mass here. I'm worried for the Empire. I'm very worried. Volkmar is currently in the trees, just dodging a few cannon shots with his unbreakable tree mass. We wasn't on stream, if I remember, as far as I know. Wood Elves wasn't on stream? Yeah, they were. There was one game versus Bretonia. It was Bowman versus his dudeness. Yeah. Pretty sure? I know it was Bowman, because Bowman was playing as Bretonia, and I was shocked that he lost. Anyway, why Volkmar here? Some people are still really into the habit of just taking Volkmar all the time, and also he can clear out Infinite Chaff eventually, and he is kind of tanky to missile shots, but still. You can see the double deck gunners are proving to be a huge problem for the Pistoliers, as we kind of predicted. They took a ton of damage and immediately routed off. The other Pistoliers are going to take some damage from cannons and from these gunners. Oof. Oof, it's brutal to be an Imperial right now. Meanwhile, we have Vangeist Revenge. Oh, just slightly off cast, and Paul the Llama is even going to dodge further just to make sure. So it is going to be a whiff. So far, the Vampire Coast are trading rather effectively. Now, damage value isn't that far behind for the Empire. So they must be getting some good stuff elsewhere. It looks like the rotting Promethean... Sorry, the rotting... Animated Hulks! God. The Animated Hulks are taking some damage, as are the Lamper's Revenge, even though they're just healing up that damage almost instantaneously. We do have a big flank of Empire Knights. We'll see if the Hulks are responding in time. Because if the Empire Knights can force path their way through onto the Deck Gunners and the Shade Wraith Gunners, they can kill them pretty freaking quickly. Even the Ethereal ones, they just have so little health. 3,000 on Ultra unit size is, like, pathetic. But it's the balancing of the unit. I don't say the unit's bad, but... Manticore is going to dive on top of them. They do clump up a little bit, and the Empire Knights are coming. But, oh no! Huge mistake! They haven't been noticed, but Llama is charging straight into melee units rather than taking out the ranged assets. That is a huge mistake for him. I mean, he's going to get decent charges, but imagine they didn't... Maestro had no idea they were there. You could have gone for the cannons and all the deck gunners. Oh, no, that is a tragedy. He's still doing all right with a bunch of pistol fire and a rear charge that was uncontested by the Empire Knights. They are taking out those Animated Hulks, and the other ones are trading okay into depth guard, but they do have to back off and get back in there. Empire Knights are also killing a bunch of Fellbats. They are 3v1 at the moment. And the Vampire Coast is just trying to keep its backline online for a little bit longer. Deck Gunners took a banishment. Looks like they've also caught some strays. And there's even an Empire Knight in here fighting them just for fun. And Volkmar is thinking about coming back here and ending their pathetic undead lives. The Manticore diving onto the Shade Wraith Gunners also do a lot of damage. But this has not been a one-sided affair. The front line for the Empire is getting bombed, taking a ton of damage. Slaughter is up here also helping out. And the cavalry, while the flanks have been good, while they have been getting a lot of kills, they're also running out of juice. They're getting very, very low. Volkmar upsets the Carronade, pushes them off of it, and now he's just going to get the Deck Gunners to start crumbling. And he'll even go off and finish the other guys as long as he doesn't get surrounded by the rotting Promethean mob. And these Animated Hulks did survive their encounter and even counterfired against the Empire Knights. And someone is throwing shots up at us, which I do not appreciate, but okay. Okay, all right, Pistoliers are coming in. Looks like they're firing at these big old crabos that want to stabbo, and Volkmar is currently caught up in them. More Pistoliers are cutting away. Vangeist gets cast, and it obliterates one Free Company Militia, tags another one, almost getting it to rout. That's actually a nice cast in the end. That was pretty cool. At first I thought it was going to miss, but it really hit both in a pretty cool way. So that was nice. That was a nice little thing. Cannon's going to fire at Pistoliers, who are doubled up at point-blank range. That will be a lot of damage as these Empire Knights run away from the animated hulks, trying to stay safe and stuff. There. One deck gunner has faded away. It's not the Shade Wraith gunners, though. Depth Guard do get onto the Pistoliers in melee combat. That is a little bit of a mistake, and the Vampire Coast have pulled pretty convincingly ahead on the damage value balance over there, but the actual balance of powers is quite even. Animated hulks are about to die, and a nice little tide call. It sounds like it was overcasted. Yeah, ooh. Celastra nukes herself down with that overcast. She's currently surrounded by Sigmar's Sons. Now remember, there's no healing for her on the map whatsoever. There's no Lore of Vampires to give her any aid whatsoever. The last of the Shade Wraith Gunners are getting taken down. Volkmar should probably come back here for this Carronade. Pistoliers are kiting away as these Empire Knights dive into Hell's Mouth just to buy those Pistoliers a little bit of time. These Empire Knights are going to charge the cannons, but they will probably get caught up on the cannon models themselves and not get as much damage as you would suspect for a little bit here. They do actually take the Carronades offline. Something is getting cast right here. Don't know what that was. Or he just farted. I think the Ember Wizard just had himself a little fart. Celastra has not summoned her Undead Knights yet. I just realized that. That could be pretty huge in this game. The Undead Knights are a real terror. A terror that cannot be ignored. Another Tide Call onto the Spearman of the backline. And our Amber Wizard has another Manticore summon in him somewhere. I mean, he might have been using Flock of Dooms, but he needs that other Manticore to chase after Celastra and do some good damage to her. He's got to get her out of the fight, especially if she hasn't noticed she hasn't spent her Knights Errant cast yet. Oh, wait. She did. I just missed it. She did. You can see all the dead bodies. That's not bad. Okay, Celastra doesn't have her Knights Errant summon. That makes this a lot more doable for the Empire, honestly. As long as Volkmar doesn't get fucked up. But as we said, he's not as tanky in Game 3. He actually gets hit by things that surround him. So he's not having as good of a time. He was trying to cast Soulfire Bombardment, and now he's even throwing a Banishment down and a side charge from Empire Knights. He's really trying to get himself out of this bad spot. But the Banishment cast doesn't go off. And is it the bug where it just is gone forever, or does he just have to recast it? Because if it's the bug where it's gone forever, I hate that bug, but shit happens. And that might be really bad for Volkmar, because the Banishment would be good right there. And the fact that he hasn't recast it and we saw the thing finish out, yeah, I think it is the bug. So his Banishment just gets eaten by the wind and he doesn't get it, which is brutal. That happened to me the other day on Mazda Mundi with Ruination of Cities. I just didn't get a Ruination of Cities cast, and that's unfortunately the way shit goes. Volkmar is definitely trying to path out of here. We do have Empire Knights cycle charging in. We have a Flock of Doom cast. We have a Manticore. Everything to punish this blob and get Volkmar out, and he is out, and he is healing. Now on the far sides, Empire troops are out grinding the Vampire Coast. Celastra is awfully low, and a lot of these zombies are running out of time on this Earth. Manticore probably wants to chase down Celastra, but it could dive into this blob. I could also see that being in play. But I really wanted to just run after Celastra for the rest of the game. Volkmar could also wander over there and do some good work. He has magic damage, he has anti-infantry, so Celastra has no defenses against him. Pistoliers firing the last of their shots into these guys. Animated hulks are crumbling away, slowly but surely. And the Manticore is just going to dive onto the Lamprey's Revenge, try and get some damage down onto them. Amber Wizard is also coming into the fight, but I imagine you could pop Flock of Dooms on repeat to try and kill off the Depth Guard or something. A rear charge from some very beleaguered knights. They're going to rout instantly, but they will get some decent charge damage and get maybe some crumbling going. But there they go. They're out instantly. We have Free Company Militia coming back. They have tons of ammo and not a lot of life. How's it going so far? Pretty good. Pretty good, Killer Lion. It's been a pretty good day. Charging deck gunner is so satisfying because they can disintegrate instantly. Can you move the overweight a little? It's blocking the balance of par. Oh, I'll try. That has been a complaint before, but I'll deal with it after. Sorry about that. I'll move it in a sec. After this game. Depth Guard and the Lamprey's Revenge are all trying to get to Celastra so they can have one last stand, and the Manticore of the Empire fades away. With the Empire Manticore fading away a little bit, the balance of power shifts. There, how's that? Oh god, now this thing's doing this thing where it thinks it's smarter than everybody else, and now it's like trying to recenter things that it doesn't know where they actually are. There. It's the best I can do for you, my friend. Alright. Volkmar is trying to get in onto Celastra. He throws out a Soulfire Bombardment. As he runs away, it is going to hit the Lamprey's Revenge and the Depth Guard, so very nice stuff there. Volkmar might be able to carry this game because he can also kill Celastra. We do have some Free Company Militia firing in on the sides. Doing a little bit of poke, poke, poke. Amber Wizard's fine, though he's used both of his Magic Core summons, so he's probably almost out of Winds of Magic, meaning he has to use Flag of Dooms, and that's it for the rest of this game. I do think the Empire should be able to attrition this out. Should. Should is a keyword, especially if Celestra dies, because then the leadership hit will mean more of the vampires will start crumbling. And even though crumbling is pretty pathetic, it's something. Thanks for trying. I think I got it. Elmer, how's that? Foot Celestra, it's still like 3 fireballs to delete in game 3. Yeah, she can get killed pretty quickly, but we didn't have those tools in this game, so it's not a big deal. Volkmar is just about heal capped. We do have tons of zombies crumbling down. Depth Guard aren't healing as long as they aren't in melee. Some Free Company Militia coming back. I see a lot of stuff on the map over here, but looking around, it's mostly routing stuff. I don't know if it will come back. A lot of this balance of power is in a mage that has maybe no Winds of Magic left. A lot of balance of power is in Volkmar, who's potentially okay. Hype for tomorrow. I think I figured out who I can use for my extras. Good. Good. And I'm glad, Elmer, that it got a little better for you. Depth Guard are getting charged into. Imagine we have another Soulfire bombardment soon. Free Company Militia firing. Firing. Can we get a thingy? Running late, haven't left just yet. Alright, Grace is running late. Then it's not my fault dinner's not ready. Celestra overcasts the Tide Call, doing some damage to herself and almost starting to crumble. There's the Banishment! The Banishment that was cast earlier! It wasn't bugged! He kept the cast! And a Flock of Doom, and a charge into Celestra! It's too much of a spike. The balance of power tanks down and army losses takes over. That was kind of great. I swore that that Banishment was bugged and he wasn't going to get it back, and he holds it for the very late game. I don't know why he held it for the late game. If it didn't cast, it didn't cast. And there was a giant blob that he definitely should have Banishment, but he kept it. He kept it and it paid off. So you know what? We take those. Llama goes up 1-0. How can Coast kill Volkmar anymore at this point? The crabs would do a lot more work than you would give them credit. All right. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I have to ask chat, so it's not my fault. I have to ask chat. We have Shaggarth Strand as our next map. Okay, I'll set that up. I'll update the score, and then we'll ask chat a thing. Map set. Alright. Map set. Is this a legit build? I've seen that before, Kiara. Who are you playing? Not the person. What faction are you playing as that build was run into you? Okay. Out of 5 votes, 4 have said, "Can I be toxic for a sec?" Yes, and 1 said no. We'll wait. We'll wait. Who are you going to be toxic against? Nobody. Nobody. In particular? Nope. Nobody. Nobody in particular. Definitely not. Grand Cathay? Okay, that's a weird Lizardman build in Grand Cathay. I've seen that versus, like, vampire counts, but Cathay, I feel like you'll just get shot. I don't know. I don't think that is legit, Kiara. If you had a bunch of shooting, I think you could take care of that. Okay, 1 person voted no, 11 voted yes. So, this is about people in general. People in general. There's a couple people I have in mind. But I think you'll know where I'm going with this. Anyway, this is people in general. A couple people I have in mind. I'm sick of one particular thing. And it's when people who like domination join land battle tournaments. And when they win, they say GG. And when they lose, they say this is why domination is better and land battles suck. Now, I might just be an asshole, but I don't think you get to do that. I think land battles have to always suck or they're fine. Like, they can have their problems, but you can't say they only suck when you lose. You can't say that. Do you know how many people have told me, this one didn't happen just now, but this has happened a lot. Do you know how many people have told me this is why land battles sucks and I am going to play domination only from now on, just to see them on a different person's stream for land battles and be like, hey, I thought you said you're only doing domination now. Or to see them come back to my ladder, and then when they lose a game on the ladder, they'll message me and say, this is why land battles suck and domination is better. And then they'll queue up on the ladder again, and I'm like, at what point do I just mute you? Because I'm not ready for this rant every time you lose a game. If land battles suck, don't play. Nobody's forcing you to play. Just don't play if you hate them. I'm sorry that you hate them. I like people playing, but I'm not forcing you to play. I didn't come to your house and get on your keyboard and force you to play the fucking game. If you hate it so much, don't play it. I'm just saying. So if every time you lose a land battle, you're going to message me about how much you hate land battles, maybe don't play. Just going to throw that out there for no reason. For no reason. I'm so sick of it. There's like 4 or 5 people I know that message me very often about land battles suck. And then I see them in the goddamn tournaments. And it's like, why are you here? If they suck so bad, why are you here? Why do I only hear about this when you lose? Why? You don't win. Like, I never get the message, I just won, this is why land battles suck. I always get the message, I lost, and this is why land battles suck. I mean, okay. That's equally fair that I just go into domination, and every time I pick a dumb build and run around and do dumb things and don't capture a single point, and then my opponent wins on capture points, I'm not gonna message Turin and be like, this is why domination mode sucks, I lost a game. It's stupid! It's stupid, don't do that! Oh. If I win, it's all me. If I lose, it must be the game mode or cheats. Yeah. 7 out of 10 rant. Still not as good as the complete mauling that was Skaven versus Wood Elf time. Skaven versus Wood Elf's rant was a different level. I couldn't shoot it when these things were hiding in the forest. Oh, yeah. That'll do it, Kiara. I mean, honestly, no sarcasm. Yeah. Good night for real now. See you, Cyrus. So I don't think I'm going to be here and play land battles anymore. Got him. Also sad, but got him. Alright, Toyfel's trolling me. He's trolling me, he's throwing it in there. But I like a little trolling. But yeah, no. Again, I'm not just like trying to cover anybody, like, oh, you know, I don't want to insult anybody. Legitimately, there's like 4 or 5 people, and at least one of them was in Turin's faction war. And when I saw that person in Turin's faction war who has multiple times messaged me about being done with land battles forever, I was like, so land battles suck, eh? Unless Turin comes a-calling. Just saying. Hypocrites. Hypocrites. Done forever means forever, not for 5 minutes. Hypocrites. Hippocrates. Only time I thought land battles were oof was corner camping, draw kiter on quick battles. Yeah. It's pretty... I mean, quick battles can blow. And I did say this earlier in the stream. Domination mode, I would rather play someone I don't like playing against on domination mode than on land battles. Like, there are people that on my ladder, like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. A lot of the people on the ladder are great. Some people and I don't get along. We have very different ideas of how the game should be played. We have very different ideas of how it should be fun. It's just true. I don't think they're bad people, and they're certainly not bad players. but we don't get along. I would rather fight those people on domination, because then we could just fucking get the game over with, and we both have to go to the points, right? But like 95% of people I would rather play in land battles. So I can get how like, for quick battles especially, I would just get super triggered. Like I have been draw kited before where someone was on Wood Elves, they lost the game and they just ran around the map till 20 minutes was up. You know, that shit's happened to me and it fucking sucks. It's bullshit. And that doesn't happen on domination. That's true. But land battles has the high highs. The high highs, man. I can name one who sent one zombie one at a time from across the outside of the map to spawn to rule that zombies don't count as attacking. Yeah. Anyway, that was me being toxic for a bit. Righty. We have Skaven versus Warriors of Chaos. Bad time for the Skaven, but not unwinnable. Not at all. Though, the Lord Bellicor is currently there. And a problem. For the Skaven, we have double Poison Globes. We have Eshin Triads, the Pitfighter of Helves Deep, plus another Rat Ogre. We have a Doom Wheel for some terror and some charging. That's interesting. Double Wolf Rats, a bunch of Clan Rat Spears, Clan Rats with Spears. We have an Assassin, Deathmaster Snitch, and a Plague Priest with both of his summons. And then, since he's on the bell, this Pestilent Breath is bound, but his only two spells that cost anything are Pestilent Breath and Clan Summon. On the other side, for Warriors of Chaos, we have Marauder Horsemasters and Horsemen. That is fine. We have 4 Hellstriders of Slaanesh, triple Forsaken. We do have the Soul of Damnation. We have Bellicor. Okay. I think the Warriors of Chaos are going to win. Their Skirmish Cav is going to do fine. Poison Globes are okay against Skirmish Cav, but they usually get outranged. Skirmish Cav are going to do fine. Hellstriders are going to do fine. Forsaken are probably going to get murked. The Hell Cannon is probably not going to get a lot done. But the problem is I don't see anything on the Skaven roster that could take care of Bellicor unless Bellicor makes a mistake. Like, if Bellicor just makes a huge mistake and lands in Rat Ogres, Ixtras Triads, and Deathmaster Snitch, maybe he'll die. Don't know. On Quick Battle, 9 out of 10 games are fine. Oh, yeah, Knighthood. 9 out of 10 were fine. There's just that, like, every once in a while, that was a pain in the dick. But I would rather play Domination against someone who's a dick. Main problem with quick battles is they're very hard to find someone near your skill level. Yeah. You're either going to get trash or you're going to trash on them. Okay. Maestro's having a moment setting up. Okay, he's starting to set up now. It's getting late. I got to start on dinner. BRB! 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 Have they started? No. Alright, they started. Skirmish Cav is making Skaven have a bad time. Wolf Rats are advancing, and the Soul of Damnation is firing at Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves, but the problem for them is they're not really a great target. There is a good target that they can't see in the Eshin Triads. That's a different matter, isn't it? Seekers of Slaanesh, Hellstriders of Slaanesh are going to dominate this Wolf Rat with poison. He is not going to have a good time with that at all, and he is going to instantly rout and probably even die. Skaven are advancing. They're having a bit of a broken advance. They're going to have to figure this one out a little bit. Too many units just kind of funneling in, as these Skaven slaves are also going to get broke off by Hellstriders of Slaanesh. We need globes a little closer to the center. One globe did get a good cast off on the Hellstriders of Slaanesh to take a lot of damage. For now, the Skaven are quite far behind on the balance of damage value, balance power. But there's still a lot of game left to play as we pour sauce into a bowl. And then we turn this upside down so it dribbles down. Hellstriders Slaanesh are really damaging the Skaven advance, though. They need to be a little bit more patient with this, not send so many weak clan rats and Skaven slaves out in front just to get completely bodied by the Slaanesh calf. That is a bit of a mistake. Hazel, come here. Down here, on the floor. What up, dude? Yup. It's going a little late, but when you have a second, come here. Please. I set up like 90% of dinner. I'm just going to need you to put some stuff on the oven. Alright. Plague Priest is fighting Be'lakor. More accurately, Be'lakor is fighting the Plague Priest. Maybe one of these Rat Ogres could wrap in, and then Deathmaster Sitch could throw his Deathmaster Sigil down. It looks like that is roughly what's happening. Extra Triads could get in here as well. Hi. This go on the stove with a spoonful of garlic, and then all the seasoning and the 2 eggs I already have laid out next to the oven. We did a bit of a cooking stream. I'll explain more soon. Alright. Be'lakor is currently getting surrounded. Medium. Until it bubbles, then turn down to low. He is surrounded. He currently does have his Shadow Shroud popped, so he has 40% damage resistance. It's going to make it really hard for Snitch to do anything. These Clan Rats don't need to be here. Extra Triads can, but the Clan Rats can move off, because I'm worried they're just going to get Pit of Shades, and that's going to be free value. Meanwhile, Poison Globes are having a really bad time with that Hell Cannon. It's actually doing more than I thought it would, but it is half out of ammo. As for Chaos, they're largely doing okay. The Forsaken are pretty healthy for this point in the game, and with both Poison Wind Globes taking a lot of damage, they're not having a good time. Now, maybe if the Skaven can successfully finish off Be'lakor here, this could be really good for them, but if Be'lakor does escape and starts to run around and do whatever Be'lakor wants to do, this game could get tough very quickly. That being said, we did get a nice Poison Wind Globe volley onto 2 clumped up units, and it looks like we're going to get another volley after that. And Be'lakor is coming in, but he's landing awful close to Snitch and these Rat Ogres again, so I feel like he's just going to get caught in another bad trade. Be'lakor does have healing on his passive, but it's not that much healing on his passive. A quick Pit of Shades comes in from Be'lakor, but honestly, you're killing a Clan Rat summon with a Pit of Shades, and you're nuking your own Forsaken. That is a huge mistake from Chaos, honestly. Killing a summon with an expensive spell and hurting your own troops as much as something that's worth less than them is really brutal. Skirmish Cav are running out of ammunition, which means the Plague Priest with the Bell could be hard to take out later on. Be'lakor does get a massive rout off, but there are tons of Rat Ogres nearby. Can they stop him from taking off? It's really strange that he's able to get out that one so easily. Poison Globes that have rallied are going to get off another nice volley onto some Forsaken and Marauders. Does it double dip? It does not double dip. It only hits the Marauder. So good little bit there. Ixis Triads are finally the target of the Hell Cannon. You can see them now. They're fully realizing you see the Hell Cannon just made short work of them once it could. Globes are still throwing in from the distance, trying to get a little bit of value out. The Balance of Power is still dead even, and Snitchins and Assassins are just not able to punish Be'lakor while he's on the ground. Skaven are down almost 2-to-1 in damage value, which is a little bit insane. But the Balance of Power is about even. I do have to say a lot of the Balance of Power with these Marauder Horsemasters not having any ammunition, they're still light cavalry. They'll still do okay in the late game. You can see the Skaven are just really tattered. Really drawn out, really not having a good time at all. One last Poison Globe throw onto one unit of Forsaken, and Doomwheel is going to dive in. I wonder if he can route them off. Forsaken RITP. But Chosen aren't Kappa. Hell Cannon is trying to kill this poor little Plague Priest. Plus all these Skirmish Cav are. And Llama's taking a lot of damage at this point. It is looking a little bleak. A little bleak sauce. Look at that damage value. Look at it. I've been clear, but I've been feeling the Utter Shield Eye. I'm sorry, Tian. Whenever you have 2 stream, one's always goes long. Yeah, it really does. Hits on cooldown, get good days of sleep then. Okay. Yeah, this is looking pretty tough. That is one of the problems with Be'lakor that you noticed and why people consider him OP is he was surrounded by Rat Ogres and he just walked out. He kind of has the same thing that the Zenith Lords do. the same model problem where he just has infinite mass. Like, even though his actual mass is only 4,000, that's less than a lot of Khorne and Nurgle Lords. Khorne and Nurgle Lords can't walk out of Rat Ogres, but Be'lakor's model type is completely fucked up. It's the same type that the Bird Lords have, the Tzeentch ones. So they're just, he can walk out of anything, which is one of the reasons people consider him so fucking busted. Balance of power is completely on drugs. The damage value is 2-to-1, and it definitely feels like it. Be'lakor has plenty of health to do what he needs to do, and these Marauder Cav are so healthy that even though they don't have ammunition, they're just going to do great. They are going to demolish everybody in sight, and it's going to be awesome for them. Plague Priest almost got a summon off, but he did cancel it. The Hellcan's going to keep shooting him in the butt. And I think we're going pretty quickly into a GG, and we'll go to game 3. It's not model type. They stole Sinesh's lube. True, though. True, though. Oh, Plague Priest casts out his free little thing, but it does have a miscast chance. He does miscast on himself, so I wonder, will the Hell Cannon fire at point-blank range? It will not! And he is going to kill himself some Chaos Dwarves. Another Pit of Shades is going to kill Plague Monks, though they are summoned, so it's okay. Still, I do think Chaos has this game in the bag. Once Be'lakor hits that assassin a couple more times, the balance of power is going to spike down. It's mostly... Currently, the balance of power is happy because the Plague Priest is alive at all, and Deathmaster Snitch has a high health pool at the moment. Now, Snitch is running in. Can the Pit Fighters and Snitch and the Assassin be a hero while surrounded by enemies, getting flanked on all sides, and getting charged? I don't think so, but hell, let's find out. Nope! Snitch goes flying. He's now covered in horse hooves. And he does this spinny spin, actually taking out a good amount of Marauder Horsemen. Be'lakor just walks out like it's no big deal. Though, to be fair, this time there wasn't that many Rat Ogres to stop him. Another Clan Rat Summon is going to muck up some Marauder Horsemen, and a Doomwheel charges in here. This could be a bit of a blob punish, but it doesn't look like it's going to be, as the Doomwheel does a little bit of damage. And we're just going to fuck that one off. Deathmaster Snitch and his Assassin are fighting some Forsaken. They'll take a lot more damage than that, then it's worth it. The balance of power is still about even. Damage value is still atrocious. For one side. Be'lakor is going to finish off this Plague Priest on the charge. Easy clap. And he kills himself out of spite with the free Pestilent Breath cast. Again, it miscasts and it kills him. He just didn't want Be'lakor to get the glory. He didn't want him to get any of his passive stacks from killing enemy units and stuff. So, it was actually a big brain play. Skaven are rallying around Snitch with a bunch of Rat Ogres and a Doomwheel and such, but this Clan Rat Summon disappears. Chaos still has a lot, and Be'lakor still is a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if Snitch threw out a Deathmaster Sigil pretty soon here. It has to be off cooldown pretty soon. He's going to run away. Now would be a mistake, because you're not going to stop him. Oh, there are some Rat Ogres stopping him. Okay, maybe if you could Sigil him right now. Maybe. Snitch is in there, but he's blocked by his own Rat Ogres, something Be'lakor's never had to deal with. Last of the Globes fades away. Rat Ogres both tear out, and now Snitch is all of a sudden alone, but now he pops the Deathmaster Sigil. Fuck yeah, Deathmaster, get him. I don't think you're going to, but you could try. You can't kill me. I can only kill me. Snitch is getting a fight. Rat Ogres are running. That's a lot of Cav. Like, seriously, balance of power. That is a lot of Cav. Though if they all clump up on Deathmaster Snitch and he gets his spinny spin off, I could actually see that being pretty terrible for Chaos. Oh god. They're blobbing up. Does he have his spin? Like, he used it a little bit ago, but that was a bit ago. Do you have your spin? Oh, I want to see the spin. Assassin is terror routing. Spin, rat! Spin until you are dead! There's the spin! Yeah! Kills a bunch of stuff. Nice. He's gonna route off. He killed a unit entirely. He routed off 2 more. I'm surprised this guy has 27 leadership. What the fuck? Be'lakor lands again. He's targeting an assassin. Snitch is still trying to kill him. It seems really unlikely he'll be able to do so. Rat Ogres are rallying in the trees. Not much they can do about this. Snitch is still fighting. But if Be'lakor lands 1 more hit on him, this game is over. Concealment bomb. You can't see me! Ah, he got hit once. And armor losses. Told you. I'm a genius. Alright, I have to go talk to Grace. I'm going to set the map for the guys. I forgot to update the score. This was the second game. Llama did win game 1. My bad. I didn't update the score. Values quick. 1600 on Snitch, 800 on the Plague Priest. Doomwheel got 800 as well. Rat Ogres both paid for themselves. Globes both paid for themselves. Dogs did okay. Clan Rats did okay. Be'lakor, 1,700 value, almost the same as the Hell Cannon, but it was mostly the Skirmish Cav that did great. Hellstarter Slanesh also did fine. Skirmish Cav did fine. Okay, okay. Blocker up. Last map is Pillar Bone. Nice, small map, no fuckery. And I have another stream in 30 minutes. This is all going this is all going according to plan. Oh, Pillar of Bone. Done. Map set, last game. Map set, last game. I'm sorry I didn't update the scores. I'll update it now. Alright, and then I have to go talk to Grace. BRB. How are we doing back here? Fine. Looks like we're doing okay. Still doing picks and bans, which is okay. Grace is making dinner like a Giga Chad. Snitch climb Bellacor's back and smash the stab button. It's true. It's true. Oh my god, he is going Khorne? In a finals? In the last game of finals, he's going Khorne. Maybe the worst faction in land battles. Maybe them or Demons of Chaos. Okay. Okay. Into what? Into... How is this... how is a mirror happening? How is a mirror happening? I'm upset. I'll be right back. Let's go, blood for the blood god. I said that there would be me, Marie. No more mirror, rip. Oh, it's Korn versus Nurgle. Oh, God. Oh, no. This is usually a terrible matchup for Korn, though with the Throwing Axe Cav getting added. What else got added? Valkia. Their own War Shrines. Ooh, the Bloodbird Behemoth is also on this roster. Looking around. Knights of the Brazen Throne don't really help. Basic Marauders don't really help. I think the Throwing Axe Cav and the Gorgon could help make this matchup playable, but it used to be just unplayably bad. As for Nurgle, Exalted Heroes got added, so that did make this even better for them, even though it was already good. And aside from that, nothing that got added was really that good in this matchup. Kugath's still pretty supreme here. Kugath just wins the whole matchup, honestly, but Cultist of Nurgle with his debuff is pretty clutch. Can lower a lot of Korn's attack prowess. You could even throw in the Barons of the Bog, the ROR toads, to try things. Okay, wait. He's on Empire now. What is going on? They're juking me out. I don't like it. Paul the Llama has never left Korn, so it looks like we have Empire versus Korn. Maybe for real. BRB, helping with stuff. I'm back. Sorry, we're doing dinner stuff. We're doing dinner stuff while on stream because I have another stream in 24 minutes. So if you want to catch that stream, it's right after this one. That one's a campaign stream with my friends, and we're pretty chill. We're just playing co-op campaign for fun. So don't expect anything crazy. We're back to Nurgle again. I don't know what's going on. Okay. We'll see. Corn's ready. Nurgle has 33 gold. So we're getting there. We're ready. I swear to God, if the lobby bugs in the last game, I'm going to be furious. Because I don't have time for this. I have 21 minutes till another stream is supposed to start, and I was supposed to have eaten dinner by now. Whoops. Oh, God. Okay. I took the blocker down, right? No, I didn't. Oh, it didn't crash. Oh, the miracle. The miracle. All right, you didn't see the builds? This is exactly... You just checkmated this guy without losing a piece? That's kind of fucked up, trader. This is exactly what Warhammer 3 land battles used to be before Mortal Empires. They sucked. They sucked. Even people who liked land battles will admit land battles sucked before IE, and this might be why. We have triple skirmish cav from Paul the Llama. They're going to have to carry this game. Aside from that, we have Marauders of Khorne that are all going to die. We have some Chaos Warriors of Khorne dual weapon that are going to die. We have some Halberds that are going to die. We have Fleshhounds of Khorne that are going to die. We have Scarbrand, who's also going to have to try to carry this game with the Bloodbrute Behemoth by his side. Why, Human Boy, did you say that land battles sucked before IE? Well, because Kugoth existed, and the Chaos War Shrine of Nurgle is new, but still. Archers counter both of these. Khorne doesn't have archers. He has some skirmish cav. Anyway, Nurgle has 2 of his own skirmish cav. He has a Chaos War Shrine of Nurgle, which is a Mortis engine that ramps up, so currently it does 0 out of 0 damage. But over time, it will ramp up as units die around it. Kugoth Plaguefather has his own Mortis engine. In tournaments, in normal tournaments, normally you can't have 2 HP draining effects, so double Mortis engine will be banned. But again, we are playing on just a unit caps on quick battle style tournament, so this is allowed by CA's rule. CA's unit caps, so this is allowed in this tournament. It's completely fine. Barons of the Bog have a debuff. Now, thankfully, we don't have a cultist here as well, but Barons of the Bog plus a cultist can reduce all weapon damage by an average of like 50%, which is really brutal. So we're just at 25. Then we do have a bunch of Exalted Plaguebearers of Nurgle. We even have Chosen Nurgle with great weapons. And this blob is just going to sit here, and Nurgle is going to drain down everyone while nothing dies. If the Skirmish Cav could get in range, they could do something, but they're also going to have to contend with 2 other Skirmish Cav that'll have to be effectively zoned out. Yes. Thank you. Ah! Ah! Thanks, Bubba. Yeah, it happens. I'm sorry, I dropped my microphone for a second. Is it working okay? This blob is just going to sit here, and Nurgle is going to drain down everyone while nothing dies. 5.5
If
the Skirmish Cav could get in range, they could do something, but they're also going to have to get... I know you're hearing me again. I need to hear what happened with the microphone if it's working. Zoned out. Yes. Thank you. Ah! Ah! Thanks, Bubba. Okay, microphone's still working. We're fine. I'm sorry, I dropped my microphone. Morale literally meaning nothing? Yup. This is probably going to be brutal. This is probably not going to be the best viewer experience, and I'm probably going to get another message about land battles sucking. But Khorne is the worst faction in land battles for exactly this reason. He is extremely one note, and even in that one note, he isn't very good. So then, if Nurgle's like, well, I just need to beat melee grind, Mortis engines and elite infantry. All right, good luck, Khorne. No, Khorne sucks. Khorne sucks and blows. Even Grand Cathay has really good harmony when they're harmonied up. Yup. That is hot, but that is delicious, and I'm very hungry. All right, players, let's ready up. I have 17 minutes left before my next stream, and this battle alone is going to take at least 45. Yeah, no. Then this is why you like land battles, gunpowder for the land battle haters. Yeah, dude. No, this is a very specific never take Khorne into Nurgle, because this is going to happen. And this is why Warhammer 3 land battles sucked before Mortal Empires. It's because basic archers counter this. But of the Warhammer 3 factions, Cathay and Kislev, weirdly the top of the land battle tier list before the IE factions came out, were really good because they had archers to counter the blobs. But Slaanesh, Khorne, literally couldn't deal with blobs. Nurgle could deal with blobs in some capacity, not the Kislev bear blob. So Mortal Empires coming out really helped out land battles for exactly that reason. It's just basic archers fundamentally change how a game is played. I know that's pretty great. Sorry, I'm eating food. They would need to give Khorne a nerfed version of the sword AoE as a normal ability. Yeah. Kislev had uncounterable war sleds. Also pretty brutal. So welcome to pre-Immortal Empires, everyone. I hope this is a fun memory for you all. Khorne using his skirmish cav to shoot at other skirmish cav. It's like, it's kind of necessary, but also you need all of your ammunition for the fucking blob. It's going to be on Scarbrand and the skirmish cav to win this game. 100%. These Marauders are going to do jack diddly fuck. They're just not going to do anything. Skirmish cav are throwing into Chosen with great weapons. I'd want to focus on the single entities. And we did get an overcast, because it hurt Ukugath a little bit. Overcast thingy. Which is fine. Do you have a breath attack? Alright, we at least have the Bellow of Endless Fury, so that can do pretty good damage to the blob. Yum, 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 yum. Great breath attack onto those Chosen. Very nice stuff with Khorne. Also, the balance of power hates Khorne, so if this goes too long, it's going to be bad. Fleshhounds of Khorne are losing in melee combat against Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle, because I guess God isn't real. And that's just a thing that's allowed to happen, so that's pretty cool. That's really exciting, that Fleshhounds of Khorne losing melee to a fucking skirmish cav that costs less than they do! It's fine! Anyway. I'm chilling. Throwing axes are still punishing these Chosen of Nurgle. Terror route comes in from these Marauder Horsemen, but honestly that probably saved them from a pretty bad fate. These Marauder Horsemen are caught out a little bit, and the Bloodroot Behemoth is going to go get a little crazy with it. And another Stream of Corruption is going to hurt all these Chaos Warriors for existing. Scarbrand's running around. Dogs are running around. The Barons of the Bog are a little overextended, and I really don't like the Skirmish Cav target priority. I really, really do not like that. They need to be throwing at the Barons of the Bog, or Kugath, or the War Shrine. They cannot throw at the infantry. I repeat, they cannot throw at the infantry ever again. Do you hear me? If another throwing axe goes into a single goddamn infantry, I'm going to be furious. Because you're running out of ammo, sir. You're running out of ammo. Another breath attack, this one going straight for Kugath. It's not going to really hit Kugath, but it does hit the whole blob in general, so that's pretty fine. Scarbrand's going to charge in. Throwing axes are throwing at Kugath, which is good. Warshrine is also an acceptable target. Khorne piles in. He's trying to get some kills. He's not getting any kills. This thing, it's about 1/3 of the way charged up. Throwing axes are back, and they're all chucking at Kugath. Look at that damage. That is some good damage, because this guy's going to heal cap. He's going to heal cap, so you're just going to have to kill him twice. That's just a fact. Scarbrand is fighting the Chaos Shrine. Excellent use of his time. And the Gorgon is even coming in from the other side. Yes! Khorne is playing this well. Good job, Khorne. You might still lose, but God, you're doing it right. Chosen Nurgle are rampaging and fighting at the very last. So are these big festering stooges and whatever. Nobody gives a shit about them. Chaos War Shrine's taking some damage, and now it's rampaging into Scarbrand. Meanwhile, on the far side, some Marauder Horsemen and Nurgle are running around, chasing off the Marauders that have routed, but who cares? Marauder Horsemen pile into the Chaos War Shrine, but the Bloodroot Behemoth and Scarbrand are doing so well at taking out. And these guys are, for some reason, in melee, just taking more distant damage for a little bit of free, so they do need to back the fuck off a little bit. Kugath's getting separated! Kugath's getting separated! Bloodroot needs to come over here. Scarbrand needs to come over here. They need to kill him. He's outside of his blob. I repeat, he is outside of his blob. I repeat, Tubby Funster has left the bathtub. No! Tubby Funster's left the bathtub! Get back in the fucking bathtub! Get him! Get him! What are you waiting for? Get him! Go get him! For the love of God, just go in there and kick his ass! Thank you. I was getting a little mad. Khorne is falling a little bit behind the balance of power. He is way up on the damage value. He's doing fine. He's doing fine. He's fighting Kugath. He's doing great. Kugath's healing cap isn't even within sight. That's also fine. We just accept that these days. The Nurgle Blob is still much healthier than the Khorne units that have been surrounding it all game. Scarbrand's trying to fight Kugath, and so is the Bloodroot Behemoth. They're doing their best in here. Skirmish Cav, almost out of ammunition. Oh god. They're running out of lads. They're running out of gits. Nurgle's still here. They're up on damage value, but it's not going to matter for too much longer. It's getting a little closer. Scarbrand and the Bloodroot Behemoth are cycle charging in, doing their best. But you can see the Khorne units are just so tattered at this point. It's all down to their single entities, which can't kill, like, Chosen with great weapons, and they can't kill the Plague Bearers. There's just been a lot of healing and a lot of other garbage. Mr. Trifle? Yes. This matchup gives me nightmares as I started mining Khorne. Yeah, if only Khorne had magic for that blob. True. Anyway, Scarbrand and Bloodroot Behemoth are trying to take out the Chaos War Shrine, and they're doing okay at it. They're just not going to finish in time. And there's so much shit left. Like, there's so much shit left. What's Khorne going to do about all this? Like, literally, what are they going to do? Nothing. This game is unfortunately over. I say as Llama is up 2,000 on the damage value. I'm telling you he's lost. It's over. Don't worry, it's over. 2+ gain damage value is losing. Nurgle Blob is different. What sucks is the Nurgle Blob isn't even that strong. Like, some people will tell you it's really strong. It honestly isn't even that strong. Khorne is just a horribly designed faction. Like, he's just a horribly, horribly designed faction. No ranged. No ranged. Slow infantry. No magic. And they're like, wait, blobs are kicking Khorne's ass all the time? How is that happening? It's just horrific design. Like, legitimately, Khorne is the worst conceived thing ever. And he will always get punished by blobs like this. This isn't Land Battle's fault. This is Khorne being designed poorly. Literally every other faction has no problem with blobs. Vampire Counts is a blob, and they have no ranged units, but at least they can counterfight the blob. Khorne has no healing, no ranged, slow infantry, no magic. How is this supposed to work? How is this faction ever supposed to work? This is why I said they're the worst in land battles. They just have nothing going for them. They're terrible. They're just terrible. Skull cannons? Skull cannons are pretty bad. They run out of ammo and they don't do a lot of damage, unfortunately. Chaos Shrine is routing. Kugath's healing cap isn't even within sight. And both Bloodroot Behemoth and Scarbrand are really bad at killing large groups of infantry, which there's a ton of infantry left, and there's Kugath. Like, it's just over. Llama played well. It's just, he picked, like, this is just a bad pick. Like, I don't want to be a hater, but until Khorne gets some serious updates, you really... Khorne is not a good pick. I can't think of a single matchup where they do well. Like, I legitimately can't think of a single matchup in which Khorne is favored. It's a tragedy. It's lore accurate, which is advantage, but I can't think of a single faction they're favored into, man. Come on! They got nothing! They have none of the key components of a competitive faction. They have no healing, very low mobility, expensive units, no magic, very few flying units, and no range. Like, they just have nothing. They have all of the same thing. They have armored infantry, or armored infantry, or armored infantry, or, if you spice it up, you have armored infantry, which can't get through a fucking blob. They can't. They just can't. They have some powerful single entities, and they have armored infantry. They're trash faction. Khorne mirror favors Khorne? Yeah. Even against rush factions like Norsk is still better at rushing than Khorne. Yeah, I would agree. Or some tweaks in the magic dampen resist against magic damage. I mean, how would you fix Khorne without breaking the lore? Give them heal per kill, probably. Give them much more spell resist, yeah. Give them a different way. Get their lore passive to charge off of dealing damage rather than getting entity kills, because otherwise you're incentivizing people to bring low entity counts. Like, you can see the Nurgle Blob only had 500 troops because they don't want to feed Khorne's passive. So Khorne's passive actively encourages the exact playstyle he's weak against. He can't pick out a blob that can heal itself and not lose models. And then his enemy is incentivized to also do that just to not charge his passive. So he charges passive off of dealing damage and not getting kills. Maybe that would be good. Also changes passive to be from a Relentless Rage, giving Unbreakable and you can't lose any models. That one sucks ass. Give it like a Final Transmutation effect. Like, call it like Bloodied Ground or something. You pick a point, you slam a flag into it, and everything around it takes a bunch of damage to deal with blobs. Like, he just needs blob punishment tools. If his lore is literally he just needs to melee grind with everyone constantly, then if they're going to stick with the lore, then he's just going to be a bad faction, because you just can't. Like, having one playstyle, one singular playstyle, is such a detriment for a faction that they can't be viable in land battles. Like, they just can't. And you might think even Beastmen, it's like, oh man, Beastmen rush. Yeah, they rush, but they can do slow push with archers and pike. They can do rush with monstrous infantry. They could do rush with cavalry. They have throwing axes for a little bit of kite. They have magic. Like, magic is so key. I don't know. Khorne just has nothing. You know he's going to slowly walk at you. You just wonder if there's going to be dogs or not. Blood Behemoth still fighting. Scarbrand is disintegrating, and he is gone. Every other roster has healing, though. Even Slanesh Lords have healing if stuff nearby is dying. Nurgle has healing, of course. Tzeentch can heal himself with Kairos and stuff. Khorne is the only one without healing. And it hurts. You can see it fucking hurts. Scarbrand's dead. He's still up on damage value, and he is definitely losing this game. Khorne sucks ass. I hate it. I hate it because he was my favorite Chaos God coming into Game 3, and then he turned out to be terrible. One way you could maybe make Khorne interesting, maybe, is make his infantry ridiculously cost-effective. Like Chaos Warriors for like 500 gold. I'm not saying that's a good change, but that could be one of the only ways. Because if all you have is infantry, at least make it good. But the problem with Khorne infantry is it trades fine with everybody else, but sometimes it loses. And it's like, if infantry is your only thing, and you literally sacrifice everything else about faction for having good infantry, they should probably fucking win. But they don't. They just do okay. I don't know, I hate Khorne. 3,200, 2,700, 100 for all these Marauders, 100 for the Chaos Warriors, 680 for the other Chaos Warrior. Skirmish Cav paid for themselves. Skirmish Cav and single entities paid for themselves. Human Boy, what did you say at the start of the game? Oh, I said they're going to need their Skirmish Cav and single entities to win this game for them. But Human Boy, wait, the Skirmish Cav and single entities were the only ones that did anything. Yeah, that is strange. That is strange how that happened. It's almost like their infantry are worthless! And it's what the whole faction is tailored around! I hate it. Kugath, 3,700, 1,100 on the Chosen Nurgle, 1,300 on the Plague Bear ROR. Only 170 on the other Mortis engine, so it really didn't get any effectiveness. Barons of the Bog, the other Plague Bears did great, and Skirmish Cav also did great. GG, well played to Maestro. And the guy who won the whole tournament immediately messages me and says, fun battle. It is land battle. Sorry. Well, you're being a dick. So, you've said that the last 4 times, dude. Just get out if you hate it. Alright, so land battle hater won, everybody. Hooray! Hooray, hooray for Maestro. He hates land battles so much he joins a tournament and wins the tournament only to shit-talk the host for how bad land battles are. Hooray, Maestro. You're very cool. If you run into Maestro on Discord, maybe call him an asshole. Alright. Sound good? Sounds good. Alright, I have another stream to do in literally 2 minutes, so I'm going to get going. If you care, I'll ping everyone on the Discord that I'm starting the new thing. Alright. I will see you there for some campaign shenanigans. If you don't want campaign shenanigans, that's understandable. I hope you have a great night. If you played in this tournament, I hope you had fun. Apparently Maestro didn't, even though he won the whole fucking thing. Okay, I don't want to ban him because he can just start joining. If he wants to join tournaments, that's fine. But I'm just really sick of him shit-talking tournaments he willingly joins and then plays in. I just don't get it. All right, bye everybody.